in a city built on loyalty and lies.
One woman dares to build hope from nothing.
And one man lives only to destroy it all.
Their families demand war.
But in the shadows, love becomes the most dangerous weapon of all.
I'd burn the whole city to keep you safe.
But at what cost?
Hey, if you like the type of content I make, hit subscribe. That way, the next story will just pop up right on your wall, waiting for you.
Chapter 1. Liana. The stalker broke into my apartment again last night. I almost didn't notice. The first clue was the smell, smoke and steel, sharp and masculine. It always lingers after he's gone, like he wants me to breathe him in. Years ago, I hated it. Now, I catch myself waiting for it. I pace the room, brushing past my clutter. Vinyls, melted candles, dead flowers. That's when I see what's missing. My ChapStick. Odd choice, stalker, I murmur, half to myself, half to him. If he can walk straight into the Vitale estate past guards and cameras, maybe he can hear me too. The first time, I panicked, woke up to the scent, convinced I was losing my mind. My father, my brother Lorenzo, the guards, they tried everything. Cameras, motion sensors, men outside my door. Nothing ever caught him. Therapists couldn't explain it either. Weeks went by where I thought I was crazy, but then something would vanish. A pen, a trinket, a bottle cap, and I'd know he was real. Now, I've stopped fighting it. He always comes. He always takes something, and he never hurts me. Sometimes I even talk to him. Enjoy the ChapStick, I whisper, faintly smiling. Do you ever miss me when you stay away? But protectors don't steal shampoo bottles and scraps of paper. He isn't an angel. He's a demon with a cruel sense of humor. My creepy little monster, I smirk into my coffee. Silence answers me. Just the fading trail of his scent. Grace House is 15 minutes from the Vitale mansion. Every time I step beyond those gates, I feel lighter, like I've peeled off the weight of my name. Lorenzo insists on sending a driver. I always refuse. From the outside, I look like a spoiled mafia princess. Designer clothes, trust fund money, zero real responsibility. But inside Grace House, I see what survival looks like. Women running from fists, children clutching at broken mothers, people who had no choice but to flee. It's why I show up, because I have enough, because I owe the world something. Morning, Jacques. I greet the guard as I buzz through the heavy door. Morning, Liana, he grunts. His bulldog face softens only slightly. Maria wants you in her office. New arrivals last night. Never ends, I murmur. That's why we're here. Grace House isn't pretty, no budget for art, no shiny couches, but it's beautiful to me because it saves lives. Maria greets me with her usual sharp eyes and buried desk. Couple of kids came in. Their mom's wrecked. Think you can keep them busy? Of course. By the time I leave 6 hours later, I'm covered in glue and exhaustion, still hearing Jenny and Tracy's giggles in my ears. They ran me ragged, but it was worth it. Jacques smirks as I head out. They'll make a saint of you. Not likely. Saints are better people than me. Outside, sunlight hits like a blade. And then I see him, Lorenzo, leaning against a sleek car, looking every inch the Don he's become. We agreed, I call, frowning. No rides. He only shrugs, smile sharp, eyes unreadable. Maybe I just want to see my sister. Lorenzo. My stomach knots. If there's a punch coming, land it. Don't drag it out. He sighs, motioning toward the car. Get in. We need to talk, business and personal. The words drop heavy. I glance back at Grace House, the shelter that stands for freedom. but something in Lorenzo's voice tells me my freedom is about to vanish between rows of books that probably haven't been touched in years. Landscapes in gold frames hang like trophies, each painting alone worth more than Grace House's yearly budget. A fireplace sits dark and unused, and a cart of fine liquor gleams near his massive desk. Lorenzo leans back in his chair, the image of control. His tattoos peek past his collar and cuffs, his posture relaxed yet commanding. Not a single detail of his appearance is out of place. "You're looking at me like I'm on trial," I say with a weak laugh, and it's creeping me out. His stare doesn't soften. He clasps his hands under his chin. "You know I love you, right?" My brows rise. That's a new one. "You haven't said that since we were kids. What happened? Somebody die?" "No one's dead." "You're dying then? Or, God, don't tell me something happened to Lucy or Alessia." "My wife and daughter are fine." His mouth twitches. "Now sit down, Liana." I drop into a chair, perched on the edge. "Happy?" "Not exactly." "Then get to it. Tell me what's going on, and maybe I'll calm down." "You won't." His jaw tightens. "I hate this." "Lorenzo!" I warn, my chest tightening. With this family, anything could be on the table, a minor inconvenience or the end of the world. Spit it out, or I'll remind you who won all those fights when we were kids. "If I recall, you were a scrawny twig," he says flatly, "and I was always the strong one." Strong? Try stubborn. My patience thins. Talk before I lose it. He exhales heavily. "I've avoided this for years, Liana. I've let you do whatever you wanted, even under enormous pressure, but that ends now. You're valuable to the family. Too valuable." My jaw locks. "Don't talk like you've been letting me." "You know what I mean. Papa spoiled you, and I followed his example. But everyone in this family pays their dues eventually. And now it's my turn." His hands grip the chair arms. "Yes, I've been negotiating with the Donovan clan out of New York." I narrow my eyes. "Irish Syndicate? I've heard of them. Big players, right? Father in charge. 4 sons?" "4 brothers," he confirms. "Rowan, Kale, Malachi, and Noah. Reputable men, from what I hear. Except Kale, but he's not relevant here." "Why the history lesson?" "We're growing." "You've seen it. Our control of Philly is stronger than ever, but product keeps flooding in faster than we can move it. That's a liability. The Donovans are the solution." "Spare me," I snap. "Poor Don can't keep up with his drug empire. Should I cry for you?" His mouth hardens. "I know how you feel about the business, but it's not up for debate. It's what we are." "Then stop pumping fentanyl into the streets. You realize how many people die from that every year?" "Liana," he warns, rubbing his forehead. "You're exhausting. And you're poisoning people." "We are," he shoots back. "Don't forget that." I grit my teeth. Believe me, I never do. Not when I see the faces at Grace House, women broken by the same drugs our family profits from. "So why tell me all this?" "Because the Donovans expect things done the traditional way. No contracts, no signatures. Blood ties." His look sharpens, and I suddenly feel like prey. My chest turns hollow. I know exactly what he means. It's why Lorenzo married Lucy, why Luca married Fiorella. And now it's my turn. "You can't be serious. Noah Donovan, the youngest son, 29, 3 years older than you. By all accounts, he's level-headed, hard-working, loyal. His father assured me you'd be safe with him." I jolt upright, fury flashing through me. "Safe? You want me to marry a stranger?" "Sit down!" His fist slams the desk. "I went through this too. I hated it. But this is our reality. We don't get to fall in love." "You did," I bite out. "Or did you forget?" He blinks, then says, "Yes. I was lucky with Lucy. You might be too if you give Noah a chance." "Not happening." My voice cracks. "If I go to New York, I'll lose Grace House. I'll lose everything that matters. We'll keep funding it. It's a women's shelter." Yes, and we've been supporting them for years. That won't change. My hands curl tight, knuckles whitening. I always believed Lorenzo would shield me from this, that he'd see my work as worthwhile. I was wrong. To him, I'm just another bargaining chip. I won't do it. My voice is steady, even though I'm shaking. Not for you. Not for anyone. Liana! His tone sharpens. There's plenty of need in New York. You'll have causes to champion there, too. You want me to move in with them? That's the point. We're setting up a legitimate front. You'll manage it. That's code for laundering drug money. My stomach twists. Absolutely not. You know how I feel. I know you like to think you're better than us. No, I whisper. I know I'm not. I carry the stain of this family every day, but there's a difference between living with it and actively helping it grow. Don't make me cross that line. As our representative, you'll have resources. Connections. Imagine the good you could do with real power. Right now, you're scrubbing toilets and filing paperwork. But with this... For 1 second, I almost believe you. My throat aches. But I'd still be complicit. And I won't. I turn toward the door. My legs feel like water. If this means I have to walk away from the family, then so be it. I won't hold it against you. His voice drops, quiet and deadly. I'll cut the funding. I freeze. Slowly, I glance over my shoulder. What? Grace House. I'll pull our money. I'll scare off other donors. I'll make sure that shelter closes its doors. The air leaves my lungs. Faces flash in my mind. Jenny, Tracy, their mother, all the women who depend on us. I grip the doorframe to keep from collapsing. You wouldn't, I whisper. I would. You know I would. Marry Noah and I'll double our contribution. But if you refuse... I slam my fist against the wood, rage burning through me. For a moment, I hate him with everything I have. Hate the family. Hate the chains of greed and power strangling us all. If you do this, Lorenzo, I'll hate you until the day I die. His eyes flicker with regret. I know. And I'm sorry. But this is how it has to be. Will you do it? Go to hell. My voice shakes. The pain is sharp, like metal twisting inside me. My body trembles with the force of holding it all in. But deep down, I've always known. This family doesn't spare anyone, not even me. Is that a yes? I close my eyes. Give me a month. And double the donation. Make sure Grace House never falls. You've got 3 weeks, he replies. And I promise you, they'll be better off. You'll see. This will work. For you, maybe. I wrench open the door and walk out, refusing to glance at anyone. My steps carry me back to my room, where I slam the lock shut and finally collapse onto the floor. The sobs tear through me, raw and relentless. It feels like my insides are being ripped apart, leaving nothing but a hollow shell behind. Used, broken, empty.
Chapter 3. Kale. You don't have to go through with this. Jack Grace stumbles backward. He's barely out of his teens, buzz cut tight to his scalp, and an ugly tattoo of a gun stretches across his forehead. Whoever inked it thought they were clever with the bullets, but the design makes it look like the rifles leaking down the side of his face. A cheap gold chain glints against the low light. The whole place reeks of decay. Out in the living room, 3 girls are sprawled across a sagging couch, pills scattered at their feet. They're so far gone they wouldn't stir even if Jack started screaming. You know I don't have a choice. My eyes lock on him from across the filthy bedroom. The bed's nothing but a yellowed sheet thrown over a stained mattress. Jack inches toward the nightstand. I've got cash, Kale. Plenty of it. I can pay you back with interest. We don't have to do this. His voice cracks, desperate, like he's trying to barter with fate. But that's not how life works. The past always catches up. You stole. I take a slow step closer. You know the penalty. Barely even stealing, right? Call it a loan. I'll pay it back, swear it. We can be good, can't we, brother? His grin is shaky, his words tumbling over each other. He lunges for the drawer, fingers wrapping around something metallic. Triumph flashes across his face as he pulls free a pistol, massive, shiny, too big for his hand. The rush hits me instantly. That glimmer of victory drains from his eyes as he realizes he won't get the weapon up in time. All he had to do was lift it, pull the trigger. But I'm already moving, and in that split second, he knows it's over. Nobody escapes the Donovan stalker. "Fuck!" he shouts when my fist slams into his wrist, bones crunching as the gun skitters across the floor. My knee drives into his gut, folding him in half. An elbow smashes his nose flat. He staggers, gasping, and collapses onto the bed. I pin him down, straddling his chest, my hands clamping around his throat. "Irk!" His tongue juts between his teeth, flashing gold where a molar's been plated. His fists beat against me, pathetic flutters compared to the strength in my arms. His face purples, eyes wide in terror. I don't speak. No threats, no promises, nothing but silence. Killing is its own language. His body bucks beneath me, survival clawing for one last chance. But I've done this too many times. I know exactly how much pressure to use, exactly how long it takes before the panic fades, before the fight drains out. Slowly, the horror in his eyes shifts. Fear melts to blankness, then nothing at all. His swollen tongue rolls back. His face slackens, and Jack Grace is gone. The high crashes through me, sharp and euphoric. It always comes here, on the razor edge between life and death. Watching his spirit slip free is the only time I feel whole, like I'm tethered to something beyond this broken shell of mine. I let go and rock back, dragging in air like I'd been the one suffocating. His body twitches once, then slackens. The stench of urine spreads as his bowels give way. Just another corpse now. Fucking beautiful. It takes me a minute to steady myself. When the rush finally ebbs, I strip off my gloves and shove them into my pocket. Nothing left here to tie me to him. Jack was nothing but a useless street dealer, another parasite wiped out. Nobody will mourn him. In the living room, the girls are still out cold, oblivious. I watch them a moment, feeling that fleeting satisfaction hollow out into the familiar pit of emptiness. I pull a tube of ChapStick from my pocket and smear it across my lips. The taste is wax, bland. Never her. Not even close. I leave the girls where they are and slip outside into the evening. It's barely 6 o'clock. Killing Jack Grace took less than an hour. On the sidewalk, an elderly couple passes. I give them a polite nod, a smile. They return it automatically and keep walking. To them, I'm just another clean-cut Irishman in an expensive suit. In New York, blending in is the best disguise. My BMW waits down the block. As I approach, my phone buzzes. Only a handful of people have this number. I glance at the screen. Patty Donovan, I answer. Hope you're not checking up on me. You know I wouldn't, my father replies cheerfully. For over 30 years, he's run the Donovan clan, one of the city's most powerful families. I love all my sons, but you're the one I can rely on most, Kyle. That's good to hear. What's going on? Family dinner tonight. Come home. I hesitate. I'll pass. Not optional. His tone shifts, cold as steel. It's important. Then say it now. Your mother wants to see you. Malachi is convinced you're spiraling. Come to dinner, sit at the table, and give them peace of mind. I squeeze the phone so hard the casing flexes. I picture glass shattering in my hand, slicing my skin. Pain would be better than this nothingness. No way out of it? None. She's making shepherd's pie. My chest tightens. My favorite. She knows. Be here in an hour. I hang up, staring at the steering wheel. I close my eyes, trying to summon the image of Jack's last breath, the thrill of it. But it's gone already. Fuck. I'd planned to drive south, to Philadelphia. After every job, I find myself pulled back there, to her, to the saint who steadies me. The obsession burns hotter each time. But dinner comes first. I twist open the chapstick and coat my lips again, imagining hers. Berry soft. Whispering my name, gasping beneath my hand, breaking apart under me. My cock stiffens as I grip myself, but the sensation is flat. Dead. Nothing. Fuck. The engine roars to life and I drive uptown, loathing every mile. The Donovan penthouse towers over Central Park. 3 stories of obscene wealth. 10 bedrooms, a dozen baths, priceless art. My mother greets me at the door, arms wrapping tight around me. I'm glad you came, she says, slipping her arm through mine. Then she wrinkles her nose. But you smell like a dive bar. Moira Donovan has auburn hair, freckled skin, emerald eyes that miss nothing, and the polish of the best surgeons money can buy. If I had a heart, I'd love her with all of it. As it stands, she's just tolerable. I was working when Dad called. And couldn't shower first? She waves it off. Never mind. That's just how you boys are. Everyone here? They're in the dining room. Her expression softens. She brushes a hand against my cheek. How are you, Kale? Busy. Too busy for family? You know how Dad is. Her lips tighten. That man never found a problem he didn't want solved with a bullet. Exactly why I've been busy. She pinches my arm. You're thin. Eat 2 helpings tonight. I'll have 3. She laughs lightly. Don't push it. I follow her into the dining room. Warm light spills across long tables, antique chairs, canvases worth fortunes. My brothers sit with Dad, tearing into shepherd's pie. Malachi is holding court, spinning a bloody story about thieves caught raiding his stash house. Rowan's frowning but amused, while Noah hangs on every word, ready to jump in. They're good men, loyal sons, strong. Rowan's the heir, serious to a fault. Malachi is fire and violence, born for the streets. Noah's the baby, overeager but pure-hearted in a way the rest of us aren't. And me? I'm the shadow at the edge, the killer, the stalker. There he is, Dad calls. Stop lurking, Kale. Sit down before we finish it all. Mom chides him for exaggerating. My brothers glance over. Rowan frowns. Noah stiffens. Malachi grins but dims it a notch. They love me. They'd burn the city for me, but I unsettle them. Always will. I've been told I'm required to eat double, I say, sliding into my chair beside Rowan. A whiskey appears at my elbow, along with a heaping plate. She tells all of us that, Malachi says with a smirk. How's it going? Busy night? Job. That explains the stink, Rowan mutters. Jack Grace? I cut into the pie. The one and only. You dealt with him? Noah leans forward. Good. That prick's been on my nerves. You won't hear from Jack again. Noah exhales in relief. Hope he screamed. Enough, Mom scolds. No murder at the table. Then what else do we talk about? Malachi grins. Book club? Mom rolls her eyes. You can read? Enough to impress, he fires back. Rowan ignores them, leaning toward me. You don't usually work this early. Wanted it done? Good. His frown deepens. One less problem. Tell me how you did it, Noah presses. Give me some tricks. Dad cuts him off sharply. Your mother said no killing talk. He snaps his napkin. Kyle's here. Time for business. I focus on eating. The food is incredible, grounding me, blunting the endless emptiness in my chest. It's been a while since we've all gathered, Malachi notes. Feels like bad news. Someone die? Rowan demands. Someone's always dying, I murmur, earning a snort from him. Dad chuckles. In a way, yes. Mom groans at his theatrics. Spit it out, Malachi says. Dad's voice sharpens. Listen. He waits until the room quiets. The clan's grown faster than expected. Our friends in City Hall and the NYPD have been more helpful than I imagined. Business is booming. To that, Noah cheers, raising his glass. We all drink, but I watch Mom. Her smile's tight. Her eyes keep sliding toward Noah. But growth brings problems, Dad continues. We're stretched thin. Some supply issues, some territory slipping. He waves it off. I found a solution. A family in Philadelphia, Lorenzo Vitale runs them. They've got product to spare. We've agreed to a partnership. They'll supply us, we'll give them New York. Mutual gain. The name slams into me like a knife. Vitale. Sweat beads my skin. My pulse stutters. All it takes, Dad says, staring at Noah, is a marriage. The table freezes. Noah laughs nervously. Me? You're marrying me off? Her name's Liana Vitale, the Don's sister. Sharp, beautiful, well-placed. The words drown in the roar in my ears. My hand crushes the ChapStick in my pocket until the plastic nearly splits. Liana. Number. Not her. But Dad keeps talking, and Noah seems open, and Mom's gaze flicks to me. If it's for the family, I'll do it, Noah says, shrugging. I should meet her first, though. It'll be arranged, Dad confirms. The walls close in. My saint, my secret salvation, handed to my younger brother. Mom notices me stiffen. Kyle? You all right? I shove back from the table. Fine. Just tired. Congratulations, Noah. He squints. You're pale. I'm heading home. Mom rises halfway, concerned. Stay. Eat with us. I'm fine, I repeat, forcing calm. Just need space. Are you sure? She asks quietly, touching my arm at the elevator. That girl, Liana. I need to be alone. She softens. I love you, Kyle. I'm glad you came tonight. I know. And Noah's marriage, it's just business. I force a smile, though inside I'm tearing apart. Why would I care either way? Of course. She studies me, seeing too much. For a heartbeat, I almost confess. Spill every twisted thought, every obsession, every dark truth. Beg her to understand. But the elevator dings, and I step inside.
Chapter 4. Liana. I couldn't bring myself to tell Maria this morning. I'd woken up with every intention of confessing that I'd be leaving Grace House soon because of the marriage. But when the moment came, I froze. This place has been more than a job. It's felt like family. The thought of stepping away makes my stomach twist with guilt and dread. Rationally, I know they'll be fine without me. Maria will find another volunteer to cover my shifts, and the added funding Lorenzo promised will mean even more resources. Still, it feels like I'm abandoning them, so instead of ripping the bandage off, I bury myself in work, cleaning bathrooms, checking intake forms, balancing the bills, making sure Maria signed the right checks, even watching the kids for a while. By the time I'm done, my body aches with exhaustion, but I still haven't said what I need to. I can't avoid it forever. You're still hanging around? Maria peers up from her desk, frowning. Better get out before I rope you into another chore. Please do. It's not like I've got anywhere better to be. Her laugh is short but warm. She studies me for a moment. You ever think about going back to school? You'd make a hell of a social worker. I wave her off. Not happening. I figured. I just worry about you sometimes. That makes me pause. Really? I'd think you had bigger things to worry about. Oh, I do. Everyone here weighs on me, but I also know your life outside this place is complicated. She doesn't spell it out, but she doesn't have to. She knows my last name. She knows enough about the streets to put the pieces together. Maria's always avoided bringing it up, until now. My family is exactly why I'm here, I admit softly. Then I force myself to go on. I've got bad news. If you're in trouble, Liana, we can help. She says it like it's second nature, like she said the same words to dozens of women before me, and for a heartbeat, I actually consider it. Running. Refusing to marry Noah Donovan. Starting over somewhere else. Maria could connect me with people who'd make it possible, but the thought fades fast. It's not that, but something's come up, and I won't be able to keep volunteering. Not after a few weeks. My throat closes, and tears surprise me, hot and sudden. I thought it would be awkward, but I didn't expect to cry. Sorry. This is harder than I thought. Oh, Liana. Maria comes around her desk and sits beside me. She puts a hand on my shoulder, pulls me into a small hug. You know we love you here, right? I know. You've been amazing. This place, it means so much to me. My words crack as I wipe at my face, failing to stop the tears. But it's a family thing. Her expression darkens. That offer wasn't empty. If you're being hurt, it's not that. I grab her hands before I lose my nerve. Listen. You know where I come from. You can guess why I spend so much time here. This shelter is good, and there's not much good left in the world. Even when I'm gone, I'll make sure it's taken care of. Always. I swear it. Her eyes shine now. I've seen Maria cry plenty of times, but never for me. You're always welcome here, she whispers. Promise me you'll stay in touch. You're my favorite. You know I'd better be. I laugh shakily, wiping my face. Thank you for everything we hug, tight and long. Relief and grief battle inside me. She probably assumes I'm being forced into something darker. Abuse, trafficking, and she's not entirely wrong. If she knew about the arranged marriage, she'd probably lose her mind. But this is the only way I know how to give back. Grace House will survive because of me. Thrive even. And when I'm in New York, I'll start more shelters. Do more good. Spread more light into places swallowed by dark. It's the wrong choice, but it's mine. I leave with my chin lifted, proud of myself for finally saying it, yet terrified of what's ahead. By the time I get back to the mansion, I'm wrung dry. The quiet hallways echo with my steps. My flats creak against the hardwood floors, boards flexing under me. Built that way on purpose, no doubt. Impossible to sneak through unnoticed, and yet my phantom always manages, which means he must already be inside these walls. because no outsider could break past the guards, the cameras, the drones. This house is a fortress, and still he comes, like he can walk through stone. I unlock my suite, already picturing sweatpants, a glass of wine big enough to drown in, and trash TV until I pass out. But the scent slams into me the moment I step inside. Woodsy, warm, spiced, masculine, my phantom. My knees nearly buckle. He's never left his mark this early, always in the night, fading by morning. But now, I scan the room, pulse racing. How could he get in during the day? It should be impossible. "Oh my God," I whisper, hands flying to my mouth. On the dining table beside the kitchenette, something waits. My ChapStick, back, upright, with a rose tucked behind it. I move closer on shaking legs. My heart hammers so loud it drowns everything else. This has never happened before. He's stolen for years, but never returned anything. Never left me something in exchange. I stare, skin prickling like I'm being watched. My instinct screams to run, to scream, to arm myself, but no one's here. Why? My voice trembles. Why would you do this? Silence answers, the way it always does. But this time, he's given me a gift. I can't make sense of it. Something's shifted, though I don't know what. I pick up the tube, thumb brushing over the cap. It feels used. I know it, bone deep, though I can't prove it. I uncap it and swipe it over my lips. For a heartbeat, I wait, like something magical might happen. Nothing does. I lick slowly, searching for a taste of him. All I get is wax. The rose feels safer in my hands. I sniff its sweetness and smile faintly despite the fear pounding through me. He couldn't have known about my talk with Maria, couldn't have known I planned on leaving. But maybe he knows about the marriage. Maybe this is his answer. Congratulations. A warning. A claim. Thank you, I whisper to the empty room. Today was brutal. But this helps. I put the flower in a vase, pour in water, and stare at it, transfixed. For a moment, I let myself wonder, will Noah Donovan ever look at me with this kind of intensity? Will he ever treat me with such strange, obsessive reverence? I doubt it.
Chapter 5. Kale. The pimp crawls across the wet concrete, his palms scraping raw as he stumbles forward on his knees. A police siren wails somewhere nearby, but not for him. Not for me either. "Please, don't," he rasps, twisting to look back. Blood pours from his crooked nose, his wrist dangling at an ugly angle. Adrenaline's the only thing keeping him moving. I follow. Slowly. Deliberately. Drawing out the moment, searching for that flicker of feeling, that rare spark that makes me remember I'm alive. But there's nothing. And that emptiness pisses me off more than the man himself. These jobs usually light something in me. Not a fire, not even close, but at least a flash. Tonight, just cold boredom. He stumbles into a dumpster with a clang and collapses on his back, clutching his head. "I didn't mean to kill her," he babbles, eyes wide as I step closer. "I'm good to my girls. Ask anyone. Ask them all. I didn't mean to, I swear." "I believe you." Hope flares in his face. "Then let me live. I'll pay you back. I'll work, I'll owe you, whatever it takes. Just give me the chance." I plant my boot on his throat. His voice snaps into a strangled squeal as I press down. He thrashes, fists flailing weakly, legs kicking against the grime. I grind harder, feeling his windpipe buckle under my heel. Still nothing. I lean in, twisting, forcing him to gasp high, keening sounds that echo in the alley. His struggles slow, then stop as I snap his neck clean. His corpse settles into silence, the stink of urine already rising. Just another piece of trash in this city. I slump against the brick wall, fingers tangled in my hair. Fuck. The word tears out raw, empty. Fuck! The spiral's dragging me under. I know it, and I can't stop it. Yesterday I crossed a line. I went to her place in daylight, risked exposure, almost got caught twice. A stupid, reckless move. But I had to do it. She needed to know. I'm thinking about her. She's mine. Even if she marries my brother. But I won't touch her. Can't. She's my saint, my fragile dove, my light. If I laid hands on her, I'd destroy everything pure in her, and I can't bear that weight. Yet the thought of Noah touching her makes me rot from the inside. He'll treat her well. I know that. He's a decent man. Maybe he'll stray. Maybe he won't love her the way she deserves, but he'll give her a good life. Safety, respect. But me? I'll hollow out. I already feel it happening. I drag his body to the dumpster, dump it inside, and scrape my boot clean on the curb. Not my finest work, but done. A block away, I slide into my car and drive. My head's a mess, my hands tight on the wheel. By the time I reach Hell's Kitchen, I'm not even sure why I came. I pull up outside Noah Hagen's Anchor, the clan's old haunt. Green-stained windows, chipped paint, the kind of place that stinks of sweat and whiskey. I haven't set foot inside in years for a reason. But tonight, I push through the door. The place is crowded for a Tuesday. Familiar faces look up as I move through, but I head straight for the back. Noah's there, laughing with Liam Lankshear and Brian DeLapp. Glasses litter the table. Kale? Noah blinks like I'm a stalker walking in. What are you doing here? Haven't seen you in forever. Wanted to talk. My eyes flick to Liam and Brian. They get the hint. Brian pushes back from the booth, dragging Liam with him. Good seeing you, he says politely before leaving us alone. I slide into their spot. You want a drink? Noah asks, uneasy but trying to joke. I think I need another one. I grab a half-full glass left behind. Cheap whiskey fizz burns my throat. How are you feeling about your wedding? His eyebrows shoot up. You're asking me that? I nod once. It's a big deal. Yeah. Huge. He lets out a nervous chuckle. I'm not in trouble, am I? No offense, but you don't usually show up just to chat. He's right. It's insane me being here asking this. But she won't leave my head. You've never been lined up for an arranged marriage before, I say, forcing a smile. True. He smirks. Guess it's new territory. You okay with it? Not exactly thrilled. He shrugs, takes a sip. Maliki showed me a picture. Said she's beautiful, Italian, dark hair, dark eyes. Not my usual type, but she looks good. My hand tightens on the glass. I can see her in my mind, radiant and untouchable, thick dark hair falling around her delicate shoulders. Those lips, those eyes full of warmth, everything I can't have. Good to hear, I manage. Yeah, I figure it'll work out. It's business, but we'll find our balance. I'll treat her right. You know me. Life goes on. That's good, I mutter, jaw tight. He studies me. You okay? You seemed off at dinner. Stomach bug. I'm fine. That's good. He clears his throat. Anyway, Dad and I are heading down next week. We'll be at their place for a few days. That's when she and I will talk, set expectations, figure out what our marriage looks like. Blood pounds in my skull. My mouth moves before my brain catches up. I should come with you. The words taste insane the second they're out. Why would they want me there? Why would I want to be there? I'm the clan's killer, not the diplomat. Noah shifts uncomfortably. I don't know. In case you need me. My stare pins him. You know Dad can handle himself. You can too. But if something goes wrong with the Vitales, you'll want me. He frowns, considering, and he's practical. He knows I'm right. You sure? It's not going to be fun. Just hanging around their mansion, maybe some Philly spots. Not really your speed. I'm a man of many speeds. He snorts, then falters when he sees I'm dead serious. You really want to? Please, Noah. That word stops him cold. I've never begged him for anything. Not once. The shock alone is enough to sway him. All right, he says finally. Call it a bonding trip. We don't spend enough time together anyway. Bonding. I echo the word with a smile that feels like glass in my mouth. That'll be good. In my head, though, I see her tied, moaning, writhing under me. My saint-turned sinner in my hands. My obsession twisting darker. Noah lifts his glass. Here's to my future marriage. Stay for another drink? I'm good. I push up from the booth. The weight of stairs in this bar is too much. I'll see you in a few days. We'll have those drinks then. He grins, genuinely happy. And for a second, I want that for him. I want my brother to be content. Just not with her. I walk out, voices buzzing behind me. The storm in my chest louder than all of them. Hate, need, obsession, spiraling, and no way out.
Chapter 6. Liana. Feeling nervous? Lorenzo squints toward the fence line like he can see down the block from his seat on the rocking chair. Alessia runs through the shrubs, laughing as she chases bugs. Not at all, I mutter, watching the little girl toss a ball at a butterfly before giggling as it flutters away. I'm only about to meet the stranger I'm supposed to spend the rest of my life with. Then you've got nothing to worry about, Lorenzo says with a crooked grin. Just a sweet little meet-cute. Don't joke. I'm still furious with you. I know. His grin slips into a sigh. I never wanted this. But you're doing it anyway. Aiden gave me no choice. I pushed for other options. He refused. He wanted you. Strange. No one thought to ask my opinion. He leans forward, face tight. What can I do to make it right? My mind flashes with cruel answers. Cut your own throat, light yourself on fire, disappear. Instead, I grit out, keep Grace House open forever. Set up a trust, fund it until the end of time. That I can do. Then stop talking and do it. And don't think for 1 second it erases everything else. I stand, staring him down. I've always loved my brother. Without him as Don, I'd probably already be dead or worse. Lorenzo gave me freedom when no one else would. I owe him for that. But this doesn't make his betrayal easier to swallow. Daddy! Alessia barrels toward him, arms outstretched. Lorenzo scoops her up, genuine joy lighting his face. The love between them stabs me with something bittersweet. She's proof an arranged marriage can work out. But that's a rare fluke, a miracle. Lightning doesn't strike twice. Auntie B, why are you sad? Alessia peers at me with wide eyes, wriggling out of her father's arms. I force a smile. Allergies? Shrimp? Whatever, big shrimp. She bumps her head into my leg. Play chase? Can't, baby girl. Your dad and I have boring business. Work, she mutters, rolling her eyes. Dumb. Alessia, Lorenzo warns. Sorry, Daddy. She darts off again, singing. Lucy appears on the deck, waving encouragement, both thumbs up. I wave back weakly. If only courage could be passed through hand signals. It's time, Lorenzo murmurs, checking his watch as he rises. A knot of nerves coils in my stomach. We head toward the front gate together. One more thing, he adds quietly. Noah's not coming alone. Aiden's bringing another son with him. His look hardens. How much do you know about Kale Donovan? The name buzzes through me like static. Just whispers. Their enforcer, the one they call the Phantom. Lorenzo's voice drops. He's worse than any familia hitter. He makes people vanish. Stay away from him, Liana. I twist a strand of hair, resisting the urge to reach for my Phantom's ChapStick in my pocket. Why would they bring him? No idea, maybe to back up his brother. Still worries me. I let it drop, but inside, unease prickles through me. Stories about Kale Donovan are the stuff of nightmares. People say he strangles his victims just to watch their last breath leave. If half of it's true, he's a monster. I don't need a second warning. By the time we reach the gate, I shove him from my mind. 3 men wait. One older, graying hair, steel blue eyes, posture carved from iron. Aiden Donovan. He strides forward without hesitation, ignoring our guards, and clasps Lorenzo's hand firmly. Good to finally meet in person, Don Vitale. Feels like we already have with all the calls, Lorenzo replies, warm but edged. Call me Lorenzo. Of course. Aiden turns to me. This must be Liana. His hand is rough, calloused. A pleasure, and this is my youngest son, Noah. Noah steps forward, tanned skin, sandy hair, cocky grin, boyish good looks. Not my type. I paste on a polite smile. Nice to meet you, I murmur. You too. His laugh is surprisingly warm. God, this is awkward, huh? We're supposed to get married. I force a smile, but my attention slides past him. To the third man, Kale. He lingers behind, broad-shouldered, heavier with muscle than his brother, carrying himself with a predator's grace. His dark hair is cropped close, his sharp brows shadow pale blue eyes that burn. He's all tension and restraint, jaw carved from stone. My pulse skitters. Fear and something darker churn in my gut. He's terrifying. He's magnetic. If Noah doesn't stir me at all, Kale hits me like a blow. Aiden gestures casually. My other son, Kale. He's just here for support. Kale nods, eyes locked on mine. The intensity of it freezes me in place. He doesn't look away, doesn't blink, and I can't stop myself from staring back. My lips part, breath catching, a shiver crawling down my throat. Why does it feel like I know him? Why do I want to touch him, test him, see if he'd kiss or bite? But Lorenzo's already ushering us inside, and I'm forced to walk beside Noah, hyper-aware of Kale's gaze burning between my shoulder blades. Later, Noah and I sit in the gaming room, an English pub-style den my grandfather built. A pool table, dark wood, leather chairs. He downs his third beer in half an hour. I sip wine I don't want. Look, Noah says, hunched over his glass. This wasn't my idea. I figured. I mean, when Dad told me, I wasn't exactly thrilled. No offense, I didn't even know you then. But in this day and age, marrying a stranger? The things we do for family. I smile faintly. Exactly. He raises his glass. But we'll be fine. We'll make it work, right? We kind of have to. We could always divorce in a few years, I joke weakly. He snorts. Not a chance. My parents would rather cut me up than see that. Irish Catholic, old school. Divorce isn't on the menu. He's right. Saying otherwise would be pointless. Or we could fake our deaths. I swirl my glass. Drive off a cliff. Boom. Problem solved. He laughs. Not bad. I'd head north, hide in Maine or Canada. California for me. If I'm vanishing, I want sunshine. Too bad we're stuck, he says with a grin that doesn't reach me. I smile back, empty inside. Noah's fine. polite, charming in a boyish way. He's not cruel, not stupid. He'll treat me decently, but there's no spark, no chemistry, nothing. And that's worse than hate. At least hate has fire. The more he talks, the more I picture a life of dodging my husband's affection, forcing myself to be polite, watching him fill the gaps with mistresses while I bury myself in charity work. A life of beige, dull misery. And my thoughts keep drifting. To Kale. To the way he stared at me like he wanted to peel me open and crawl inside. Dangerous. Disturbing. And yet, I can't shake the attraction. Am I insane for preferring the psychopath to the nice one? Maybe. Probably. But Noah is safe. Noah is boring. Noah is my future. After an hour, I can't take it anymore. Dinner soon, right? I glance at my watch. We should join the others. Relief flashes across his face. Good idea. And hey, this was good. We'll make it work. Right. I beam, my soul screaming inside. We stand awkwardly, fumbling between a handshake and a hug before laughing it off like fools. He cracks another beer as we leave. And I wonder how I'll survive not just tonight, but the rest of my life tethered to him. Chapter 7. Liana. I can't stop staring at the rose. Its fragrance has already faded, but the memory of it lingers like a phantom. Sometimes if I close my eyes, I swear I can taste that smoky, woodsy scent on my tongue. My phantom branded himself into me with nothing more than smell. And here I am, more consumed by a scent than by the man I'm supposed to marry. That's a problem. A very big one. Sleep won't come. Midnight drags past, and I'm still tossing, wide-eyed and restless. Every time I drift off, images of life with Noah twist in my mind. The endless dullness, the years stretching forward, colorless and empty, knowing it'll always be him. Until I die. No love. Not the deep, shattering kind. Maybe I'd sneak someone else into my life, but it could never be out in the open. I'd be trapped in a marriage that looked fine to everyone else while suffocating in quiet misery. What's wrong with me? I whisper into the dark, throwing off the blankets. I tug on a hoodie and sweats and begin pacing. By all logic, I should be relieved. Noah is nice. He won't hurt me. He won't treat me like garbage. He's the safe choice. But some small, stupid part of me keeps wishing for lightning, keeps wishing I'd fall in love with him the way Lorenzo stumbled into love with Lucy. It's a fantasy, a delusion. Even if Noah and I learn to get along, it'll never be that chest-tightening, leg-weakening kind of need. And maybe I should accept that. It could always be worse. But it feels like settling for ashes. I slip into the silent halls. The mansion hums with cameras and guards, the red glow of surveillance lights dotting the corners. My footsteps echo as I wander toward the western wing. I stop at a wide wooden door, one of the libraries, and then it hits me. That scent. I push the door open and inhale deeply. It's him. It's always him. My phantom has been here. The library carries the same spicy masculine imprint I know too well. But that doesn't make sense. I've checked before, just to see if he ever strayed beyond my rooms. He never did. Until now. I step inside, scanning the shelves, expecting to see something, my ChapStick maybe, left on a chair. Instead, I freeze. Oh, sorry, I didn't realize. The words die as I lock eyes with Kale Donovan. He sits in one of the leather chairs, a book open on his lap, a glass of amber liquor in hand. His blue eyes are glacial, cutting straight through me. His square jaw tightens as if he's grinding words between his teeth. I stumble back, heart tripping. You couldn't sleep, he says, voice low, resonant. It snakes over my skin, undressing me in ways Noah never could. Heat blooms low in my stomach. I should leave. Lorenzo's warning pounds in my head. Stay away from Kyle. But then the scent, his scent, hits me again, wrapping me up. My phantom. I step closer instead of retreating. Guess not. This room helps. It's my favorite. He shuts the book softly. You spend much time here? When I'm not at Grace House. Grace House? The shelter where I volunteer? I brace for a mocking comment. Most men in this world sneer at the idea of giving time to charity, but Kale only nods. Libraries are quiet. I like that. His simplicity disarms me. My brain floods with questions about him, about my phantom, about the impossible overlap, but all I can do is keep edging closer, like I'm standing at the cliff's edge and leaning forward. Your brother seems nice, I say, the words lame even as they leave me. He's a good man. Then maybe you should marry him. My laugh is nervous, too thin. He doesn't smile. Nothing's ever easy in our family. But you'll be welcome. The way he says it chills me. I glance down at the book in his lap, but my eyes betray me, sliding instead to the thick line of his thighs. My pulse stutters. How do you like Philadelphia so far? It's fine. Enjoying your stay? Sure. Not much of a talker, are you? His jaw flexes. Silence. I'm close enough now to breathe him in. It's undeniable. He smells exactly like my phantom. But that can't be. My phantom and Kale. No. It's absurd. Maybe I'm just too attuned to the scent, obsessed enough to imagine it clinging to him. His stare scorches me. Every second with him feels more overwhelming than the entire hour I wasted with Noah. Can I ask something? About Noah? Kyle's eyes narrow. Go on. Do you think he'll want children? The question bursts out before I can stop it. My cheeks flame. Of course he'll want children. That's the point of this marriage. A bond, an heir. My embarrassment is suffocating. But Kale reacts like I stabbed him. He bolts upright, the book thudding to the floor. His glass rattles in his hand as he gulps down the liquor, muscles taut beneath his black shirt. I'm sure Noah has reasonable expectations, he grinds out, as if each word costs him. I know, I'm sorry. Never mind. I fumble, rambling. Forget I asked. His jaw clenches harder. Then he spits out, he wants a girl. I blink. He told you that? Kyle nods sharply. When we were young. Said daughters were cuter. A small smile tugs at me. A little girl wouldn't be so bad. Still, people will expect a boy. Healthy's all that matters. His voice is strained, his eyes darting anywhere but me. What else can you tell me about him? I ask, desperate to keep him talking, desperate to keep drowning in his presence. He's kind, honest, searching for his path, ambitious but unfocused. But he'll find it. Noah's a good man. You're lucky. He retreats toward the door, but not before his gaze drops, dragging over me. I'm in loose sweats, yet the hunger in his eyes makes me flush hot. He licks his lips unconsciously, and my chest tightens. You're here for him, right? To check me out? Kale shakes his head. Not really. Oh, I thought... I came because I had no choice. He doesn't elaborate. The tension is unbearable, my pulse hammering like I might shatter apart under his stare. I guess that makes two of us, I murmur, chewing nervously at my thumbnail. You shouldn't do that. His voice roughens, eyes locked on my mouth. Your hands are too beautiful. And then he's gone, striding out the door and leaving me gasping. I sag back, reeling. It's not just his body or his stare or his voice. It's the scent, my phantom's scent. I look at the fallen book. I pick it up, read the spine. Slaughterhouse-5. One of my favorites. Huh, I whisper, and the book reeks of him. The realization slams into me like ice water. Kale sat where my phantom sits. He smells like my phantom. Number, it can't be. But my skin prickles with dread as I sniff again, certain. It's him. My hands shake as I shove the book back onto the shelf. There's only one way to be sure. Tomorrow, before they leave, I'll have to get close enough to smell him again. Chapter 8. Liana. Lunch with Noah the next day feels like a punishment. We sit outside on the back porch, the sun warm, the garden buzzing with life. But I'm so bored I swear my eyes are about to shrivel up and roll out of my head. It isn't that Noah's awful. He's polite, even funny sometimes. But no matter how hard I try, nothing between us clicks. What do you think your brother and my father are discussing? Noah asks after we finish eating. His brow creases as he glances back at the house. Probably negotiating how many times you're allowed to hit me before the deal's off. He just stares. I give him a sweet smile, but instead of laughing, he shakes his head firmly. That's not funny. You don't have to worry about that with me. I know. It was just a joke. I mean it, Liana. I want this. He waves between us. To be simple, easy. Of course. I do too. I was only teasing. Right. He shifts in his chair, uneasy. Still figuring you out, I guess. Awkward silence stretches. Lorenzo's always told me my morbid humor will bite me one day. Maybe he was right. I try to salvage it with a smile. How about a quick fire round? Favorite movies? I'm into action and comedies. You ever see John Wick? I shake my head. Horror's more my thing. Huh, not really my style. He tilts his head. Music? I've been listening to Yola Tango nonstop. They're amazing. Never heard of them. I've been on a country kick lately. Makes me want to buy a big truck. That's something. I force a grin. Sports? Not my world. Cars? I don't even drive much. His shoulders slump. Cooking? I love eating. Does that count? We fall quiet again. My stomach twists. He's realizing what I already know. We're opposites in every way that matters. He's a cat, I'm a dog. And dogs don't curl up with cats. Partnerships don't need all that common ground, Noah says, as though convincing himself. It's not like we'll be glued together every day. I blink at him, pulse quickening. What does he imagine marriage looks like? Passing each other in the hall? A handful of polite exchanges, then separate lives? I see it. Him with mistresses, me expected to stay silent. And if I ever found someone of my own, if gossip spread, the fallout would land squarely on me. That's how it always goes. Or maybe I'm unfair, assuming the worst. But that's the point. I don't know what kind of husband he'll really be. All I know is that we have no spark, no foundation, nothing. If this weren't arranged, I'd never choose him. Still, he's handsome. He seems earnest. Why am I resisting so much? Noah keeps talking, trying to open up, but my mind drifts. I catch myself glancing toward the house, imagining the scent, thinking about Kale in the library, his thighs, his eyes, that unsettling hunger. He's a nightmare wrapped in muscle and control, yet I feel myself orbiting him like a helpless planet sliding toward a black hole. Relief floods me when Lorenzo and Aiden step onto the porch. I thought I'd show our guests some of our businesses, maybe a few sites, Lorenzo says. Oh, that sounds lovely, but... I press a hand to my stomach, wincing. I don't feel so great. Noah and Aiden exchange a look. Food not sitting right? Aiden asks. Must be. You three go ahead without me. Hope you're better soon, Noah says, not exactly heartbroken to leave me behind. He turns back to Lorenzo, already eager to talk about shipping routes. Lorenzo shoots me a glare sharp enough to cut, but Noah leads him away. Aiden lingers, waiting until they're gone. He'll be good to you, he says quietly. I'm sure he will. He's sacrificing too. And I raised my sons with honor. I expect the same of you. The implication makes me bite my tongue. What's demanded of Noah will never match what's demanded of me. But I swallow it down. You don't need to worry. I didn't think so. His smile softens, almost warm. I look forward to you joining our family. I watch him leave, unease prickling my skin. I can't read him yet, but I'll need to. Soon enough, his word will weigh heavy on my life. Once the men are gone, I linger a moment. Then, heart-hammering, I set off, looking for my phantom. The thought thrills me. Reckless, dangerous, but alive. Lunch with Noah nearly put me to sleep. Hunting the man who terrifies me? That sets my blood on fire. The mansion's massive, and Kale could be anywhere. I check his suite, empty. The library, the billiards room, the gym, the den. Nothing. For someone built like a brick wall, he hides like smoke. I'm about to give up when I step onto the patio and see him walking through the garden. It's strange, this brutal man strolling among flowers. But maybe he's more than he seems. Or maybe not. Doesn't matter. I just need one sniff. But outside, the air betrays me. All I smell is earth and pollen. If I want proof, I'll have to get close. Too close. I open my mouth to invent an excuse, but he turns, fixing me with that glacial stare. Like he's peeling the skin from my face with his eyes. And God help me, he's breathtaking. The sharp jaw, the lips too full, the thick lashes shadowing his light eyes, muscles straining against his shirt, the weight of a weapon at his hip. My gaze drags down his chest before I can stop it, heat flooding my cheeks. "You look lost," he says, head tilting. His eyes burn into me. I should walk away. Lorenzo told me to, but I can't. "Your father and brother went into the city. I thought I'd see if you needed anything." "I don't." "Right. Good." I stand there, locked in place. His silence doesn't feel awkward. It feels like a duel. I blurt the first thing that comes to mind. "You like horror movies?" His brow lifts. "I don't watch movies." His voice rumbles heavy, and I flush. Of course not. His life's one long horror scene. I turn, humiliated, but his voice halts me. "If I do watch something, the bloodier the better." I laugh, despite myself. "That's exactly what I say. No gore, no point. You don't strike me as dark. And you don't strike me as the type to stroll through rose bushes. Yet here you are." A shadow of a smile flickers across his lips before he smothers it. "It's quiet." "I like quiet." "What else do you like?" "Solitude." "Sounds lonely." I push, refusing to retreat. "You seem like the metal type. Or, no, hardcore. The screaming stuff." "In a way," he murmurs, voice like a caress and a threat all at once. I edge closer, pretending it's casual. He stiffens, suspicion etched into every line of him, but I don't care. Just a little closer. Just one breath. "You ever cook?" I ask, trying to buy time. His eyes flash. "Only when I need a frying pan to crush someone's skull." My pulse stutters. "Wait. Really?" He arches a brow. "Would you leave me alone if I said yes?" "Probably not." I'd ask how it went down. His annoyance sharpens. "Didn't your brother warn you about me?" "He did." I'm ignoring it. "You seem harmless enough, lie." Blatant lie. "You should have listened," he growls, stepping back. "Go spend time with Noah." "Stop wasting it on me." "We're going to be family." Better to get comfortable now. "You won't see me much." "Then why come at all? To size me up?" His jaw ticks. His fists clench. He's choking something down, something he doesn't want me to see. He turns sharply, about to scare me off with all that dangerous energy. And I do the stupidest thing imaginable. I stumble forward, fake tripping, right into his arms. He catches me, his hands firm on my hips. For a heartbeat, I feel nothing but his heat and his strength. His fingers dig in like he can't let go. His lips part, eyes dark with hunger. I breathe in, and it slams into me. The scent. That same smoky, spicy, intoxicating scent. Memories flood me. All the stolen pieces of my life. The fuzzy pink towel, a single slipper, the porcelain jar with painted flowers, the mugs, the remotes, the little trinkets gone missing. Each one marked with this very smell. My phantom. It's him. The truth hits like a blow. Horror crawls over my skin. Kale Donovan has been stalking me for years, breaking into my apartment, taking pieces of me. And now I'm supposed to marry his brother. I tilt my head back, staring into his pale eyes. His lips hover near mine, and insane thoughts flash. What would he taste like? Would he bite, bruise, destroy me if I let him? My phantom. My nightmare. My obsession. Are you all right? His voice is low, strained, almost tender. Yeah, just. I push against his chest, forcing distance. I should go. His stare burns, darker now, hungrier. 7 years of haunting me. Now he's flesh and blood, standing inches away. And I'm horrified to realize part of me wants him. Stay safe, he says softly, like it costs him. I break. I turn and run, dignity shattering, panic clawing at me as I flee.
Chapter 9. Kale. The room is a haze of cigarette smoke. The bartender, old and unimpressed, slides another whiskey my way. It doesn't hit the way it should, but I leave him a thick tip to keep the glasses full. The place is nearly deserted, floors tacky with spilled beer and vomit. No one here recognizes me, and even if they did, they'd look the other way. One glance at me tonight, and they'd know. I look like a man ready to set fire to the world. It's Friday night, and every thought in my head circles back to her. My dove. Her mouth, her laugh, the raw panic in her eyes when it clashed with that undeniable pull between us. How her scent clung to me. How her body felt pressed into mine for those brief seconds. Going to Philadelphia was a mistake. I thought maybe seeing her beside Noah would kill this obsession, that watching her smile with him, knowing she'd be safe, knowing she'd have stability, might douse the fire raging in me. Instead, it burned hotter. Now it feels like barbed wire twisting inside my chest. The thought of her sharing his bed makes me want to tear my skin apart. Her carrying his children. I could cut myself to ribbons and still not feel pain that sharp. I down the whiskey. The cheap burn stings, but it's not enough. The bartender pours again, but he's skittish, like a rabbit in the presence of a starving wolf. What I want is blood. If I could grab some street scum and choke the life out of him, maybe that would soothe the storm tearing me up inside. Maybe if I watched the last spark drain from his eyes, I could silence these thoughts. But it wouldn't work. It's too late for me. I slam another glass, throw down cash, and stumble into the night. Not drunk, not sober. Caught in between. New York never sleeps. The city hums even after midnight. I wander block after block, practically daring someone to step out of the shadows. What I crave isn't a fight, though. It's her. The truth is, before she invaded my life, I felt nothing. For years, emptiness was all I knew. 7 years of treating her like something holy, and even then, emotions barely flickered. My only relief came from killing, or from stealing pieces of her life and pretending they belonged to me. But now everything is too much. The fury, the hunger, the jealousy, the obsession, and through it all, she glows in my mind. My dove, my saint. I picture her in the garden, sunlight on her skin. The way she stumbled into me, torn between kissing me and crying for help. That look was perfect, revulsion and desire colliding in her eyes. I shove money into a beggar's cup on the subway platform. The old man grins, grateful. Must have been a lot. The train rattles through the dark. A woman across from me, still in scrubs from her shift, watches me warily. I give her a smile. She shrinks away. By the time I surface again, my feet carry me to a house I shouldn't be at, my brother's. I stand at his door, shaking, my chest a storm. My hand presses the buzzer before I can stop myself. This is the worst idea I've ever had. Who the hell is buzzing at 2 a.m? Noah growls through the speaker. It's me. A pause. Kale? You serious right now? I need to talk. You know I'm getting married tomorrow? Now, Noah. Let me in. Another pause, then the lock clicks. I push inside. His place is in Riverdale. Quiet, leafy, moneyed. Not my world. The decorations are polished, the air too clean. A single lamp glows upstairs as he comes down in sweats and a t-shirt, hair mussed, annoyance written all over him. This better be worth it, he mutters, then squints at me. Christ, you look wrecked. I've been drinking. You smell like a sewer. Could be worse. He almost smiles, then leads me into the kitchen. He pours us both from a bottle of the good stuff. Smooth, strong, Irish. I'm guessing you're not here to give me brotherly advice, he says, leaning on the counter, keeping the island between us. No. I stare into my glass. The truth claws at me, but saying it out loud feels like betrayal. But this is Noah, my youngest brother. The one who always tried to do right, even when surrounded by corruption, still searching for his role, but loyal to the bone. If anyone deserves her, it's him. You know Dad didn't buy your excuse for coming to Philly, he says, sipping. I told him you were scouting, but I doubt he believed me. Didn't think he would. You gonna admit what this is really about? Or keep playing dumb? This is a mistake. A colossal mistake. But I take another swallow, letting the fire spread down my throat. The Vitales will need someone to handle things in Philly, I say, forcing calm. Dad will want Malachi. But I can make sure it's you. His eyebrows jump. I thought that was already mine. Nothing's guaranteed. You know how Dad works. He lets out a bitter laugh. Yeah, always dangling the carrot just out of reach. Malachi is solid. Rowan's busy with his own empire. And me, you know what I am. You're the stalker, he says flatly. So why would Dad listen to you? Because I'm the oil that keeps his machine running. More like the blood. I don't deny it. It'd be a big job. Bigger than anything you've had. He eyes me. What's the price? There it is. He's ambitious. Always hungry to prove himself. This could be his chance. And if he takes it, he'll climb higher than ever. The words burn like acid in my mouth, but I say them anyway. Let me marry her instead. He doesn't flinch, doesn't laugh, just takes another drink. My pulse slams in my ears. My chest feels tight, raw. I'm at his mercy, and I hate it. You care about her that much? He asks. No, I rasp. It's worse than that. Love is too small a word, too pathetic. What I feel isn't love. It's worship, devotion. She owns me, body and soul. Then why? If you're giving me Philly, all that's left is her. It doesn't matter. Just give her to me. This is your out. He studies me, glass in hand. His next words cut deep. I need to know. Are you going to hurt her? The glass in my fist explodes against the counter. Liquor splashes everywhere, shards digging into my skin. Blood seeps down my hand. I'd never touch her like that, I snarl. For a split second, real fear flashes in his eyes. Then he hides it. All right, he says quietly, grabbing paper towels. But you're bleeding all over my kitchen. Switch with me. Let me have her. He doesn't answer right away. just cleans up the glass, calm as ever. I patch my own hand, trembling. Finally, he says, "I'll think about it." That's not good enough. I need time. You're too wound up. There is no time. There's always time. Tomorrow's the wedding. If you still feel the same in the morning, ask me again. I curse under my breath, fury and despair clawing at me. He's not saying yes, not saying no, leaving me in limbo. He heads upstairs, voice echoing down. Go home, Kale. Big day tomorrow. I stay in the kitchen, bleeding, broken, and burning. I've just shown him the ugliest part of me, my desperation, my obsession. And it still wasn't enough. Because tomorrow, she'll be at the altar. And I don't know which brother she'll face.
Chapter 10. Liana. How does it feel being the one in the white dress this time? Lucy hums around me, fixing a stray curl, dabbing at my lips, fussing like a mother hen. I think about it, then answer honestly. Awful. She laughs softly, though her eyes look heavy with sympathy. We're tucked inside the bridal suite of some fancy Manhattan venue, far away from Philly, far away from home. Not too long ago, you were the one bossing everyone around with a clipboard, she says, sitting beside me. I remember it clearly. My brother's wedding, celebrated to the soundtrack of a car bomb detonating outside. Their love was forged in chaos, but somehow it grew into something fierce and true. They've got a little girl now, and they're still crazy about each other. The planner, a stranger hired by the Donovans, peeks her head in. 10 minutes. How's the bride? Fantastic, I snap, then instantly regret it. Lucy smooths it over. She'll be fine. Thanks for the update. The woman flashes a fake smile and vanishes. I face the mirror again. The reflection is flawless. Every strand of hair, every line of makeup, the gown. Perfect, but none of it touches the pit in my stomach. Lucy pours champagne. I take the glass and half empty it in one go. When did you know? I ask quietly. My nerves are a mess. She raises her brows. Know what? That he was the one. Lorenzo, I mash my hands together to mime electricity. Her lips twitch. You want the truth? Probably not. But yes. The first second I saw him. Not love yet, but sparks. Like static you can't shake. I get it, I groan. I've got more sparks with this champagne than with Noah. Lucy's expression falters. Liana, my story isn't normal. Noah's handsome, polite, sweet, and about as thrilling as a damp rag, I mutter, swallowing more bubbles. So, what am I supposed to do? She squeezes my hand. Get through today. Then figure it out. Maybe it'll grow. And if it doesn't, you'll still find a way. You always do. But the dread won't leave me. Because the truth is, I haven't been thinking about Noah at all. Every night it's the same dream, spice and musk filling my lungs, then Kale there beside me, pressing me into sheets, stealing kisses, stealing breath. Should I take your lips? Should I keep your hands? He breaks me apart, and I wake up gasping, wishing he was real. How did it come to this? I asked around, quietly, carefully. The answers only made him sound worse. They call him the Phantom, the Donovans' killer. He strangles, he disappears people. Cold, merciless. And yet I still leaned into him in the garden, desperate for one more inhale. I wish I hadn't, because now I know the truth. Kale Donovan has been slipping into my suite for 7 years, taking little things, leaving behind that scent. He's my phantom. But I still don't know why. Our families barely crossed paths. I shouldn't exist to him. So why me? At least he's not here today, I asked. No one's seen him. He's such a monster, he couldn't even show up to his own brother's wedding. Strange relief, but relief all the same. Lucy tops off my glass. Here's to marriage. You'll be happy, Liana. You're strong enough. I hope so. We clink. The door opens again. The planner steps in, listening to her earpiece, her face tightening. It's time, she says, too bright. Then mutters to whoever's on the other end. Wait, really? Are you sure? But... She cuts off, plasters on a smile for me. Ready for you now. We should hurry. My chest tightens, but I rise. There's no escaping. Hundreds of mobsters, politicians, and society darlings are waiting. The show goes on. Lucy hugs me, whispers encouragement, then gets ushered toward the aisle. I lose sight of her. Planning to bolt? Lorenzo appears at my side. I should be furious. He's the reason I'm here, but I'm oddly grateful. Tempted. Would you let me? For a minute. But those heels won't get you far. I glance down at the stilettos. Please, I could run 110 flat. The heel would snap. Then 9.5. He smirks, pats my hand. It'll be fine. I won't abandon you. You'd better not. This means power, connections. Lorenzo. I cut him off, sharp. I don't care. Shut up. He nods once. Silence between us. Brother and sister bound in fire. He destroys. I try to heal. That's always been our difference. The planner hovers nervously. It's time. Mr. Vitale, I didn't know about the switch. Lorenzo frowns. What switch? She pales. You don't know. What switch? I demand. She starts. Your husband. But staff wave her quiet, and Lorenzo pulls me forward. What the hell did she mean? He growls. I can't answer. The ballroom erupts in music and light. Faces turn. Vitale allies smile politely. Donovan strangers watch like vultures. Lorenzo's stride falters. He stops. The march keeps playing, but whispers ripple through the crowd. Move, I hiss. No, he says tightly. Liana. Look. I follow his gaze. Lucy's in the front row, pale, eyes wet. Then I see who's at the altar. Not Noah, Kale, my phantom, my nightmare, my obsession in a tux. He looks lethal. The suit clings to muscle like it was sewn on him. Tattoos crawl up his throat and hands. His hair's slightly wild, eyes cutting through me like knives. His mouth is a hard line. Lust, hate, hunger all pressed into one. Lorenzo curses under his breath. Those bastards switched them. I glance at the Donovan patriarch. He motions for us to continue. Hundreds of powerful men stare. None of them want this scene dragged out. But it was supposed to be Noah. And instead, it's their killer. Lorenzo's jaw clenches. Walk. We'll fix it later. This is insane! Don't humiliate us. Go. I stumble forward, trapped. Lucy mouths, I'm sorry. I can't tear my eyes from Kale. He's furious. He's hungry. And somehow, impossibly, he looks like he belongs exactly where he's standing. You're not Noah, I whisper. No, he says smoothly. I'm not. What's happening? He takes my hands as the priest begins. His voice is low, velvet, dangerous. I'm yours forever, my saint. The world tilts. The vows blur. The rings slide on. My pulse roars in my ears. Lorenzo sits stone-faced in the front pew, offering no lifeline. And then the words come. You may now kiss the bride. I open my mouth to scream. Kyle doesn't give me the chance. He hauls me against him, hand firm on my back, fingers pressing into silk. I gasp, breathing him in, my phantom, my addiction. He tastes like his scent, hot and dark and consuming. His tongue takes, his lips command. The kiss wrecks me. And when he finally pulls away, the hall erupts in cheers. Lucy's at my side in a flash, tugging me off. My head spins, my lips burn. I just married a monster, and God help me. I wanted that kiss.
Chapter 11. Kyle. I ought to put a bullet in your skull. My father growls, and the fury in his eyes tells me he's not exaggerating. We're in Noah's groom suite, the wedding still carrying on below as if nothing happened. But nothing is the same. Nothing will ever be the same. Because I kissed her, and I feel untouchable. Even with my family glaring, calling me reckless, cursing that I've destroyed months of careful planning, I've never been higher. Her lips were soft clouds, her taste like something holy. The tiny sound she made when I pressed deeper, it's still ringing in my skull like a hymn. It's taking all my willpower not to get hard thinking about it. God, no damned man like me should know what paradise feels like, but I do. Kyle, are you even listening? Dad's face is scarlet, fists balled at his sides. Rowan leans against the wall with his arms crossed tight. Malachi sits at the table already working on a drink. Only my mother looks composed. The Vitales are going to burn us for this. My father keeps going. You can't just trade places with your brother. Where the hell is Noah anyway? Home, I answer flatly. Dad swears under his breath. Unbelievable. I expect idiocy from Malachi. Hey, what the fuck? Malachi mutters, lifting his glass. But not from you. My father's pacing now. I thought the work steadied you. That maybe all the blood gave you balance. But maybe it's fried what little sanity you had left. I was broken long before the blood. I murmur, half here, half still at that altar. You'll go to Lorenzo, Dad barks. You'll bow your head, apologize, explain it away. We'll arrange another ceremony. Quiet, private. Noah marries the girl like we planned. No. The word tears out of me, low and sharp. Rage surges through my bones. My hands clench. For the first time in my life, I want to aim my fury at them. They freeze. They've seen me angry. They know what I am. But never have I turned it inward, toward family. Have you lost your damn mind? My father demands. I'm Liana's husband now. That doesn't change. He staggers back. You wanted this? I struck a deal with Noah. I take the bride. He takes the Vitale business. Dad's jaw works. You think I'd trust him with that? You will. Because if you don't, I walk. And I take every secret I've buried with me. My voice is calm. Too calm. I've never been more certain of anything. Rowan bristles. You're threatening your own father? I don't look away. That's the arrangement. Noah steps up. I stay married. That's the only path forward. The air thickens. My father looks seconds from pulling a gun. Rowan's shoulders coil tight. Malachi just drains his glass, muttering. And then my mother cuts through the silence. Let him keep her. Dad whirls on her, incredulous. You can't be serious. She shrugs, watching me with unsettling curiosity. He wants her. Let him have her. And Noah? Noah's ready. Give him the job. Dad curses, storms to the drink cart, pours himself a whiskey. My whole family's gone insane. Creative problem solving, she replies smoothly. That's all it is. But if Don Vitale won't buy it, she adds, turning to me, then it goes back to the original plan. Lorenzo's face flashes in my mind. Hard, furious, unmovable. Winning him over won't be easy. I'll handle it, I say firmly. Before anyone can answer, the suite door slams open. Lorenzo storms in, face twisted, gun tucked at his waist. 3 of his men shadow him. What the fuck is going on? His voice is pure venom. Shut the door, my father snaps. To my surprise, the Vitale soldiers obey. Lorenzo doesn't flinch at being in a room full of Donovans. That alone earns a flicker of respect. This is bullshit, Aiden, he snaps at my father. Rowan stiffens, Malachi straightens, but I don't move. Lorenzo's right. I swear, Don Vitale, Dad starts. What my husband means, Mom interrupts smoothly, is that we believed Kale was the stronger match for your sister. Lorenzo's gaze lands on me, hard and sharp. Unacceptable. Noah's not happening, Dad growls. Kale's the groom now. Then there's no alliance, no marriage, months of work down the drain, and every other family on the coast will know you're untrustworthy. Don Vitale, wait. Your words mean nothing. Lorenzo cuts him off. He's steady now, past rage, locked into determination. And I know it. Once he decides, he doesn't bend. Unless I make him. Lorenzo, a word. Just you and me. The room stills. Lorenzo hesitates, then tilts his head, considering. Why the hell would I do that? Because maybe I can convince you this was the right call. Malachi mutters, bad idea, bro. You're not exactly Mr. Diplomacy. Quiet, Rowan snaps. Finally, Lorenzo exhales. 2 minutes. Everyone out, I order. Dad starts to argue, but Mom tugs him along. Let them sort it. Rowan and Malachi follow, grumbling. The door shuts. Now it's just me and him. This was on me, I say first. Not my parents. He studies me, then nods once. I can believe that. But why? I think of 7 years' worth of nights sneaking into Liana's room, stealing her scent, her things, her essence. I think of the obsession I could never confess. I won't insult you with excuses, I say instead. Noah's a good man. He would have treated her well. But good isn't enough. She'll have a target on her back the moment this alliance goes public. And a good man won't keep her alive. I will. Lorenzo's jaw tightens. You saying my family can't protect her? I'm saying I can. Personally. I'll bury anyone that tries to touch her. I'll flood this city with graves if I have to. Silence. His eyes search mine. He knows I mean it. You're a killer, not a bodyguard, he says carefully. I'll be whatever she needs. His brow furrows. Why do you care so much? Because family is everything, and because she's mine. He sighs, runs a hand through his hair. If your father had come to me with this weeks ago, maybe. But springing it at the altar, it's humiliating. I grit my teeth. The urge to strangle him flares, but killing him solves nothing. I'll take the blame. Twist the story however you want. Just let it stand. I'm the right husband for Liana. He pours himself a whiskey, tosses it back, grimaces. She has to agree. If she refuses, it's over. She won't. He laughs darkly. You sure about that? She's furious. I'll talk to her. You probably shouldn't. He shakes his head. But fuck it. Go ahead. I move for the door, pulse hammering. My palms sweat. I don't remember the last time I felt nerves like this. Lorenzo calls after me. Just know this. If you hurt her, it's the end of your entire family. I pause, look back at him. My voice is steady. I'd never lay a hand on her. Not ever. And for once in my life, every word is true.
Chapter 12. Liana, I paced the length of the bridal suite, clutching a glass of champagne so full it nearly sloshes over. How the hell did this happen? I mutter before gulping half of it down. What's even going on right now? Lucy wrings her hands, her nerves written all over her face. I don't know, Bea. Honestly, this is insane. When I saw him standing up there... She shudders hard, shaking her head. The Donovans phantom. Why would they ever want him tied to you? I almost defend him, bite back the urge before it slips out. Because she's right. Kale's reputation is monstrous. He's a butcher wrapped in human skin. Agreeing to marry him is like dousing myself in blood and stepping into a shark tank. Yet deep down, I don't feel like he's dangerous to me. Not once in 7 years has he hurt me. He's invaded my space, stolen little pieces of my life, but there was always some unspoken line. He never crossed into my bedroom, never took anything that couldn't be replaced. And over time, I started to connect that strange scent, my phantom, with safety, which is messed up as hell. Now I don't know what to do. I said the vows. I kissed him. We did it in front of half the underworld's royalty. Undoing it now? That would be catastrophic. Both families would look like liars. The Vitales, the Donovans, reputation shredded, alliances ruined, deals dead. We'd be a joke. What if I just... stayed? The words escape in a whisper. I don't even look at Lucy. I can't bear to see her face. She doesn't answer right away. Finally, she exhales. That's only if Lorenzo even lets you. He looked ready to kill someone. But if I did stay? My chest tightens. Would it be insane? Completely stupid? I glance at her, desperation digging claws into me, because all I can think about is that kiss that cracked me open. It wouldn't be stupid, she says cautiously, as if weighing each word. But it could be dangerous? Because he's violent? Because he's him. She stands, pacing now. You don't know Kale. I didn't know Noah either. At least Noah doesn't get off strangling people. I grimace. She's not wrong. So what am I supposed to do? Her helpless look mirrors mine. A sob claws at my throat. My whole body feels like it might break apart. A knock rattles the door. Then again. Lucy rushes to open it and freezes. Kale steps inside, massive and silent, filling the doorway. My pulse spikes into my throat. If he's here, Lorenzo must have allowed it. And I know there are a dozen armed soldiers just outside, ready to storm in if I so much as scream. We need to talk, he says, voice low and rumbling. It sends a chill straight down my spine and heat flooding low in my belly. Lucy shoots me a panicked look. She doesn't want to leave. But I nod. It's fine. My eyes stay locked on Kyle's, my husband, my phantom, my captor. This won't take long. Yell if you need me, she whispers, slipping out. The door clicks shut. He doesn't move closer, just looms there, broad shoulders straining against his tux, tattoos curling up his hands and throat. On his left hand, I catch letters, D. On his right, an L. A shiver rolls down me. My gaze drifts up to his lips, those lips that shattered me at the altar, and finally, back to his piercing blue eyes. Why? I whisper. I expect him to charge across the room, but he doesn't. He stands locked in place, like he's fighting himself. His whole body hums with tension. He smells like smoke and spice, that intoxicating scent that's haunted me for years. Noah wasn't enough for you, he says at last, voice crawling down my neck. My breath stutters. This is insane. The fact he let me take his place tells you everything. You should have told me first. Maybe. You should have told my brother at least. My grip tightens on the glass. You can't just keep breaking into my life. His jaw shifts. His eyes narrow slightly, and I know. He recognizes what I'm saying. He knows I've connected the dots. That's the problem, Liana. I can't stop. He finally steps closer, slow and deliberate. I tried, but I'm weak, and I couldn't let Noah have you when he wasn't enough. You keep saying that. My voice wavers. I don't even understand what you mean. Noah seemed nice. His snarl cuts me off. Nice will get you killed. He catches himself, reins it back in. Noah's a good man, but you're walking into a slaughterhouse. You need a monster to survive. You're the monster? I throw back the rest of my drink, my hand trembling. That's your pitch? I didn't want this marriage either, he says, closer now. Then why? Because you'll need me. Every cell in my body screams at me to run, but another force, darker, deeper, pulls me toward him. You think too highly of yourself, I snap. He shakes his head. No, Dove. Men will come for you, and Noah won't be enough. I told your brother, and he knows it. That's why I'm here. If Lorenzo agreed, he would have told me. I laugh suddenly, bitter and sharp. Oh my God! Lorenzo said it's my choice, didn't he? That's what this is. You need me to say yes. His silence is answer enough. Be smart, Liana, he says finally. With me, you'll be untouchable. Noah's decent. I'm pure evil. That's what will keep you alive. You're wrong. I square my shoulders. That's what you'll never understand. I hate this life. I've spent years trying to balance the blood with good. Grace House, volunteering, building something that matters. Lorenzo promised me a foundation. That's the only reason I agreed to any of this. Your darkness doesn't tempt me, Kyle. It disgusts me. He flinches just barely, but I see it. I'll give you the foundation, he says, voice rough. I'll give you funding, contacts, whatever it takes. I'll bleed myself dry to make it happen, Dove. Why do you keep calling me that? He ignores the question, steps closer. You hate me. You should, but use me. Be the light I can't reach. If I'm darkness, let me be the fuel for your fire. He clenches his fists, and I finally make out the ink. One hand reads light, the other, dark, with a small black cross at his thumb. Light and dark. And the terrifying part is, I believe him. He would give me anything. He'd destroy himself to make it happen. If I let him. If I accept being tied to a killer. 2 conditions, I blurt, my voice shaking. Name them. 1, I hold up a finger. You deliver. Every promise, no excuses. Done. 2, another finger rises. We have a first dance. Out there, in front of everyone. His brows lift in surprise. I bite back a grin. Because I know he'll hate it, and judging by the look on his face, I'm right. But after a beat, he nods. 1 dance, then you're mine. The crowd stirs as I'm led onto the dance floor. Lucy sticks close, whispering, Are you sure? I already told Lorenzo, I murmur back. She clenches her jaw, glances at her husband. I'll talk to him later. Don't, I say softly. It's okay. The crowd parts. Kale emerges stiff and grim, walking like he's headed for execution. I paste a smile onto my face as the host announces, Mr. and Mrs. Kale Donovan's first dance. The crowd chuckles at the slip, but I feel every stare like a knife. Then his hands find my hips, and I breathe him in. My phantom, my nightmare, my ruin. The music kicks in. We sway awkwardly at first. The song's too fast, too cheerful, but he moves well, and I hate how much I like his touch. Who picked this? I laugh nervously. Not me. He almost smirks. Maybe Noah. It fits though, doesn't it? His eyes darken as he leans in. Why would you say that? I swallow, heart pounding. I don't know. Whatever you think you know about me, he murmurs, lips inches from mine. You're wrong. My body trembles. This whole dance thing was stupid. Finally, Something we agree on. His grip tightens. But it's what you wanted, and that's what I do now. Dance to Motown? Give you what you want. The host calls for everyone to join in. The floor floods with bodies, strangers pressing in. Kale's grip stays iron hard, his stare searing into me, and I know, with absolute certainty, that I've stepped into something I'll never escape. Noah would have been safe. Boring, but safe. Kale? He's the devil, and I just signed my soul away. The first chance I get, I tear myself free and bolt from the floor, breath ragged, heart breaking, leaving my phantom behind. Chapter 13. Liana. Are you absolutely sure it's too late for me to back out? I ask, gazing at the tall brownstone in front of us. It sits in Mott Haven, a Bronx neighborhood that seems caught between worlds. Half-renovated, polished streets in some parts, and half-collapsed shells of buildings with busted windows and rusting cars in others. It's too late, Lorenzo replies firmly. Aiden would lose his damn mind. A faint smirk tugs at his lips. Though I'd pay good money to see that bastard sweat after what they pulled. Don't pin this on him. From what I heard, it was all Noah and Kale's doing. He lets out a rough laugh. What a wedding! I'm shocked no one ended up in a coffin. It was close. For a second, I thought you were going to keel over. Felt like it. He sighs and glances at me. For a rare moment, his Mafia Don mask slips, and I see my brother, the boy who used to sneak me cookies when our father wasn't looking. You know if something feels wrong, you call me. No hesitation. And you'll come racing up from Philly to rescue me? 1.5 hours, tops. I shake my head, forcing a smile. It's fine, Lorenzo. Kale's intense, but I don't think he'll hurt me. His jaw tightens, his glare locked on the house. We'll see. I just wish it hadn't gone down this messy. That wasn't the future I pictured for you. I know, I say softly. You worked hard for this. I get it. You're my sister. I don't want you thinking I'm dumping you here and walking away. His grip tightens on the wheel. But this alliance, it matters. Does it? My voice drops. Lorenzo, you run a criminal empire. It feels ridiculous to say that out loud, but it's true. Is it really worth this? We protect ours. You protect our people. Everyone else. I gesture out the window. They're not our concern. Do you think anyone out there would lift a finger to help you? Grace House would. That's different. I'm not sure it is. He exhales hard, irritation sparking in his tone. I'm not having this argument again. You hate what we do. I know, but this is life. I fall silent. He'll never see it my way. He's too deep in the world we were born into. Sometimes, on darker days, I almost see his point. Everything feels broken anyway. Maybe it doesn't matter if we're part of the breaking. Lorenzo does take care of his people. He gives back when he can. That's the constant push and pull. We destroy, then we rebuild. I just wish we could skip the destruction altogether. Thanks for the ride, I murmur, pushing the door open. Don't let it end on a fight. He pops the trunk. Neatly stacked boxes fill the space. I'll help carry your things in. Movers will drop the rest in an hour. Funny how I managed to collect so much crap. Not funny at all, he mutters. Not to the guy paying your credit card bill. I jab his arm lightly. Relax, at least you're rid of me now. The look on his face says that doesn't make him feel better. I haul a box and head up the stoop. Lorenzo follows, shadow at my heels. The The buzzer clicks, the lock releases, and I push the door open. Straight into a wall of muscle. "I've got you," Kyle says, steadying me with one broad hand at the small of my back. He plucks the box from my arms like it's weightless. "You scared me." I step back, pressing against his chest before pulling away. My eyes meet his, dark, unreadable, unshakable. He nods once to Lorenzo and turns. "Welcome home," Lorenzo mutters as we trail behind Kale down a hall and into the main living space. The house surprises me. Wide plank hardwood floors, an old fireplace crowned with a flat-screen TV, clean furniture that looks barely used. But what shocks me most? Plants. Everywhere. Pots crowd every surface, vines curling down from high shelves, leaves pressed against sunlit windows. Ivy, ferns, succulents, snake plants. I lose count. "Looks like a damn jungle," Lorenzo whispers. Louder, he asks, "Where do you want her boxes?" "Anywhere. I'll sort later." Kale drops mine on a heavy farmhouse table, eyes hard. "I'll get the rest." With his help, it doesn't take long. The tension between him and Lorenzo is thick enough to choke on, and I can't wait for my brother to leave. As soon as the last box is set down, I hustle Lorenzo to the door and hug him tight. "Tell Alessia and Lucy I love them." My voice stays light, brave, while inside, dread coils tight. "You sure about this?" He glances past me toward the looming figure in the doorway. "Not even a little," I admit, "but it's too late. And don't forget, this was your idea." "Not exactly." He forces a weak smile, hugs me once more. "Call me if you need anything. And there'll be a Vitale liaison nearby. Use him." "I'll be fine. Go home to your family." He lingers, then finally leaves. Watching him drive off feels like watching the last piece of safety disappear. "Is that everything?" Kyle asks once I step back inside. We both stare at the neat little towers of boxes. "Not even close." His brows lift. "How much more?" "Enough." "I don't like vague." "What's wrong? Afraid you'll have to evict some of your precious plants?" I fold my arms, smirking. "Didn't take you for the gardening type." "I've done enough killing." His eyes pin me in place and a chill runs through me. It's good to keep something alive. God. He's not joking. My nightmare husband is a killer and a gardener. Please tell me you don't have flowers in the bedroom. Who said anything about your bedroom? I blink at him. You did make up a bed for me, right? I poke my head into the rooms upstairs. Empty, empty, empty. Only one is furnished, a large master with a restored bathroom. My stomach sinks. This is it? His silence is answer enough. You're kidding. Do I look like I joke? No, I mutter. Not even a little. I storm into the next room, a study lined with books and old wood. The second I breathe in, it hits me. That smell, my phantom, stronger here than anywhere. The room spins. I grab a shelf to steady myself. You okay? His hand finds my back, steady and warm. I shove away, forcing steel into my spine. I'm not sleeping in your bed. His hand drops. Don't see many other choices. Beds are cheap. I push past him. One last door catches my eye. I try the handle. It's locked. What's in here? Not your concern. Secret stash of corpses? Those are in the river. See? That's you being funny. Actually, you said I wasn't funny. I storm back, strip blankets and sheets from a closet, and march downstairs. Fine. I'll take the couch until IKEA saves me. My wife doesn't sleep in the living room. Are you volunteering? His jaw hardens. Absolutely not. Good. Then we're in agreement. I throw the bedding down. Why do you even care? He studies me for a long, unblinking moment. My chest tightens. He's been my phantom for 7 years, my stalker, my shadow. And yet we've barely spoken of it. We both pretend, dancing around the truth. I don't do things halfway, he says finally. Big surprise. I square my shoulders, forcing strength into my voice. Here's how it works. We're partners. Not lovers, not a couple. Strictly an arrangement. Clear? No. My jaw clenches. You can't just... I can. And I did. He picks up my pillow, unbothered. This stays with me. Fine. I'll manage my arms crossed tighter. Or are you planning to drag me upstairs yourself? The look in his eyes tells me he's tempted. Too tempted. And God help me, a part of me is tempted too. Before either of us can push it, the doorbell rings. Relief floods me. Movers. By the time everything's piled in, I'm drained. The couch is scratchy, the house too quiet, too strange. I drift, half dozing, until a creak snaps my eyes open. Kyle. Barefoot in the kitchen, bare chest gleaming under tattoos, muscles sharp in the dim light. My pulse skips. What are you doing? My voice is husky with sleep. Water. His eyes cut to me. Were you watching me? He ignores the question. You're uncomfortable. Come to bed. There is no bed. That's your room. This is mine. It's 2 a.m. You'll rest better upstairs. I'm fine here. You're not. He crouches beside me, voice soft now. I won't touch you. Not unless you ask. I just want you to be comfortable. My chest squeezes. He's too close, too beautiful. And I'm exhausted. What's the harm? My tired brain whispers. Promise you won't touch me, I murmur. You have my word, he says, low and sure. I'll never lie to you. I exhale, swing my legs off the couch. He offers his hand. Fine. But this bed better be worth it. The faint curve of his mouth tells me he thinks he's won. Arrogant bastard. But the second I sink into the mattress, my body sighs in relief. It's heaven, soft sheets, cloud-like comfort. And it smells like him, my phantom, my monster, my strange, twisted comfort. Good night, he whispers. Night, stalker, I murmur back, already half asleep. Chapter 14. Liana. I roll onto my side, sinking deeper into the sheets, inhaling the scent that clings to them. God, it smells good, warm, woodsy, addictive. And this bed? Pure heaven. It's like sleeping on a damn cloud. I thought my mattress back home was decent, but compared to this? Not even close. My eyes snap open and my chest tightens. For a second, I forget where I am. Then it hits me. I'm not in Philly. I'm in his house. Panic floods me as I glance at the other side of the bed, bracing myself to find Kale sprawled there, shirtless and smug. But the space is empty, just the dent his body left and the sheets tossed aside. Relief sweeps through me so hard I nearly laugh. The last thing I wanted was to face him first thing in the morning. I swore I'd resist. I'd hold my ground. Couch only, no caving. But somehow, last night, he lured me upstairs, weaving his spell, pulling me straight into his stupidly perfect bed like some dark Pied Piper of sleep. Now I'm ruined, spoiled, rotten. How am I supposed to go back to that lumpy couch? I groan, grinding my hips into the mattress like it'll prove a point. I hate him. God, I hate him. Curling tighter into the sheets, I can't help the smile spreading across my face. He's pure evil. Eventually, I drag myself up. My clothes are still in the spare room, so I sneak over, grab what I need, and change quickly, all while imagining Kale bursting in at the worst possible moment. Because with my luck, he'd time it perfectly. Me bent over, half naked, completely screwed. Fortunately, I manage without incident. By the time I head downstairs, it's just past 7. I'm craving coffee, maybe toast, only to freeze at the sight before me. Kyle. He's in the living room, dressed in workout gear, sweat still glistening across his chest and arms as the sunlight cuts through the windows. In his hands? A watering can. He's tending his plants. And not carelessly. No, he's gentle. He lifts leaves, sprays some with mist, checks soil with careful fingers, pours just enough water into each pot. It's deliberate, patient, like each one matters. I stand there staring like an idiot. How can he, the Donovans phantom, the guy known for strangling people with his bare hands, be this tender? Those fists are for breaking jaws, snapping bones. Yet here he is, caressing green leaves like they're precious. My throat tightens as a forbidden image slides into my brain. Those same hands on me, careful, intentional, worshipful. Oh God, am I seriously jealous of plants right now? There's coffee, he says without looking at me, voice calm, like he knew I'd been watching. I jolt, heat rushing to my cheeks. Sorry, I didn't mean to, I heard you come down. His eyes flick toward me. You stomp like you're waking the dead. I do not. I'm graceful. You lumber. I float. The corner of his mouth twitches. Is that almost a smile? You're right. You're a dove. My eyes narrow. You've called me that before. What does it mean? Nothing important. He turns back to the plants. I've been told to drive you to work in an hour. That throws me. Already? I didn't think things would start this soon. Your brother and my father want business moving. Of course Lorenzo does, I mutter, heading to the kitchen. The smell of rich coffee greets me, and I find a sleek carafe waiting. I pour myself a mug, add cream, and nearly groan at the taste. I'd pegged Kale as a black coffee-only kind of guy. Maybe I was wrong. We leave in 45 minutes. He appears in the doorway, emptying his watering can before setting it aside. Need any help getting ready? From you? No thanks. I can handle dressing myself. His lips press together again, that almost smile lurking. I'd be happy to assist. Bet you would. I turn so he doesn't see my grin. But don't worry. I'll manage. How well do you know New York? Not at all, but I bluff. I've got a phone. I'll figure it out. You're not going alone. I'd rather not get chauffeured by my husband like some teenager heading to her first job. Teenagers don't usually get married. You know what I mean. He steps closer and I freeze as his scent, sweat and spice, wraps around me. It's unfair how good he smells. You're not hearing me. You're my responsibility now. That means I drive you. I'm not your puppy. I don't need a leash. Maybe not, but you don't have to do everything alone anymore. Thanks for the coffee, I snap, storming out. His gaze follows me all the way up the stairs. Where do I even go? The empty room with my boxes? Back into his room? Nothing in this house feels like mine. Overwhelmed, I stop, blinking fast, refusing to cry. This is my life now. Fighting it won't change a damn thing. I just wish my husband didn't make it harder. Have a good day at the office, Dove, he says smoothly as he pulls up outside a tall Art Deco building, its carved facade crowded with people. We're not making this a thing. I shove the door open. Think of it as a routine. I'm getting a car, or a subway pass, maybe a motorcycle. His face hardens. Not happening. Sounds like a plan. I blow him a mocking kiss and slam the door. Why am I so mad? He didn't even say much on the ride here, mostly kept quiet, which gave me time to stare out the window and map out my new world. But still, something about him grates. Inside, the lobby is sleek. Marble floors, gleaming brass. The security guard waves me through like he was expecting me. Before long, a familiar face appears from the elevator bank. Liana Vitale, Leo says brightly. Good to see you. You're my liaison? I blink. Last I knew, he worked the depots under Luca. Got a promotion. He offers his hand, overly formal. Come with me? Why are you suddenly Mr. Professional? Got to act the part. He squares his shoulders, all business, though the smirk doesn't quite hide. You're doing great, I tease. He grins wide. Thanks, B. I mean, Mrs. Vitale. It's Mrs. Donovan now. Oh, hell. Right. He cringes. I'll get this. Sorry. I pat his shoulder. Relax. We'll survive. We step off on the 5th floor into a half-empty office space. Rows of desks, but not many workers. Some don't even have computers. What is this? I ask. Welcome to Grocery Direct. Noah Donovan strolls from a corner office, giving me a smooth smile and a lazy wave. Glad you're here. We deliver food, Leo adds as he steers us into a conference room. I blink. Really? Isn't that market dominated by DoorDash and Uber? They exchange a look. Noah laughs quietly. We're not really delivering groceries. It clicks. My head drops into my hands. Drugs. Of course. Mostly legal, Leo blurts. Mostly? I grit out. So we're what? A weed delivery service? And a few extras, Noah admits sheepishly. It's a work in progress. I hold up a hand. Stop. I don't want details. You probably should. Noah starts. No. Spare me. I sigh. I'll run the clean side. I'll try to make it profitable, but I don't want to hear about your side unless I absolutely have to. Leo leans back, grinning. Don't worry, B. We got it covered. Noah tilts his head at me. You're sure? It won't blow back? I'm sure. I'm the front, right? The name on paper. Keep me clean and let me focus on what I came here to do. I've got my own plans. Noah studies me, then nods, seemingly satisfied. I glare at them both. They're going to be trouble. I can feel it. But that's for later. Now, one of you show me to my office. I've got work to do, probably.
Chapter 15. Kyle. I watch Liana disappear through the glass doors of the office building. My eyes don't move. I track every person that passes, catalog faces, imagine threats, bombs, shootings, even some lunatic crashing a plane into the roof. Every horror plays on repeat in my head as my grip tightens around the steering wheel. I can't bring myself to drive off. This game between us, her pushing me away, me wanting to pull her in, it's torture. Last night nearly ruined me. She caught me standing over her while she slept, and I barely covered it. Not that it mattered. After that, sleep was impossible. Not with my saint lying in my bed. Why the hell did I let that happen? She's consuming me. One moment, I'm frantic over the thought of someone hurting her. The next, I'm drowning in darker fantasies, pinning her beneath me, making her tremble, hearing her whisper my name in a mix of terror and desire. My phone rings, snapping the thread of thought. Rage flares so sharp I nearly hurl it out the window. Dad's voice cuts through. How's married life? He doesn't sound amused. She's fine. At work now. And you? I glance at the building again, refusing to admit the truth, that I'm parked outside like a deranged stalker, watching over her every breath. Home. He doesn't buy it. I can hear it in his silence. I've got a job. Delicate one. I straighten in the seat. Name? Yuri Orlov. My pulse jumps. Not fear, but a flash of concern. You're certain? Positive. Handle it. The line goes dead. I lower the phone slowly, my mind grinding. Yuri Orlov, of all people. My father rarely gives me a target without explanation. But this time, no details, just a name. It makes me itch to demand answers. Instead, I stay put. My gaze drags back to the office doors. What if Liana leaves early and something happens? What if someone storms the place and I'm not there? I'll go mad. I force myself to start the BMW. Work, I mutter. Focus. But the only thing I want is her. Yuri Orlov looks like a walking block of concrete. Buzzed hair, flat chin, no angles except sharp, and arms thick enough to strangle a bear. Nephew to the Pakan, high in their ranks. Runs most of their street-level drug operations, which thankfully makes him predictable. Easy to find. Strange, though. My father usually avoids direct hits on the Bratva's inner circle. Sending me after Yuri is bold or reckless. I shadow him through the city. He finally pulls into a derelict alley in the Bronx, parking like it's routine. Another car arrives. A few men climb out, young Russians by the look of them. They vanish into the shadows with Yuri trailing behind. I stay back, patient. 10 minutes later, the men return alone. They pile into their SUV and peel off. Yuri doesn't come with them. He's still in the alley. Alone. Opportunity, but dangerous. My chest tightens. If it weren't for Liana waiting at home, I'd never act this fast. But I need this over with. I can't waste nights stalking when she's unguarded. I tuck my pistol into my waistband, pull on black gloves. My instincts scream it's a mistake. But weakness wins. Yuri's car holds nothing but trash and a suit jacket. The man's a slob. I move down the alley, silent, steps precise. There he is, crouched near the dumpster, muttering in Russian. He digs through a bag, pulls out a plastic-wrapped brick. Heroin. I watch as he tears it open, cooks a hit, and shoots up with the skill of long practice. My jaw tightens. The boss running their drug network is hooked on his own supply. Pathetic. He slumps back against the wall, eyes fluttering, needle dangling. His mouth opens in a stupid smile. I step closer, crouching. Couldn't wait to get somewhere safer, huh? His head lifts, squinting through the haze. Who the hell? His voice is thick, words slurring. I tilt my head, studying him. If the Bratva knew, they'd kill you themselves. That's why you're here, hiding in filth. I don't know you, he mumbles, fading. I slap his cheek lightly. You made this too easy. But I've got a wife waiting at home. So let's keep it simple. My hands close around his neck. His body jerks once, then weakens. He wheezes, drool spilling, face swelling red, then purple. The high keeps him smiling even as the life drains away. I squeeze until his body goes slack and feel nothing. No rush. No relief. Just silence inside me. Strange. For years, the kill was my release, my worship. Tonight, there's only emptiness. I finally let him drop, frowning. That's when I hear the car door slam. Headlights cut across the mouth of the alley. Voices follow, Russian, 3 men heading this way. I slip behind the dumpster, gun ready. Yuri, one calls. They're laughing, casual, until one breaks off and strides ahead. He finds the body. Freezes. Before he can shout, I put a bullet through his skull. Bone and brain spray the wall. He collapses onto Yuri like rotten wood. The other 2 yell, guns out. I roll low, firing through pallets, wood splinters. One man gasps, clutching his throat as my bullet rips it open. I finish him with 2 quick shots. My clip runs dry. The third man's already bolting. I reload fast, chase him into the street. Headlights blind me. The SUV jumps the curb, aimed straight at me. I dive aside as metal screams past, shattering against the alley wall before it straightens and roars off. Gone. Shit. He saw me. He'll talk. I stand there, chest heaving. Behind me lie 3 bodies. 2 soldiers, 1 Bratva captain. No time to clean. No chance to cover my tracks. They'll be back, and next time they'll bring more. I sprint for my car and vanish into the night.
Chapter 16. Liana, I'm bone-tired, but sleep won't come. The couch is too stiff, too scratchy. I keep shifting, restless, my mind wandering upstairs to that stupidly perfect bed, soft sheets, dovied mattress, like it's waiting for me to give in. I tell myself I won't, that I'll hold my ground. But last night, that man lured me into comfort like some devil with a lullaby, and now I'm ruined. How do I go back to this couch after tasting heaven? I groan into the cushion, curling tighter, trying not to think about him. Where he is, what he's doing. I don't care, I tell myself. He's not my concern. But it's past 1 a.m., and unease stirs in my gut. He's unbreakable, granite wrapped in flesh, but still. The front door opens. I bolt upright. Hello? My voice echoes in the dark. Silence answers back. Then, the rush of water upstairs. I rise, drifting toward the hall. That's when I spot it. Dark drops on the floor. Blood! My pulse races. Before I can stop myself, I'm climbing, pushing into the bedroom, then the bath, and freeze. Kale is in the shower. No steam. Just glass, water, and him. Naked. Every inch of him. I choke, eyes widening. I'd come running in to help. I thought he was hurt, but instead, I'm staring at a man carved from stone, gleaming under the light. Oh, God! Heat floods my face. I spin around, covering my eyes. I'm sorry. I shouldn't. There was blood, I thought. Not mine, he says, calm as thunder. I glance down. His clothes lie in a heap, stained deep with red. You're not hurt? My voice wavers. My brain screams, don't look again, but curiosity burns. I'm fine, he answers. You don't have to act guilty. I barged in. I don't care. Well, I do. The water cuts off. A towel rustles. Decent now, he mutters. I risk a glance. Decent is a lie. He's half wrapped, droplets racing down every line of his body, muscles alive under skin. My heart hammers so hard it aches. You sure you're okay? I retreat into the bedroom. It was a rough night. Want to talk? No. Good, because I don't think I could handle it anyway. My words tumble too fast. I'm trapped between running and staying. Do you even have a therapist? His brows lift. No, Dove. I don't have a therapist. Maybe you should. If nights like this, what would I tell her? His voice sharpens. About the people I kill? I swallow. Fair point. He steps closer, towel low, eyes darker than night. I don't need to talk. I made mistakes tonight. You know how often that happens? Not often? Never. Not until you. I bristle, anger steadying me against the pull of his body. So this is my fault now? I'm saying I was perfect before you. Great. Blame your wife. I shove a hand against his chest, regretting it instantly because he's scorching hot and hard as stone. I didn't ask for any of this. Neither did I. His hand catches mine, pressing me closer. But I couldn't let Noah have you. Watching him build a life with you would have destroyed me. My breath stutters. Why? His eyes blaze, hungry and furious, love and hate all twisted together. The truth is there, unspoken. He's been haunting me for years. My phantom, always watching, always wanting. My work usually gives me something, he whispers. Tonight it gave me nothing. Sorry your murder didn't do the trick. I'm broken, Dove. His fist tangles in my hair, pulling just enough to make me gasp. Fear spikes, tangled with want. So damn broken. What are you? He kisses me. It's brutal, consuming, like he means to swallow me whole. I should shove him away. I should scream. But I don't. I kiss him back. Heat and need drown out thought. His mouth is fire, his tongue wild, claiming mine like it belongs to him. My moans betray me, rising between us as I grind helplessly against his body. I hate him. I crave him. Both truths burn at once. He pushes me to the bed. The towel slips away. He pins me, rough, tearing at my shorts. My bare skin hits the air and his groan vibrates through me. No panties, he rasps, wonder in his tone. His hands worship me, trailing, reverent, and desperate. He looks at me like I'm sacred, like every curve is holy. And for the first time in my life, I feel it. Wanted, adored, seen. The worship in his eyes terrifies me and makes me weak. His fingers find me, sliding slow, teasing, relentless. Sparks light down my spine. I arch against him, shameless, trembling. His words snarl against my lips, filthy, vicious, breaking me open. And God help me, it drives me higher. The darkness in him drags out the darkness in me, that hidden, shameful part that wants to be ruined. Let me taste you, he growls before burying himself between my thighs. His mouth is fire and torment, tongue, lips, fingers, devouring me with obsession. I grip his hair, gasping, grinding against his mouth like I'll die if I don't. My body coils tighter, breaking. And then I'm gone, blinding, shattering release. My cry tears from me, raw and unrestrained. My body convulses against him, every nerve sparking, wave after wave dragging me under. I collapse, limp, mind blank. He licks his fingers clean like I'm his favorite sin. His words are soft, almost reverent. Good girl. You taste better than I ever dreamed. I can barely think, can barely breathe. His arms pull me close, chest solid, scent dizzying. It's insane, but in his hold, I feel safe. He's a monster, my monster, and my heart won't stop racing for him. Chapter 17. Liana, how many lawyers do you think I could get for, say, $2 million? I mutter, squinting at my computer screen. Behind me, the skyline stretches wide, New York buzzing with its endless rhythm, the city at the center of everything, though Philly will always come first in my heart. Depends on the quality of the lawyers, Leo says, glancing up from his phone, but maybe let's focus on actual hires. I need to register as a nonprofit, figure out the licensing for a residential program, research insurance, find a property. He cuts me off with raised brows. We're supposed to be running a grocery delivery company, remember? None of that's on our list. I wave him off. Hire people to handle it. I don't care how much it costs. That's not really how this works, he says, leaning closer. You're technically the boss. Wrong. I'm just the signature and the face you parade around to make this scam look legitimate, but don't mistake that for me caring about whether your little business succeeds. I hear you, but how do I even set up partnerships with hospitals or the police? That's probably down the road, right? Leo slumps back in his chair. You just want me to figure all of this out alone, don't you? I snap my fingers. Exactly. He groans. Lorenzo warned me you'd be hands-on, but this is way worse. My brother always thinks I need to control everything. Leo pushes himself up. Look, I'll do my best. But you will need to make some actual decisions. I pause, realizing he's right. I wanted this job for my shelter project, but if the front fails, then everything else falls apart with it. Fine. Send me the business plan. Make a list of what you need done. His relief is instant. So you'll actually help? A little. A few hours a day at most, I drum my fingers on the desk. My real work is the women's shelter. You'll take the lead here with Noah. Between the two of you, it'll survive. Leo grimaces. Not sure about the Donovan guy. Figure it out. Yeah. He rubs his face. First order of business. We need more hires. Because I don't know jack about this. Other than moving product. He grins, boyish and unashamed. That part I've mastered. So, this shelter project, why's it matter so much to you? Because some people actually care about others. Don't believe you. I know it's hard for a mobster to wrap his head around. I smile faintly. But I want to build something good. I want a world where people actually take care of each other. He smirks. World's about taking before someone else does. That's reality. That's exactly why people like me are necessary. He gives me a mock bow, humbled in your presence. You can kiss my hand if you'd like. Maybe next time, he says, shaking his head. When he leaves, I dive back into my plans. The to-do list is endless, but instead of crushing me, it lights me up. This is what I love, building something from scratch, mapping it piece by piece. It's why I thrived at Grace House. Every day brought new challenges, and I lived for them. The day flies by. I don't have much to show yet, but I've got a clear path. For a moment, I consider calling Maria for advice, but she's got her own battles. No, this is mine to figure out. First order of business, pick a name. I mumble through options in the elevator. Serenity House? Open Door? Empowerment Center? None click. An older man in a suit shoots me a funny look, but I ignore him. Safe Harbor? Too bland. Sanctuary? Phoenix Rising? The words roll off my tongue as I step outside. Evening rush. Cars jam the streets. People crowd the sidewalks. Not as suffocating as Manhattan, but still busy enough. Courage House? Cornerstone? I murmur, scanning the street. No sign of Kale's car. My phone says 5:30 on the dot. We agreed on this. Since he's late, I decide to walk. But two men cut off my path, massive, taking up the whole sidewalk. One in a gray hoodie, the other in sagging cargo shorts and a faded shirt, both staring straight at me. New York is full of men like this. Could be construction workers heading for a bar. But every instinct screams danger. Liana Vitale, the man in the hoodie says, heavy Russian accent curling off his tongue. Compliments from Pakan Orlov. His hand emerges with a revolver. The other man draws too, smaller, compact, aimed squarely at me. Time slows. People bustle past, blind, uncaring. I open my mouth to scream, but the sound never leaves me. I'm dead, until a shadow crashes into them. The world explodes. Gunshots crack. Sparks fly from concrete. I stumble back, shrieking. A blur of bodies hits the ground. Groans, choked gasps, blood spraying. One man clutches his throat, a river of red spilling down his shirt. I can't look away, paralyzed by the sight. And then I see him. Kale. He straddles the second Russian, blade flashing as it plunges again and again into the man's chest. Each thrust is brutal, wet, final. Blood spatters across him, his face twisted with fury, teeth bared. He looks less like a man than a beast dragged out of hell, lost in frenzy. Motherfucker, he growls, leaving the knife buried deep in the body. Time jolts forward again. People are staring, horrified. Kale, I whisper, voice breaking. He rises, towering, soaked in blood. It slicks his shirt, clings to his muscles. His beauty is monstrous. His eyes cut to me, his grin fading as reality sinks in. With me. Now he grips my arm, smearing me with red as he pulls me hard into the street. What just happened? Who were they? They're dead. I know they're dead, but who? Russians. His car sits double parked. He shoves me inside, climbs behind the wheel. Why would they come after me? His jaw tightens, face dark and dangerous. Terror pulses through me as his hands grip the wheel. Because I made a mistake, he says flatly. No more questions. We're getting you home. The car surges forward, tires screaming as we race into the night. Chapter 18. Liana. I'm trembling as Kale pulls me inside. The second the front door clicks shut, he bolts the locks, checks the alarms, then strips out of his clothes without hesitation. Bloodstains, he mutters, like it's the most normal thing in the world. He stuffs the ruined shirt and pants into a plastic bag. Are you hurt? I whisper. He shakes his head, standing there nearly naked, blood smeared across his tattoos. I'm fine. Just furious I was too slow. Too slow? You saved my life. His jaw clenches hard. It never should have come that close. His gaze cuts sharp. Your work isn't stopping. My pulse is out of control, pounding in my throat. The Willow Foundation matters. I can't just... The what? His brows knit. My shelter. Second chances, I correct, the name slipping out before I can think. It feels right, like it was waiting for me. He studies me for a beat, then nods. I like it. With a light grip on my elbow, he steers me toward the stairs. You need to undress. Why? Then I glance down and see the stains, smears of red on my blouse and slacks. My stomach flips. Oh God, I didn't even notice. You stop noticing after a while. He guides me into the bedroom and turns on the bath. Steam begins to rise. Clothes off. Get in. Suspicion prickles through me. This isn't some kind of trap? You're in shock, Liana. You don't see it yet. I shake my head. I don't think so. Liana, he says softly, hands brushing my hips. The touch is gentle, not demanding. You're crying. I blink fast, glance at the mirror. Tears streak my cheeks. Well, would you look at that? Undress. Please, I swear it's not a game. Maybe not now. But once my clothes hit the floor, he growls low in his throat. Strip, now. I force a shaky laugh. Such a gentleman. My fingers tremble as I kick off my shoes and peel off my slacks. Try not to stare. I'm terrible at restraint, he says flatly. I noticed. Don't act like it bothers you. Worked out for me earlier, I shoot back, half hysterical. You took down 2 men with guns like it was nothing. It was simple. He makes a stabbing motion in the air. When I'm down to bra and panties, I falter. His gaze burns over me, and behind the reverence, I catch it. Anger, frustration, hunger. You're bloody too, I murmur. First you, then me. Always in that order? I ask with a crooked smile as I unhook my bra. A smear of crimson dots my skin near my collarbone. Always, he says, licking his lips. I slide off the last piece of clothing and sink into the bath. I squirt shampoo into the water, chasing bubbles for modesty. It doesn't really help, but the heat seeps into me, easing the chill. Pale pink swirls bloom as the blood washes away. This is actually nice, I admit, hating myself for giving him the satisfaction. It steadies the nerves, he says, kneeling behind me. His fingers sweep my hair aside, then press into my shoulders. Better to let it out now before it takes root. You've done this before? Not the soothing part, he admits. Usually, I'm the one creating the nightmares. Comforting, I mutter, but my eyes flutter shut. His hands work like magic, kneading tension from my muscles. He's steady, practiced, almost tender. You've got a therapist's touch. More like job security for therapists. His thumbs trace along my shoulders. How do you feel? Better. Still crying? Not anymore. Progress, then. I lean back into his touch. You're good at this. Does it feel good? Very. My voice dips low. I shift slightly, guiding his hands down. Lower. He pauses, then obeys. His palms trail down my arms, then slide across my chest, cupping my breasts. Like that? Exactly like that. Heat pulses through me. His touch makes me reckless. Don't stop. You want me to keep going? He whispers, lips brushing my neck. That intoxicating scent clings to him, mixed with the metallic bite of blood. Yes. His mouth grazes mine, soft and lingering. One hand holds my breast while the other slips underwater, exploring across my belly, over my hip, down between my thighs. I'm already pulsing with need. The memory of last night rushes back, the way he broke me open. Maybe he's right. Maybe replacing fear with pleasure is the only way forward. Or maybe I'm too shattered to care. His fingers stroke me, teasing until I whimper. Then they slide inside, slow and deep. I gasp, legs spreading wider under the water. "That's my good girl," he murmurs against my skin. "I'll protect you, Liana. Always." Images flash in my mind, his knife plunging, blood spraying, a man choking on his own death. "Faster!" I beg, voice breaking. "Please, faster!" He doesn't hesitate, his fingers piston deeper, harder, the water sloshing around us. My back arches, breath ragged. His other hand circles my throat, holding me steady, grounding me while he drives me toward the edge. His kiss crashes over me, rough and hungry. I should hate this. I should hate him. Instead, I'm unraveling, desperate for more. "Harder," I plead, yanking his hair. "Make me come, Kale." And he does. His rhythm is relentless, pushing me over until I shatter in his grip. My release hits like lightning, tearing through me, leaving me writhing and gasping against his mouth. When it fades, I'm boneless, floating, breath hitching in tiny bursts. He withdraws slowly, trailing his wet fingers up my body, licking them clean with quiet satisfaction. A lazy smile tugs at my lips. "Guess near-death experiences have perks." "Let's not make it a habit," he murmurs against my ear. "I don't need corpses to make you fall apart in my hands, Dove." That word again. My curiosity spikes. What does it mean? That nickname? I kiss the edge of his mouth without thinking. "You're light," he says, cupping my chin. "I'm heavy." "You're the saint. I'm the sinner." "I'm the goddess, then," I tease. "And you?" "A demon." I laugh softly. "Guess this marriage is twisted from every angle." He inhales against my skin, voice a low growl. "You don't know just how right you are."
Chapter 19. Kale. My father sits behind his desk, a cigar burning low between his fingers, gray smoke curling through the air. I fight to keep my composure. Rage simmers in my gut, but killing blood has never been my style. Strangers, easy. But my family? Even when Dad disappoints me, or my brothers make me want to break their jaws, I keep my hands to myself. For the first time in my life, that rule feels fragile. "I spoke to Victor Orloff an hour ago," Dad says, voice steady, though I can hear the strain. "He's angry. I know him too well not to notice." "What did the Pakhan say?" "You got sloppy." Dad lifts the cigar for a slow drag, his scowl deepening. "You made a mistake, Kale." The words land like a punch, and he's right. I rushed Yuri's kill, and someone spotted me. If I'd done it the way I usually do, patient and precise, no one would have lived to tell the tale. My first mistake in all these years. Dad only grunts, but his voice carries the weight of judgment. That makes it worse. You let your guard down. "Do you know what happened yesterday?" My voice rises before I can check it. I should have come here right after the attack, but I couldn't leave Liana. Not after the Russians went for her. I bathed her, held her, made her come undone in my arms, then stayed awake the whole night, watching her sleep. And it's my fault. My mistake put her in danger. My saint, my dove, almost taken because of me. Dad frowns. Don't tell me they already struck back. Against her. 2 of Victor's men ambushed her outside work. He bolts upright, cigar waving through the air. "Why didn't you call me?" She needed me. Damn it, Kyle. What happened to them? They're gone. Both stabbed. Dad drags a hand down his face. This changes everything. Victor was furious, but he didn't mention retaliation. Why would he tip his hand? That bastard tried to play nice, like we could negotiate. I lean forward, voice like steel. There's no peace to make. His eyes narrow. He doesn't like hearing it, but he knows I'm right. The Orlovs have been a thorn in our side for years, he mutters. I thought removing Yuri would quiet things down. He was always the loudest voice against us. But instead, you've turned sparks into wildfire. You've triggered a war. I grip the chair arms, jaw tight. Then I'll fix it. How? His disappointment cuts sharper than anger. You rushed, you screwed up, and your very first kill as a married man blew up in our faces. Then I'll tear the Orlovs apart, one by one. And why should I believe you can pull that off? Dad slams his cigar into the ashtray, leaving it crushed and smoldering. I wasn't thrilled when you shoved Noah aside, but you swore you could balance marriage with your work. You swore this wouldn't interfere. His hand sweeps toward me. Yet here we are. He isn't wrong. That's the worst of it. I thought marrying Liana would steady me, but it's the opposite. She's carved deeper into me, my obsession sharper than ever. Now that she's mine, I want her more than I can stand. It's hell I can't crawl out of. She won't be a problem. I'll keep her safe. Dad snorts. I'm not worried about her. I'm worried about the phantom. That hits harder than I want to admit. He's speaking as the head of the Donovan family, not my father. But it still stings. Give me another name, I snap, pushing to my feet. I'll handle it. Dad sinks back in his chair, exhaustion etched into his face. I'll let you know. Until then, sit tight. Maybe I can salvage this mess. Good luck. I leave without another word. If he thinks Victor's backing down, he's a fool. The Pakan won't forgive me for killing his nephew and his soldiers. This is war now, whether Dad wants to admit it or not. I head for the exit, but my mother's voice calls from the parlor. Reluctantly, I step inside. She's seated at the piano, posture perfect, fingers moving over the keys. Come sit, she says, patting the bench. It's been too long. Not since I was a kid. No time like now. She smiles softly. Play with me. I sigh but sit. She eases into a melody, her hands as graceful as ever, and after a moment I join her. I'm rusty, but the muscle memory creeps back. Arabesque number 1. Not my favorite piece, but she's always loved it. We used to play it together constantly. Your father's worried, she says without looking at me. So am I. I'm fine. You shocked us with that marriage. Truly. The circumstances made sense. Did they? She shakes her head. Noah got what he wanted. But what did you get, Kyle? I'm the logical choice. Liana was already a target. Because of you. My fingers stumble on the keys. You sound like Dad. And is he wrong? She tilts her head, but before I can respond, she nods at the keys. Keep playing. No need to argue. I force myself to continue, notes filling the silence. She's a good wife. She's trying to adjust. And will you help her? Something like that. Kyle, I love you, but you've never been the easiest man to reach. I accepted that long ago. But how does she feel about it? I close my eyes, letting the music blur into memory. Her body beneath mine, her taste, her cries threading through every chord. She's adapting. Be careful, she warns gently. You've managed a fragile balance these past years. I worry you'll fall apart again. I won't. I glance at her, give her a faint smile. I have a wife to protect now. We finished the piece together. The music isn't perfect, but it's better than I'd expected after 7 years. 7 years since the last time we sat like this. I rise from the bench. She watches me closely. You don't have to shoulder everything. We can take care of her another way. A house, guards, comfort, without it destroying you. I chose this. It's the right path. We'll see. I leave her there, knowing what she's afraid of. That I'll become the phantom I was before Liana, back when all I lived for was killing. Sneaking into her apartment all those years kept me sane, gave me something to hold on to. She kept me breathing. If my mother knew that, she'd understand. But I can't slip now, not with the Orlovs circling. They want my wife, and if I don't sharpen myself twice over, they'll get close. That will never happen.
Chapter 20. Liana. There's something unnerving about that locked door. Logically, it's probably nothing. Everyone has spaces they'd rather keep private. Maybe it's just a storage room. Or maybe it's where he keeps his weapons. And if I'm unlucky, a few corpses too. I tell myself to ignore it. It doesn't affect me. If Kale wants a spot for his secrets, he's entitled. But I can't stop staring at it. The day after those 2 men tried to kill me, I find myself lingering in the upstairs hallway, glaring at the door as though I could will it open. I should be at the office, but Kale demanded I stay home. Convenient, since the delivery service was supposed to bring my furniture today. "What are you hiding in here?" I whisper, tapping my knuckles against the door. I take a quick step back, bracing myself as though I might actually hear someone respond from inside. Silence. I test the handle again, heart hammering. My palms are damp, fingers trembling. I run my hand along the frame, searching for a hidden key. Dust sprinkles down, making me sneeze. If Kale catches me snooping. A loud slam outside makes me jump nearly out of my skin. My pulse rockets. Holy! I clutch my chest, then hear the rumble of an engine out front. I perk up immediately. My stuff! I rush downstairs, excitement bubbling up, only to stop dead. Kyle is standing on the front steps, watching as a moving truck drives away. "My furniture?" I ask, voice tight. He turns with a frown. "You ordered a bed." "Where is it?" I push past him, scanning the street. Maybe they left everything on the curb? Number. The truck is still loaded. Nothing was dropped off. Panic floods me. I sprint into the street, waving my arms wildly. "Wait! Stop! That's mine! Come back!" My throat's dry, my voice cracking. "Please, my stuff!" The truck slows. Hope flickers. But then it makes a sharp left turn and vanishes. I stand frozen, staring after it. Number, number, number. That was supposed to be my room, my space. A horn blares and I jump. A guy in a beat-up car leans out the window. "Move it, lady!" He throws his hands around like I'm the biggest idiot alive. I wave sheepishly and stumble back onto the sidewalk. He looks ready to curse me out, until Kale steps up beside me. The driver's face drains of color. Without another word, he slams the gas and disappears. I round on Kale, rage boiling. "What did you do?" His eyes narrow. "We'll talk inside." "No." I jab a finger into his chest, my voice shaking with fury. "Tell me." "Right. Now." "I sent them away," he says flatly, like it's obvious. My chest squeezes, rage and disbelief tangling together. I was tolerating his bed because I thought it was temporary. Now? He's stolen that from me, too. "What gives you the right?" I nearly scream. My gratitude for him saving my life yesterday is gone, burned away by fury. "You don't get to decide for me." "You didn't need it," he says, turning toward the house. I chase after him, voice sharp. "Not your call. We're married, Kyle. That means I live here too. I deserve my own space, and if I want my own bed, I'll damn well have one." He halts at the stoop. His face darkens, something dangerous flickering in his expression, as though the thought of me sleeping away from him is unbearable. "No," he says simply, before walking inside. I groan in frustration, fists clenching. I follow him in, slamming the door behind me. "You're lucky you saved my life, or I'd be throwing punches right now. But my patience is wearing thin." "If you want furniture, we'll decide together," he says coolly. "How about I just buy it myself, since clearly you don't give a damn?" "I do care." "Now you do?" After ignoring that room for who knows how long, suddenly it matters? "I care about keeping you where I can reach you." His gaze locks on me, hunger and darkness burning behind his eyes. Yesterday was on me. If there was ever a time for you to stay close, it's now. I try to breathe evenly. Part of me understands. Part of me wants to scream. "It wasn't all your fault." "Yes, it was." "It's the family's, Kale. No matter what, they'd have come for me eventually. That's not on you. You don't get it." His jaw tightens, and before I can react, he grabs me, spinning me toward the wall. His body pins me in place, his grip iron on my hips. My heart lurches into my throat. I rushed a job because I was desperate to get back to you. That's why they came. My fault, Dove. Mine. And I'll die before they touch you. Do you hear me? The intensity in his voice chills me. His fingers dig into me like he's holding on to the last anchor in a storm. He means every word. This man would paint the streets red before letting anyone lay a hand on me. The devotion is terrifying, overwhelming. I press a hand to his chest, trying to calm him. "I know you'd protect me. I know you'd never let anything happen to me. But you can't blame yourself for everything." He leans closer, lips brushing mine. I freeze, torn between fear and need. "I couldn't live without you," he whispers, raw and shaken. "You're all I have. Without you, I'd drown." "Okay, you're being dramatic," I try to joke, though my voice quivers. "It's the truth." His lips graze my throat, teeth skimming my skin. "I've worshipped you for years, Liana." My breath catches, always have, my phantom. "If I'm so precious," I murmur, "let me have my bed." He chuckles darkly. "Nice try. Still no." "God, you're impossible." "And you're mine," he says with finality. "That's not changing." I shove him back and glare, but he only smirks like he enjoys riling me up. Then he turns, starting up the stairs. "Wait!" My voice snaps. "What's behind that locked door?" He glances back, face unreadable. "Nothing you need to worry about." Then he disappears upstairs, leaving me fuming. That bastard. All I wanted was my own room. If he won't give it to me willingly, I'll just have to find another way.
Chapter 21. Kyle. Liana drops into the passenger seat of my BMW, stiff as stone. and stares out the window like I don't even exist. She's been like this since last night. Not ignoring me outright, she'll answer if I talk, but she's not offering anything more. I understand. I just need to win her back around. Got you something, I say, motioning toward the takeout cup sitting in the holder between us. Her eyes narrow. What is it? Poison. Drink up. Very funny. She lifts the cup, sniffs, and her brows pinch. Hazelnut? From the cafe down the block. Her gaze sharpens. How'd you know I like hazelnut? I lean closer, drop my voice. I know everything about you, Dove. She freezes for a beat, cup resting at her lips. Her raised brows ask the question her mouth doesn't. I hold her gaze, unflinching. This is the part I enjoy. The sparring, the edge. We both know there's a pit beneath us, but we balance on its rim, pretending it isn't there. You're such a creep, she mutters finally before taking a sip. Still, good coffee. Glad it meets your high standards. I put the car in gear. Do me a favor, don't go out for lunch today. How am I supposed to eat then? Order in. Anything you want. I set up my DoorDash account on your phone earlier. Her head snaps toward me. You were in my phone? How the hell did you get my passcode? I don't bother telling her I've known it for years. There's a solid sandwich spot nearby. She presses her palm to her forehead like she's fighting a headache. Thanks, but I'll handle it myself. I know you can. But life isn't simple, Liana. Remember the 2 Russians who nearly shot you in broad daylight? She exhales sharply. Speaking of which, shouldn't you be keeping a low profile? My family's handling the police side. Right. Her voice drips disbelief. She turns back to the window, the city sliding past. I'll be careful, okay? You said that last time. All it took was you stepping outside and you nearly didn't come back. She doesn't want this conversation, but she needs it. Just because she hates thinking about it doesn't mean the threat disappears. I'll do my best, she says finally, as I pull up in front of her building. Then she pauses, turning toward me. Actually, I've been meaning to ask, were you serious about giving me whatever I need for my foundation? Completely. Money, connections, whatever helps. Good. She shoves the door open. Expect a list in your inbox today. Already making moves? She flashes me a grin, holding up her phone. I don't waste time. Then she slams the door and strides off. I can't help but grin. Understatement of the century. My saint's going to scorch this city before she's done, and I want front row seats. Once she's inside, I pull out my phone and dial Noah. What's up, big brother? He answers. I need a favor. Didn't I already do you the biggest one when I let you marry Liana? How's married life treating you? Like a knife in my ribs. But I ignore the jab. Keep eyes on her today. You busy? Something like that. Don't let her leave your floor without someone watching. Got it? He sighs, long and dramatic. Love when you bark orders at me. Just do it, Noah. She'll be fine. I know about the mess yesterday. Russians don't quit easy. I'll hold you to your word. He pauses. I can practically see the frown forming. Look, I'm not her babysitter. You're better. You're family. He laughs under his breath. Put it that way. Guess I'll keep the girl safe. Always. I hang up. Noah likes to mouth off, but he delivers. If he weren't reliable, I'd never let him near my wife. That's settled. I've got time to use. I head into Manhattan. New York is a chessboard. Some squares ours, others belonging to rivals. The Sokolov-Bratva rule Brighton Beach and carve out Sheepshead Bay, Coney Island too. But today I stick to Midtown, the Diamond District. Windows gleam with gold and gemstones. Tourists gawk. Suits and heels rush past. I slip into the flow and plant myself near a chipped green door with a crooked number. Nobody else gives it a second glance, but I know better. Because at midday, he comes out. Dmitry Sokolov, stocky, balding, with sharp features washed pale. His suit looks borrowed, his polished shoes too old. He squints against the sun, scanning the street before setting off. I fall in at a distance. He's no street enforcer, not known for violence, but a man doesn't reach his late 50s in the Bratva without survival skills. He's clever, dangerous in his own way. He ends up at a diner, the kind with sticky floors and chipped mugs, packed lunch crowd. I circle twice before slipping inside. He's at the counter, eggs and bacon in front of him, scrolling his phone. The waitress knows him, tops off his coffee without asking. I head toward the back hall near the restrooms and wait. This is the risk. Dmitry isn't just anyone. He grew up with Pakan Victor. Where Victor chose brutality, Dmitry mastered money. He's their accountant, the man who launders blood into profit. Men like him keep syndicates alive. I wait. 10 minutes. 20. A few people gripe about the occupied stall. I don't move. Finally, shoes. Wiped clean, but cracked with age. Dmitry. He's mid-relief at the urinal when I step out. If you're waiting, he starts, and that's when I slam his head against the wall. He grunts, stunned. I drive a fist into his kidney, kick his knee, and shove him down to the filthy tile. My gun presses to the back of his skull, my other hand bracing the door shut. The hell? His nose is bleeding, pooling on the floor. His eyes roll up, wild. Do you know who I am? I ask. If it's money, my wallet. I grind my weight onto him until his ribs creak. Kale Donovan, remember it. Because you're going to deliver a message. Someone jiggles the door. Cleaning! I bark, then lower my voice. If you yell, I'll end you and whoever's outside. He whimpers. Please, Mr. Donovan. You're going to speak to your Pakan. You'll tell him to stand down. No more threats. Not against me, not against my wife. You don't understand. I smack him with the gun barrel. Not enough to break, but enough to remind. 3 days. If nothing changes, I'll strangle you myself. He's trembling, eyes wet. I don't control that. I'm just numbers. Then make yourself matter. Convince him. He'll never forgive you. You killed his nephew. Try harder. Because if you fail me, you'll beg for death before I'm done. His breath hitches, half sobs, half groans. I press him down another moment, then release. He flops onto his back, gasping. I drive my boot into his ribs once. Deliver the message. I push past the line of men waiting, leaving him crumpled on the floor. Word will reach Victor. That's the point. He needs to know I can touch anyone in his crew, anytime, anywhere, even him. And if he doesn't back off, he'll learn just how much blood I can spill.
Chapter 22. Liana, I'm heading to that bodega down the street for lunch. Want me to grab you anything? Noah glances up from his desk, checks the clock, and frowns. Why not just order in? There's a solid deli that delivers here. I feel like stretching my legs. I tap my knuckles against his doorframe. Last chance to put in an order. Hold up. He jumps up quickly. How about you order and I'll pay? My treat. Whatever you want. I give him a flat look. Nice offer, but I said I need a walk. The weather's brutal. Muggy. We could do laps around the office instead. My arms fold over my chest, and I bite back a sharp response. Kale got to you, didn't he? Noah sighs. He's just worried, that's all. I groan and spin on my heel, storming out. Wait up, he calls, chasing after me. I can't let you go. I promised him I'd watch you. I don't need a babysitter. You almost got shot, remember? I whip around, glaring. Thanks for the reminder. As if the nightmares weren't enough already. He looks a little guilty. You get why he's doing this, though? Kyle's intense. Sure. I grew up with the guy. He's unhinged sometimes, but his heart's in the right place. We reach the lobby and I pause by the elevators. Does he really mean well? I ask sharply. Or is this some game he gets off on? The overprotective husband routine. Noah raises his brows. You think he enjoys watching you get targeted? No, I mean all of it. Why step in at the altar? Why take your place? That question makes him shift uncomfortably, gaze sliding away. Too bad. I want answers. Talking to his brother might be the only way to peel back the layers on my husband. Truth? Noah finally says. I don't know why he wanted to marry you. Never saw him fixate on someone like this before. He's loyal to us, sure. He'd bleed for any of us. But for someone outside the family? That's new. I'm not exactly outside. Not after years of a stalker sneaking through my life. But I don't dare bring that up. What if Kale never told them? Let's cut a deal. Noah crosses his arms. Go on. I'm walking to that bodega, and I've got an errand. You can tag along, but you've got to tell me more about Kyle. He rubs his cheek. What kind of errand? Take it or leave it. I jab the elevator button. It opens instantly. I flash him a smile as I step inside. I'm leaving either way. Hell, he mutters, following me in. Fine. Deal. You realize your husband's loaded, right? Noah asks as we step into a thrift store. Rows of clothes up front, home goods in the middle, and furniture stacked in the back. He's got our lunch bag dangling from his hand. I'm well aware. I head straight for the furniture section. What was it like growing up with Kale? Noah sighs. He clearly doesn't love this line of questioning. He's almost 10 years older than me. Really? I'm 29. He's 38. Big gap. He mostly ignored me. I was closer to Malachi. But still, you two shared a childhood. Not really. Kale lived in his own head. He'd wander off for hours. I remember once we found him 12 blocks away in some park, tossing wood chips at pigeons. He must have been 15. I was 6, tagging along with Malachi and our oldest brother Rowan. That's one of your earliest memories? I guess. Noah folds his arms, watching me as I trail my fingers along a bed frame. He was weird. Not cruel, not mean, just odd. Didn't talk much, and by the time I realized he wasn't like other people, he was already working for the family. At 20? Noah snorts. You kidding? We were in it way before that, running errands, tagging along with Dad. But yeah, by his 20s, he was already in deep. When did he become the Phantom? I lower my voice. Noah rubs his neck. Later. I was in high school. He kept coming home with busted faces, black eyes, broken noses. Mom never said much. Then one day, it was just fact. He was the stalker. I can't remember when it got official. I picture it. Kale as a young man, already violent, already dangerous. No wonder he's the way he is now. Blood shapes you, twists you. I let it drop before Noah shuts down completely. Instead, I gesture at the bed frame. I'm buying this. His head jerks up. Excuse me? You know Kale could buy you anything? I know, but he's also a controlling jackass. I grin. So I'm cutting a deal. Noah groans. If you're about to drag me into something that'll tick him off, forget it. He's already pushing you to babysit me, right? Imagine how he'd feel knowing you let me wander off today. That's not how this went down, Noah says, face darkening. But it's how he'll hear it. If I decide to tell it that way, my smile sweetens. Unless we strike a bargain. Noah stares at me like I've sprouted horns. Damn, you're ruthless. That's the thing. You never bothered to get to know me. He chuckles once, humorless. What's the deal? You pay for the furniture. You arrange delivery. In return, I'll order lunch to the office for the next 2 weeks. 4 weeks. 2. Non-negotiable. We both know I've got the leverage. He studies me, but I don't blink. I grew up in this world too. I might hate the blood and drugs, but I've learned how to bargain with the best of them. Finally, he sighs and extends his hand. Hard bargain. Fine. But if Kale finds out this was all your idea, don't worry. I'll make sure he hears it exactly that way. I shake his hand firmly. Oh, and one more thing. I've got a very specific request for delivery day. Chapter 23. Liana. I drag the final drawer up the stairs, heave it into place, and slide it into the second-hand dresser with a groan. My back aches and sweat clings to me after hauling furniture from the curb through the front door. Sure, letting the delivery guys drop everything right out front would have been easier, but Kale might have noticed. Instead, I had them unloaded outside the neighbor's place. That's why Kale didn't say a word this morning when he left for whatever he does all day. Business, blood, chaos. Take your pick. I told him I was working from home, and technically, I am. It takes most of the afternoon to get the room arranged. The bed frame nearly defeated me, but I managed to piece it together. The mattress is still en route. I couldn't risk getting that from the shop, too obvious, but it'll be here soon. Hopefully, I can sneak it inside without Kyle catching on. I'm finishing up with my clothes when I hear the front door open. My pulse spikes. I know he's back, and I know this discovery is going to go badly. But I don't care. If his only demand were for me to stay in at lunchtime, fine. I'd do that. I'm still rattled from those Russians who tried to shoot me in broad daylight. I know that danger isn't gone. But the bed? That isn't about safety. That's about control. Kale's always wanted control. When to enter my room, what to take, when to leave. Back then, I was a shadow he watched. Now I'm flesh and blood. A person who makes her own choices, and he doesn't know how to handle it. Especially when I tell him no. I hear his steps on the stairs. My hands keep folding shirts, though my chest tightens as he stops in the doorway. What's this? He asks quietly. I'm not sure what you mean. I give him my most innocent tone, knowing it'll needle him. The room? You told me I could get furniture. I turn slowly, bracing myself. So I did. His expression is cold, unreadable, but the heat in his eyes makes my breath catch. He looks like a man caught between wanting to strangle me and wanting to drag me into bed. Veins tighten on his forearms. He licks his lips. I said dresser. Shelves. Storage. His voice drops, husky and dangerous. But you brought in a bed. You went against me. Let's get something straight. Anger ignites in my chest. I don't take orders from you. We lock eyes. I refuse to blink. If I give ground now, he'll think he owns me. And that ends here. You enjoy this, he says finally, stepping closer. What I'd enjoy is a husband who isn't a control freak. He shakes his head slowly. No, Dove. You like provoking me. You like the game. I plant my fists on my hips. And maybe I do. What are you going to do about it? He moves fast. Too fast. One heartbeat, I'm glaring at him. The next, I'm pinned against the wall, wrists caught above my head. Damn it, I gasp. Let me... He crushes his mouth onto mine. The kiss is searing, wild, nothing like I expected. I thought we'd argue. Instead, he devours me. And I hate that I love it. His lips are fierce, his body pressing mine into the wall, his grip unbreakable. He could destroy me, but he doesn't. He just takes, and I taste how badly he needs it. You drive me insane, he growls, sliding one hand down while keeping me pinned with the other. I squirm, testing his hold. It's useless. You need a lesson. Who says you get to punish me? I snap. I do. He presses his thumb against my lips, pushing gently into my mouth. My eyes widen. For a second, I think about biting, drawing blood, making him pay. Instead, my tongue betrays me, circling. Suck, he orders. A sound slips from me as I obey. What the hell am I doing? This isn't about obedience. Not really, because looking into his eyes, I realize he's the one unraveling. He's the one losing control. You wicked girl, he rasps, breathing hard. I pull back with a gasp. You like it? My hips shift against him. You really like it. His thumb returns roughly. I love when you're like this, he snarls. I love when you stop pretending to be perfect and give in to what you want, when you're mine. That's the problem, I whisper. You act like I wasn't already broken before you. He spins me roughly, pressing me against the wall. Compared to me, you're pure. His hand fists in my hair as his lips graze my shoulder. You're my saint. I'm your monster. His hands are everywhere, down my arms, over my hips, pulling me close. I melt and resist at the same time, trapped between fury and desire. You think this makes me dirty? I whisper raggedly. Yes, he growls, and I'll make you dirtier still. He kisses me hard, devouring me over and over until I can barely breathe. His grip is unyielding, his voice rough against my ear. I'll drag you down with me, and you'll beg me for it. I break then, not out of fear, out of hunger. My body betrays me, pressing into his. Please, I moan. He answers by holding me tighter, lips at my neck, voice rough with truth. You're everything. Without you, I'd sink into hell. Dramatic, I whisper, shivering. But true. He leans his forehead to mine, breathing me in. You're my obsession, Liana. Always have been. I should push him away. I should scream. Instead, I cling to him. If I'm so important, I manage, then let me keep my bed. Good try. He almost smiles. But no. God, you're impossible. And you're mine. We finally break apart. He studies me, eyes glinting with heat and shadows. Take the deal. No bed, anything else you want. How about you tell me what's in the locked room? His gaze darkens instantly. Better you don't know. Is it bad? Depends how twisted you are. Pretend I'm as twisted as you. You're not. His thumb brushes my lips. Not even close. Just tell me. No, Dove. He kisses me lightly, sending shivers down my spine. Take the deal. That doesn't sound like much of a bargain. Either that, or I burn every stick of furniture you bought. You wouldn't dare. Want to test me? I shove his chest, glaring. That's not how marriage works. You're not married to a normal man. Grinding my teeth, I finally nod once. Fine, but you'll regret it. How so? My new women's shelter suddenly needs a bigger budget, I say sweetly. He tilts his head. How big? 7 figures. I kiss him quickly, smirking. Maybe 8.
Chapter 24. Kale. I drive Liana to work the next morning, feeling smug in a way I probably shouldn't. She gave up the whole bed battle for now and slept beside me last night, even if she immediately rolled away and acted like I wasn't there. Still, I'll take the win. When I park near her building, she shoots me a look as I get out and trail after her. Aren't you dropping me off? She asks. Not today, I reply. Thought I'd check in on how the business is going. Her brows rise. You're actually going to do that. Only when you're in the office. She doesn't like that answer. The little flicker of annoyance almost makes me smile. I don't know why I enjoy needling her so much, but it's becoming a kind of game. Push her buttons until she snaps, and then watch what happens when the fire breaks loose. The worst part? I already crossed a line with her, and now I can't stop wanting more. Watching her walk ahead of me in fitted pants and heels shouldn't have me this strung out. But it's not the clothes. It's her. Her walk. Her scent. Her sharp tongue. I used to think marrying her would ruin everything, that I'd lose the one anchor keeping me from drowning in the dark. Instead, the more I get of her, the deeper I sink into obsession. It's dangerous, unhealthy, but I don't want it to end. Inside her office, Liana drops into her chair and pretends to focus on her laptop. I sit across from her, completely at ease. She types for a while, lips moving silently as she reads something. Finally, she shoots me a glare. "Aren't you supposed to be checking in with Noah?" "Oh, I never planned on that. You said you were looking into the business. That's not me." I raise an eyebrow. "Aren't you technically the face of it?" "My name's on the papers." "That's it." She clenches her jaw. "Seriously, why are you here?" "You're the business," I say simply, leaning back. She groans, pressing her palms into her face. "I hate you." "You don't." "Kale, I need space. You can't just sit here while I work." I scoot my chair back a few inches. "Better?" "You know what I mean. At least go sit in the conference room. You won't even know I'm here." I go still, the way I've done on 100 jobs, disappearing into the background. She huffs but waves me off. "Fine. Just be quiet." I'm trying to draft emails. I'm looking for a director for the shelter. I don't move. Don't speak. I just watch. I've observed killers, thieves, and worse in my life. I've studied them, tracked them, ended them. But I've never been this captivated by a single person. Every flick of her hair, every crease of her lips, every frustrated sigh feels like it's carved into me. An hour passes. I barely blink. She finally notices. "Oh, hell," she mutters, startled when our eyes meet. "I forgot you were still here." I can be forgettable when I want. "Have you even moved?" "Not much." She narrows her eyes. "Are you breathing?" "A little." "That's disturbing." There's a reason I'm good at my work. "Please don't talk about how good you are at killing people." "Why not?" "It's my craft." She points a pen at me. "You hear yourself, right?" "That's not normal." "No, but it's precise. Each job is a puzzle, every person different. I study them, learn them, piece together their habits. By the time I make my move, I pause, savoring the memory. I feel something when the light leaves their eyes. She leans back, staring at the ceiling. "That's psychopathic." "Does it help to know it didn't work last time?" Her gaze snaps to me. "Not really." "Why not?" I lean forward. "Because of you." Silence. It stretches between us. Heavy. I don't even know what it means myself, but it's true. "I don't want to be responsible for that," she whispers. I stand, lock the door, lower the blinds. Her eyes flash with alarm as I cross the room, but she doesn't move. I kneel in front of her chair, pinning her with my stare. "Do you know when I do feel now?" She shakes her head quickly. I don't want to know. I pull her closer anyway. When I'm with you, that's what scares me, she whispers. It shouldn't. With you, I feel clean. Before, I always had to wash the filth off me. With you, I don't need to. With you, it feels right. Kale. Her voice trembles as I fit myself between her knees, drawing her toward me. You terrify me. I know. I kiss her softly. But not you. Never you. Her lips part. Then she kisses me back. That's what I'm afraid of. That I like it. That it's dark and twisted. And I like it. Good. I murmur against her mouth. You make me better. I make you worse. We balance. And what if that's not what we want? She breathes. Then we stop caring and take what feels good. I kiss her again, deeper, until she's gasping. I lift her onto the desk, pushing papers aside. She doesn't resist. Her legs open, pulling me closer, her breath ragged. Her shirt loosens, and I trail my lips against her skin, feeling her shiver under me. Look at you, I whisper against her throat. At work, and you can't keep me away. Shut up, she moans, pulling me closer. I kiss her harder, tasting her, needing her. She arches into me, hands tangled in my hair, her body surrendering even as her mind rebels. Say it, I murmur between kisses. Say you're mine. I'm not. Say it. Her lips part. Her eyes flutter. I'm yours, she whispers. That's enough to undo me. We lose ourselves like that. Reckless, wrong, addictive. The desk rattles, her moans filling the room, my name on her lips like a prayer. When it's over, she collapses against me, flushed and trembling. I hold her, stroking her hair, my grin feral. Glad I came to work today? I ask softly. She glares weakly. Not really. But the distraction wasn't terrible. I laugh, kiss her temple, and help her straighten her clothes. Once she's seated again, she eyes me warily. You're not leaving, are you? Of course not. She groans. I was afraid of that. Don't worry, Dove. I stretch and drop into the chair across from her again. I'll go grab us coffee. Then I'll sit here all afternoon and watch you work. Psycho, she mutters. She's right. If she really knew how right, she'd be running.
Chapter 25. Liana, the house makes noises when I'm alone. It doesn't happen when Kale's here. Then it's quiet, steady, normal. But the second he's gone, the whole place seems to shift and creak like it's alive. It should be unnerving. Instead, it feels almost familiar. My old home in Philly did the same thing, moaning and settling when the weather changed. Summer heat, winter cold, wood stretching and shrinking. These New York brownstones are no different. Old bones, always moving. I water the plants and sip coffee on Saturday morning. Kyle's out on business. I stopped asking what that really means. His definition of honest is saying things like quick kill, and I don't need that image in my head before breakfast. Things between us are complicated. The physical side? Amazing. Honestly, unreal. The kind of chemistry that leaves me shaky and wrung out every single time. He knows exactly how to push me over the edge, like he's mapped my body in his head and memorized every weak spot. But outside of that, he's guarded, closed off. When he does talk, it's always about how broken he is, how dark. But I don't see him that way. Not entirely, because he cares. These plants, for one thing. He nurtures them with more tenderness than some people show their kids. And me, as warped as his obsession is, he does care. Still, I can't trick myself into thinking this is normal. Too many secrets, too much unspoken, especially about my phantom. My eyes drift to the hallway upstairs, to that locked door, the one that gnaws at me every time I walk past. I've tried to ignore it, but I'm getting to the point where I need to know what's inside. What if there are bodies or something worse? I sip my coffee, staring at the door, because here's the truth I hate admitting. I'm starting to feel things for him. Not all the time, and not without fear, but little things like the warmth where he slept, his scent on the sheets, the way he moves around the kitchen like he's choreographed the entire space. And then there's how he looks at me, like I'm his salvation. At first, I hated it. The weight of being someone's everything crushed me. But now, God help me, I like it. The way he hovers, the way he brings me coffee, the way his attention never slips. I'm adjusting, getting used to him. Maybe even enjoying being here. Except for that damned locked door. Eventually, I cave. I pull up YouTube, find a how-to video, and watch it twice. This won't work, I mutter, digging through the basement for tools. No way. But it does. I wedge a pry bar under the trim, bang it with a hammer, pop the wood loose. With the strike plate exposed, I shove an old card between the latch until it clicks. The door swings open with a dull thunk. Holy crap! I stagger back, laughing in disbelief. I didn't think I'd actually pull it off. Except now there's a chunk of trim on the floor, and the secret room yawning open in front of me. My triumph evaporates fast. Inside is a bedroom-sized space lined with shelves, dozens of them. A makeshift library, filled not with books, but things. My things. I flip the light switch. My breath catches. There, on the top shelf, is my old coffee spoon, the one with the star pattern on the handle. I thought I lost it years ago. Next to it, a pile of hair ties still holding strands of brown hair. I step inside, my stomach flipping. A button from my winter coat. Sugar packets from that cafe I loved. A cat ear bookmark I bought secondhand when I was 12. I remember losing that one. Flower petals, gum wrappers, movie stubs, socks, a Polaroid of me smiling, one I thought had just vanished. I spin slowly, scanning shelf after shelf, hundreds of tiny trinkets, each one pulled from my life. Things I never noticed missing, things he must have taken when I was asleep. My phantom. Every step I take in that room makes me sicker. This isn't suspicion anymore, it's proof. I reach the last shelf, recessed like a shrine. Candles, trinkets arranged in a circle around one centerpiece. An old diamond ring, my grandmother's ring. A sob bursts out of me. I snatch it up with trembling hands. My chest heaves. I searched for this for weeks when it disappeared. Weeks. And all this time, it was here. Rage, fear, heartbreak, all of it slams into me. That's when I hear him. Liana! I spin. He's in the doorway watching me. His expression isn't angry, not even guilty, just curious. Why? My voice cracks. Why this? You already know, he says quietly. No, I don't. I shove the ring at him, shaking. Why this? Why steal something you had to know mattered to me? His brows lift slightly. That's what you're upset about? It was my grandmother's, I shout, tears burning hot. You knew. Look at this place. I wave wildly at the shelves, at the clutter of my stolen life. You knew how much it meant to me. Liana? Don't, I cut him off, voice raw. You built a shrine out of my life. Out of me. I wanted this back. You let me think I lost it. You let me... My words break into sobs. This isn't about the ring. It's about everything. My scream echoes against the walls. How long have you been breaking into my house? How long have you been taking things? He doesn't flinch. Years. Oh my God. My knees nearly give out. You watched me. You watched me. You are insane. I know. Why? Why keep all of this? He takes a step toward me. Dove, don't call me that! I shove him back, shaking, furious. He goes still, unnaturally still, like a statue. His eyes follow me, but he doesn't move closer. You always knew, he says softly. Why does seeing it make any difference? Because it's real now, I cry. Because it's all right here. You didn't just haunt me. You stole from me. You invaded my life. You turned me into some kind of collection. My chest tightens, my breaths sharp and shallow. I know the signs. Panic attack. But I can't stop. He's my phantom, my stalker, my nightmare. And I married him. I collapse into sobs, drop the ring, and bolt. A shelf crashes to the floor behind me, trinkets scattering like debris. His voice calls after me. Liana! Wait! I don't stop. Down the hall, down the stairs, flinging open the front door. The city air slams into me. Horns, voices, footsteps. I stumble onto the sidewalk, running from him, running from myself. Because now it's undeniable. All the walls I built to justify him, all the excuses I whispered to myself, they're gone. And I can't hide from the truth anymore. I married my phantom. Chapter 26. Liana. A part of me wanted to run straight back to Philadelphia. It would have been simple. Grab an Amtrak ticket and I'd be back in my old house within hours. Except Lorenzo would have shipped me right back here. I love my brother and I know he cares about me. But the famiglia will always outrank family, and it wouldn't matter if my husband is a stalker with a twisted obsession. My place is in New York. Only problem is there's nowhere in this city that feels safe. I barely know the streets, and that's how I end up hiding in my office, curled up on the hard little couch against the wall. From here, I stare out the window at the rooftops and clouds, wishing I could disappear into them. I lost control. Can't deny it, can't explain it away. Seeing that room, those shelves stacked with pieces of my life, it broke something inside me. His smell doesn't scare me. I even like it. There's comfort in it, a strange sense of safety. But that shrine, those stolen pieces of me, that's the other side of my phantom. The side that crept into my life, stole what was mine, and worshipped it. I can't understand why. Why me? Why all those years before the marriage? We were strangers then. He didn't know me. And yet somehow, in his mind, I was chosen. I wish I wasn't. Every time I close my eyes, I see those candles burned down to stubs. My grandmother's ring at the center, like he knelt there in prayer, whispering, God knows what with those lips that touch me now. And the thought makes me feel sick. A noise snaps me upright. I freeze, listening. Footsteps. For a second, I'm sure it's him. Of course it's him. He found me. He always finds me. I start backing away, ready to put the desk between us. It's laughable, really, like I'd be safe there. But instinct makes me try anyway, except it isn't Kale. It's a woman. She stands in the doorway, framed by the light, smiling warmly. It takes me a beat to place her. Hello, Liana, she says kindly. I hear you had a scare. Kyle's mother, Moira Donovan. She's striking. Polished red hair, a neat navy jacket, tan slacks, pearl nails. She carries herself like she belongs on the cover of some wellness magazine, not in the middle of this mess. What are you doing here? I blurt out, forgetting every ounce of politeness. Mind if I come in? My feet are aching. She gestures at the chair, waiting until I nod stiffly before slipping inside and lowering herself with effortless grace. She kicks off her heels and massages her foot, as if we're two friends catching up instead of a daughter-in-law on the verge of a breakdown. Did he call you? I ask, sinking into my desk chair like I might dissolve into it. Reluctantly. My son doesn't ask for help unless he's desperate. but he needed advice. A humorless laugh claws its way out of my throat. Yeah, normal doesn't exactly apply to him. No, it doesn't. Her eyes soften. I know about the stalking, Liana. That's why he felt comfortable telling me what happened. The words rattle through me like glass. You know about that? Yes, I stumbled on it years ago. That room wasn't always locked. Oh, God, I grip my head. So you saw... I saw enough. And I want you to know, Kale is exactly as unhinged as you think he is. You're not crazy for being terrified. Her bluntness stuns me. You're not defending him? I'm not excusing it. I'm acknowledging it. He is who he is, and that won't change. She sighs. Truth is, Noah never should have been lined up to marry you. The moment my husband mentioned it, I knew it would be trouble. He doesn't know about Kale's history with you. What history? My voice shakes. What connection? She leans back, thoughtful. Kale's always struggled with expression. As a child, he swung between violent outbursts and eerie silence. Nothing in between. Therapy didn't help. Doctors contradicted each other. He drifted through life half-present. But then he found you. I frown, my hands trembling against the desk. We didn't even know each other. Not in the way you think, but you lit something in him. After you, he changed. He spoke more, laughed, smiled. Before that, the only time he'd ever shown signs of life was at the piano with me. Music reached him. And then, you did. I press my palms against my face, overwhelmed. None of this makes sense. It doesn't to me either. All I know is that you brought him back from wherever he'd been hiding. I whisper, raw. I used to call him my phantom. Her brows lift. That's more accurate than you realize. I thought I was losing my mind. My things went missing, little by little, and nobody believed me. My own family told me to stop talking about it or risk being locked away. My voice cracks. I forced myself to forget, until I couldn't anymore. She leans forward, her hand resting gently on my desk. And I am so sorry you endured that. Nobody deserves it, least of all you. From everything I've seen, you're one of the few good souls left in this world. Of course he clung to you. Her sincerity twists something in me. Tears sting, and I fidget with a pen to keep from breaking down. I'd learned to tolerate my phantom, even love him in some broken way. But seeing that room reopened all the old wounds. I still don't understand why, I admit softly. Why me? What does he see? What does any of this mean? She slips her shoes back on. That's not for me to answer. You'll have to hear it from him. I only came to check on you, to remind you that he won't harm you. He'd sooner die than hurt you. I nod faintly. I believe that. Good. Because it's true, she stands, adjusting her bag on her shoulder. Kale is better because of you. You gave him back to me. I'll always owe you for that, no matter how twisted the road that led us here. Her eyes glisten, though she laughs it off and dabs them dry. The sound makes my own chest tighten. I can almost see her side, the years of raising a son she couldn't reach, only to watch him come alive because of me. I can almost understand her gratitude, but it came at my expense. Is he coming here? I ask, walking her to the elevators. I told him to give you space. Do you want me to call him? I shake my head quickly. I'll text. She doesn't push. I won't ask you to forgive him. But know this, he loves you more than anyone has a right to. And that won't change. Impulsively, I hug her. She hugs back. Warm, soft, motherly. I'm sorry this fell on you, she murmurs, but in a way I always knew it would. My son really is unbalanced. A choked laugh escapes me. It's not funny, but it feels good to let it out. She leaves, the elevator door shutting behind her. I stand there alone, replaying her words. Somehow she managed to tilt my perspective. Before, Kale was just a monster in the dark, but through her eyes, I can see the damaged boy he used to be, and the man who can't stop orbiting me. And she's right. He does care. I pull out my phone. My thumbs hover before I finally type, "I'm at the office. Come talk to me." I stare at the screen, uncertain. It's not too late to run. To call Lorenzo, beg for a divorce, disappear back home. All it would take is one train ticket. But then I breathe in, and I swear I can smell him. My phantom. I hit send, and I wait.
Chapter 27. Kale. Her face almost finished me. I've seen hatred. I've seen terror. I've seen people look at me like I'm nothing but a monster. That doesn't bother me. I am a monster, a killer, a stalker in the dark. But Liana, she's supposed to be my light, my angel, my saint. And the look she gave me, raw disgust, pure fear, as she bolted from my house, it split me in half. That's why I called my mother. I hated myself for doing it the second she answered, but the words spilled out anyway. She's the only person who's ever come close to understanding me, the only one I could talk to. And of course, she couldn't resist stepping in. I think about what she must have told Liana as I ride up to the office. My chest is tight. My stomach knots. I knock gently on the closed door, trying not to feel like I'm walking into a trap. She calls me in. Liana sits at her desk, back straight, shoulders squared. Her lips are pressed thin, her eyes rimmed red from crying, but she looks strong, steady, and I feel something strange rise up in me. Respect. Worship. This woman could destroy me. She could aim a gun at my chest, and I'd thank her for it. 7 years, she says softly. That's a long time. I know. Didn't feel long to me. Time flies when you're having fun, she says bitterly, shaking her head. Sorry. Not the moment for jokes. You can say whatever you want, Dove. Don't call me that. The sharpness in her voice cuts me, but she reins it back in. At least not now. Whatever you say. Can I sit? You and your mother, so damn polite. I flinch. I told her not to come. She showed up anyway. Figures. Sit down. You're too tall standing over me. I lower myself into the chair across from her. Every part of me wants to leap across the desk, kiss her until she forgets how to breathe, remind her she belongs to me, but I keep still. You broke into my house for 7 years. Her hands fold neatly, like she's questioning me in court. Yes. My voice is steady. No more lies. She deserves the truth. All I want is why. A crack slips into her composure. Please, Kale. Tell me. How do I explain something that never made sense, even to me? Because without you, I'm filth. I'm nothing. Not my best answer. She frowns, frustrated. That doesn't explain anything. Why me? Why from the start? You made me feel again, Liana. You're light in a world that's nothing but shadow. I'm the dark, and you're the one bright thing I could cling to. But that can't be the whole story. I lean forward. I'll tell you everything. But I want you to see the room again, to understand what it means. Her shoulders stiffen. That place? No. It scared you, I know. But it isn't a tomb. It's sacred. Her jaw tightens. She studies me for a long time before saying, Fine. But promise me something. The second I say I want to leave, you step aside. I swear, I'll never hold you against your will, never hurt you. She mutters under her breath. Completely insane. Then she glares at me. But I guess I am too. Back in the room, she stops just inside the doorway while I walk deeper. Shelves and shelves of little pieces of her life surround us. It still feels wrong, she whispers. These aren't just things, I say, picking up an old movie stub. This took it after cleaning up a mess with an addict who went after one of our guys. That screwdriver snatched it from your kitchen after I dealt with a thief. Each one is tied to a job, to blood, taking something of yours. It was how I kept myself from drowning in it. You stole from me. I took relics, I say simply. Pieces of a saint. She shakes her head hard. Not the same. Maybe not to you. But for me, it was survival. A way to feel clean again. Her voice softens, barely audible. Dove. I smile faintly. Exactly. How did you even get past all my security? Patience. Discipline. Luck. She exhales sharply, folding her arms. You still haven't told me the real part. The beginning, so I tell her. I met you in Philadelphia 7 years ago. Her brows furrow. I don't remember. You wouldn't. I was tracking someone else then, a worthless addict who beat his girlfriend bloody and stole from her. His bad luck? She was connected to us. He ran, thinking he could hide. I followed him to Philly. She swallows. And I? You crossed paths with him. By accident. You were leaving Grace House. Early days there, I think. He spotted you. He wanted money, and I knew how that would end. Normally, I'd have stayed hidden, waited for my chance. But then, I saw you. Her breath catches. You didn't see me, but I saw you. And I couldn't let him touch you. For the first time in my life, I broke my own rules. I grabbed him, dragged him out of sight, and ended it. You kept walking, never knowing. Her voice trembles. You would have let him take me? Never. Not you, I close my eyes, remembering. The second I saw you, I couldn't. Something about you. Your walk, your face, the way you carried yourself, it stopped me. You saved me that night, Liana. You didn't know it, but you did. She steps further in, her breathing uneven. So that's when it started. Yes. For once I did something good. Not for the clan. Not for business. Just good. And it changed me. Her eyes glisten as she looks around at the shelves. That's why you kept coming back. I couldn't stay away. You gave me something no kill ever could. You broke into my house. You stole from me. Yes, because I loved you. The words slip out before I can stop them. I've never spoken them aloud, not even to family. But for her, it's the truth. She stiffens, whispering, "It was chance. You could have seen anyone that night." No, I found out who you were, learned everything. You weren't chance. You were fate. I step closer, trembling with restraint, and brush her cheek with my hand. She doesn't pull away. This is madness, she whispers, and I'm terrified. Not of me. My lips brush hers, soft, reverent. Never of me. Her eyes lock on mine, raw and conflicted. I'm terrified of how much I want you. I lose the last of my control. I kiss her, hungry and desperate, in the room where every piece of her has lived with me for years, She doesn't stop me. And for the first time, I know she finally sees me.
Chapter 28. Liana. I slide into a booth tucked against the far wall of my favorite diner, choosing a spot where I've got a clear line of sight to the front door. Lunch hour has already thinned out, leaving the place half empty. A cup of coffee cools beside me, steam curling into the air as I spread out a stack of papers. My hands won't stop fidgeting. When I first jumped into this shelter project, I never doubted myself. I figured even if I didn't have the most polished resume, I could always surround myself with the right people. Heart and determination. That's what mattered most. But right now, I feel like a tiny fish swimming blind in a very big pond. My eyes rest on the resume at the top of the pile. Doubt prickles at me. Maybe I'm in over my head. Maybe I don't belong at the helm of something this big. Before those thoughts can drag me under, the bell above the diner door jingles. A woman steps inside. Butterflies burst loose in my stomach. I stand quickly, waving her over. She spots me and smiles, a poised, confident smile. She's mid-40s, hair pinned in a neat bun, dressed sharp but practical. About my height, my build, but she carries herself with an ease I envy. Dr. Reyes, I greet, extending my hand. I'm so glad you could meet me. And you as well, Mrs. Donovan. That name still makes my skin twitch. Liana, please, I say, forcing a small smile. Thanks for meeting here instead of the office. It's still a little bare, and I thought this might feel more relaxed. This is perfect. She slides into the booth opposite me. I'll admit, when I first heard about your project, I wasn't sure what to expect. But the information you sent me was very impressive. Relief warms me. That's good to hear. I glance down at her resume again, even though I've practically memorized it. 15 years of work in domestic violence advocacy. A PhD from Columbia, fluent in English and Spanish. She's run crisis teams, handled cases most people couldn't stomach. She's everything I'd dreamed of finding. Tell me, Mrs. Donovan. Liana, I interrupt lightly. Then you'll have to call me Sophia. She grins, eyes glinting with humor. So tell me, Liana, what made you reach out to me? I hesitate. The real answer involves certain connections from both the Vitale and Donovan sides, and I'm not about to mention that, so I settle on the safer truth. I found your profile, did my research, and your experience stood out. You're exactly what this project needs. She studies me for a beat, then nods. All right. Why don't you tell me more? What's this shelter called? I'm leaning toward second chances. I want to model it after Grace House in Philadelphia. I volunteered there for years. Her face lights up. Grace House? That's Maria Delgado's program, isn't it? She's been a mentor to me. That makes sense. Sophia leans back, eyes narrowing thoughtfully. I wasn't sure what I'd find today, but you seem very genuine. Genuine and persistent, I add. The two qualities that matter most. We settle in, and soon the papers are forgotten. She orders coffee and toast, and our conversation flows easily. For over an hour, we talk about her experience, about my vision, about the mess of licensing, politics, and funding in New York City. By the time the check comes, I'm practically glowing. She's it, the woman I need, driven, intelligent, battle-tested, but still compassionate. Outside, we linger by my car. The hardest part isn't the work itself, Sophia explains with a wry smile. It's the red tape. Permits, city councils, real estate boards, knowing who to push and who to sweet-talk. That's why I want you, I admit. New York isn't my turf. I need someone who knows the terrain. She tilts her head, considering me carefully. I'll be honest, I wasn't convinced walking in. You sounded like someone with good intentions, but maybe a little sheltered. I laugh softly. If she only knew. Fair enough. But I'm serious about this, Sophia. Dead serious. Her expression softens. I can see that now. Tell you what. I never hear the rest. 1 second, she's talking. The next, the world is fire. A roar splits the air. Heat slams into me. My ears ring so loud I think my head's going to split. For a moment, all I see is sky. When my vision clears, I realize I'm flat on the sidewalk, pressed against the diner's brick wall. Debris rains down around me. My face is wet. Blood? Coffee? I can't tell. Then I see it. The street is littered with scraps that don't make sense. Until they do. Bits of fabric. A mangled hand. A single earring glinting in the sun. Sophia. Bile rises in my throat. I scramble upright, gagging. My car is nothing but a flaming husk, chunks of it scattered across the street. The driver, gone, vaporized. Someone grabs my arm. An older man. His mouth moves. Are you okay? Are you okay? I can't hear him. I shove him away, stumbling to my knees, choking on sobs. My stomach empties onto the pavement. Her ear lies inches away. I gag again. My whole body shakes. This isn't real. It can't be real. But it is. The explosion was meant for me. They missed. A police officer appears, impossibly young, face pale, voice muffled through the ringing in my ears. He tugs me to my feet, wrapping a blanket around my shoulders. You're hurt! You need to sit, ma'am. It was meant for me, I whisper, staring at the smoke, the twisted wreckage, Sophia's remains scattered across the street. It was meant for me. If he understands, he doesn't show it. The sirens wail, louder and louder, until fire trucks and ambulances flood the street. And I sit there in the chaos, wrapped in a blanket, knowing Sophia is gone because of me.
Chapter 29. Kale. I don't usually carry anger into my work. Rage clouds judgment. Precision requires calm, measured, detached focus. That's how I've always been. Cold control, not blind fury, is what makes me lethal. But tonight I'm seething. I wait in the shadows outside a row house in a quiet Brooklyn neighborhood. The sort of street where kids play stickball until the sun drops, where families grill in backyards on weekends. A far cry from where a Bratva man should be hiding. Yet here I am. I move along the side of the house, sticking to the dark edges, careful not to catch the glow of any porch lights. I'm dressed head to toe in black, mask in place, the picture of a nightmare slipping between the fences. If one of these housewives glances out her window right now, all she'll see is a stalker. I cut across the yard. It's unkempt. Leaves piled up. Weeds swallowing the edges. No signs of children, no laughter, no life. Perfect for what I came to do. The back door offers no resistance. I step into a kitchen drowned in darkness, pausing just long enough to let my eyes adjust. Liana's face flashes in my mind, the moment I saw her wrapped in a blanket, trembling outside that diner after the explosion. I thought I'd lost her. For one terrible second, I imagined her broken in pieces, another casualty scattered across the street. She survived. Thank God. Shaken, grief-stricken, but alive. I swore to myself then, I won't let that stand. Whoever ordered it is going to bleed for it. I move silently through the house. Sparse furniture, expensive but cold. No warmth, no family photos. It reeks of money and secrets. Upstairs, I pause outside the master bedroom, listening, breathing. Then I ease the door open. The room is gaudy, black silk sheets, red trim, the kind of place meant to impress no one but himself. Dmitry Sokolov lies sprawled on the bed, snoring. A young woman, hair bleached pale, stirs beside him. Definitely not his wife. Typical. I climb onto the mattress, straddling him, blade drawn. The cool steel presses against his throat. Wake up, I murmur. His eyes blink open, confusion giving way to horror. He knows exactly who I am. You. he rasps. The woman beside him shifts. Baby? What's... Don't move, he snaps, panic sharpening his voice. I turn my gaze on her. She freezes when she sees the knife, sheets clutched to her chest. Her mouth opens for a scream until I raise a finger to my lips. Not a sound. I whisper, unless you want him gone right now. Her breath hitches. Silent tears run down her cheeks. Dimitri's chest heaves. Sweat beads on his forehead. He knows how close he is to death. Tell me, I say softly, leaning close. Did you really think hiding out here would save you? Did you know about the bomb meant for my wife? His throat bobs against the edge of my blade. I don't know anything. Lie again, and I open you up. I swear, he whimpers. They don't tell me everything. I study him, the pathetic tremor in his voice. I told you to rein Victor in. I warned you. And instead, Liana almost died. Tears spill. I tried. He wouldn't listen. That's not enough. I drag the blade lightly across his jawline, just enough to make him flinch. The girl sobs into her hands. I'll do anything, he pleads. I'll beg him. I'll throw myself at his feet if I have to. Just give me one more chance. My head tilts. So you admit you didn't try hard enough the first time? I'll do better. I'll do whatever it takes. You think you can change his mind? I'll try. I let out a long sigh. Oh, Dimitri, you really are a disappointment. His eyes widen. Wait, please. I don't let him finish. The knife flashes, swift and sure. His breath catches, then gurgles, then fades. His body slumps, lifeless. The girl lets out a strangled cry, curling into herself, shaking uncontrollably. I turn to her, voice low and steady. Are you listening? She nods frantically, eyes huge, wet with terror. Good. Then here's what you're going to do. I lift her chin with the flat of the blade, forcing her gaze to meet mine. You're going to deliver a message.
Chapter 30. Liana, the block is filled with mourners, strangers, every last one of them, but all united in grief. Black clothes, red eyes, tears. None of them know who I am. No accusing stares, no whispered blame. Just quiet devastation as people hold one another and cry. New York lost one of its brightest. And I can't shake the feeling that it's because of me. Kale stays glued to my side as we make our way through Sophia Reyes's receiving line. I tell her family I was a colleague, and nobody questions it. She leaves behind siblings, parents, nieces, nephews, cousins, an entire constellation of loved ones orbiting around her memory. All of them heartbroken. You didn't do this, Kyle murmurs when the service ends. I feel flattened, like I've been pressed into the ground by grief itself. It wasn't your fault. If she hadn't come to meet me, my voice falters. She was a good person. She was, he agrees quietly. And now she's gone. He pulls me closer as we reach the car. We sit in silence while the other mourners file out, heading to the cemetery. Don't let your mind twist this, he says, voice low and rough. You're not to blame. The Russians did this, and I'll make sure they pay. I believe him, but belief doesn't ease the weight pressing against my ribs. I keep seeing Sophia mid-sentence, her smile bright, her eyes alive with hope. We'd talked about second chances, and even though she had doubts, she wanted to believe in me. She was everything I wanted for the shelter, capable, passionate, decent, In a city crawling with monsters, including the one I share a bed with. Kyle leans over and presses his mouth to mine. His kiss is rough, anchoring. Soon, the parking lot empties, and it's only us left behind. "It should have been me," I whisper, my voice breaking. Kyle snarls in response, yanking me into his lap like he can pull the thought out of me by force. His grip is fierce, his eyes blazing as he stares straight through me. "Don't ever say that again," he growls. His teeth graze my lip. "She may have been good, but you, Liana, you're everything. My angel, my dove, my light. What if you're wrong?" The words spill from me, jagged and raw. What if I'm not good at all? "I'm not wrong," he insists, his kiss swallowing my protest. And I let him. Desperation drives me. Guilt and grief twist into hunger. I don't want tenderness. I don't want comfort. I want to drown. So I cling to him. His hands are rough, his hold commanding, his touch almost worshipful. He treats me like I'm holy, like I'm the one thing keeping him human. It destroys me, and it makes me crave more. I move against him, shameless, reckless, aware of where we are and too far gone to care. His strength pins me, his mouth devours mine, and in that frenzy of grief and heat, the world slips away. It's wrong, so wrong, but it feels too good to stop. He whispers against my skin, every word torn from his chest. "You're everything. My reason for breathing. My blood, my sanity. Don't you dare forget it." Tears sting my eyes. "You make it sound like I'm perfect." "You are." "You really believe that?" "With everything in me." I laugh, broken and bitter. "Then hear me out. Don't judge me for this. Just listen." He holds me tighter. "I'm listening." "I want them to suffer." My voice shakes as I admit it. "The Russians. I want them to pay for what they did to her." His head tilts, studying me. "All my life, I've tried to balance the darkness of my family. To do something good. Grace House was supposed to be my way of tipping the scales back. My throat aches. But right now, I want the opposite. I want blood for blood." His expression doesn't change. If anything, his grip only steadies me. "Tell me what you want." "Find the man who planted that bomb," I say, trembling but sure. "Track him. Make him feel hunted. Bring him to me." His eyes glint, sharp as a blade. And then, "I'll tell him about Sophia. I'll make him understand." I pause, voice dipping low. "And if he doesn't care, then we make him." A slow, dangerous smile spreads across his face. "That's very dark, Dove." I know, my chest heaves. It's wrong. But I can't help it. I'm furious. I'm broken, and I want them to bleed. He cups my face, his stare unflinching. "That doesn't make you less perfect." "Not to me. Never to me." The words send me spiraling. I bury my face in his neck, gripping him like he's the only thing tethering me to the earth. He whispers into my hair, voice steady and sure. "You don't have to be afraid. You'll never get your hands dirty, not while you're mine." I press my lips to his, long and lingering, tasting him, breathing him in. My phantom, my sin, my salvation. And I know he's right. But if I want Sophia's memory to mean anything, then softness can't save me anymore.
Chapter 31. Kyle. The wind tears through Liana's hair as she leans against the ferry rail, her eyes wide with wonder when the Statue of Liberty comes into view. I've taken this trip dozens of times, never cared for it once, until today, when I get to watch her see it all for the first time. Tourists crowd the deck, snapping pictures. The commuters huddle inside, avoiding the chill. The gusts whip hard enough to drown out voices, making this the perfect place for a conversation. But mostly, I chose this because Liana's never been here. "I wasn't sure at first," she admits. her shoulder pressed to mine. But I have to say, this is pretty amazing. I'm glad you think so. Philly doesn't have anything like this. Maybe Kelly Drive, but that's not really the same. This is New York, I say, center of the world. She smirks at that. We'll have to disagree there. You really think your little city can outshine this skyline? I gesture toward the towers glowing behind us. Philly has plenty to offer, she shoots back, chin tilted high. You New Yorkers just assume you're the best. Because we are. Funny, considering you spent years sneaking into my city. I grin, brushing a kiss against her lips. Only for you. Sure, she teases. Bet you went for the cheesesteaks. Never touched one. Then I'll fix that. She leans into me. I wrap my arms around her, and something burns low in my chest. Strange, steady, and new. It takes me a moment to name it. Contentment. We stand together until I catch sight of two figures pushing through the crowd. Recognition hits instantly. The girl. I remember her from Dimitri's bed the night I slit his throat. She looks even younger now, trembling as she approaches. The man with her is broad, sharp-eyed. I don't know him personally, but I know who he is. Mikhail Orlov, the Pakhan's son, one of their top commanders. I lower my head to Liana's ear. Why don't you grab a seat over there? I guide her toward a bench within sight, but out of earshot. Business meeting? She glances at Mikhail. He looks dangerous. Like a kitten, I whisper. Compared to you, that's true. She kisses me once, nerves flashing in her eyes. Good luck. Then she moves to the bench, feigning casual interest in the view. The girl halts in front of me, pale as death. Her hand shakes as she points from me to Mikhail. I brought him like you said. That makes us even, right? I just want you to know I did what you asked. Well done. I don't look at her long. My attention is locked on Mikhail, who stares back without flinching, brave or foolish. Go keep my wife company. Make her smile. Yes, sir. She nearly runs to the bench, perching beside Liana. Mikhail steps closer, dressed plain, dark jacket, jeans, no flashy watch or jewelry. He could pass for any man in the city, except I've already clocked the weapons. 2 handguns at his waist, a knife strapped to his calf. He came ready. Good choice of meeting place, he says, resting an arm on the rail. Wind scrambles recordings, too many people for a fight, cameras everywhere. I wanted you comfortable. His mouth twists. You killed Dimitri. I did. He wasn't as helpful as I'd hoped. Useful to us, though. He made numbers bend in ways I never understood. Tax season was his kind of magic. A man like that is hard to replace. Exactly. His eyes sharpen. Now we're forced to try. Best of luck. Mikhail lets out a short laugh. He looks relaxed, but I can read the tension beneath. So, Phantom, what do you want? Not every day I meet a man like you face to face. Dimitri disappointed me. I expect you'll do better. Maybe. I'll get to it then. Someone tried to blow up my wife. Didn't work out, he says flatly, glancing toward Liana. I picture driving my knife into his throat and tossing him overboard. So easy. She's beautiful. You must be proud. More than you'll ever understand. That's sweet. Love like that doesn't last in our world. Then you understand how furious I am. His jaw hardens. You struck first, killing Yuri. My father was willing to leave your clan alone until then. Your father's been pressing us for years. Yuri's death was necessary, and you know it. He shrugs. Maybe. But family is family. How do you think this ends? I can give you two choices. I glance toward Liana, laughing with the girl, then back at Mikhail. First option, I wipe out your family piece by piece. Slowly, thoroughly, you know I can. You sound too sure of yourself. Second option, convince your father peace is smarter, and as proof of good faith, 5 million to my wife's charity. His hand twitches toward his gun. You're insane. Completely. I tilt my wrist just enough for him to notice the blade I'd pressed to his thigh, right where it would end him in seconds. But precise. He stiffens, sweat breaking at his temple. You wouldn't. Too many cameras. I smirk. You think the NYPD doesn't dance to our tune? Bastard. 5 million is nothing, and it will buy you goodwill. My father will gut you alive for this. Don't make Dimitri's mistake, I say softly. Be useful. He works his jaw, thinking. He knows my reputation. He knows what I am. Finally, I'll try. That's what Dimitri said. Look where he ended up. I'm not Dimitri. His voice drops low. I'll talk to him. That's all I can promise. Then make him listen. No more attempts on my wife. End this clean. The ferry nears the dock. I close the blade and slide it away. Mikhail exhales, shaking his head. Hard to believe you want peace, Phantom. Everything about you says otherwise. Death follows you. I've changed. I doubt it. He glances at Liana, then back at me. Your hands are drenched in more blood than anyone in this city. That's just your opinion. My father won't buy it. All he'll see is a killer. But I'll speak to him. Mikhail turns, motioning the girl to follow. Liana rejoins me, slipping into my arms. How'd it go? Productive, I say, watching Mikhail vanish into the crowd. We had a nice chat. She laughs, leaning close. That girl, did you know she's only 20? She wants to be a social worker. I groan. Don't tell me you tried to hire her. Of course I did. Talent's talent. She was sleeping with Dimitri. I'm sleeping with you. She smirks and kisses me. Now quit stalling. Give me the rest of the tour. I tuck her against me, heart strangely light. For you? Always.
Chapter 32. Liana. Do we really have to do this? Kyle mutters, staring at his parents' house from behind the wheel. He doesn't move, doesn't even unbuckle. Your mother invited us. I remind him gently. She's been inviting me for years. His frown deepens as his eyes flick to mine. I never go. Well, now you're married to me. I nudge his arm. And besides, your mom scares me. I'm worse. Honestly, I smirk. That's debatable. His fingers clench the steering wheel tighter. I can't even explain why this bothers me so much. Then try, I say softly, resting a hand on his thigh. They're just so... He shakes his head, searching for the word. Normal. I can't help it. I burst out laughing. Probably not the most sensitive response, but really? Normal? His glare sharpens until I reach up, touch his cheek, and kiss him quickly to soften the blow. Kale, your family is not normal. Noah's a good guy. Malachi knows everyone. Rowan's the heir apparent. They walk into a room and people get them. They're still a mafia family, but sure. I've always been the odd one, even as a kid. Mom shielded me. Maybe from the world, maybe the other way around. Either way, I've always known it. I'm the outsider. Are you certain? Absolutely. Or maybe you just feel that way. No, he insists flatly. This man, completely clueless. Maybe stop worrying about fitting in and just be present? I don't worry. You really sound like you do. He growls under his breath and suddenly shoves the door open. It's just dinner. Exactly, I chirp, hopping out after him. Just dinner. He looks like he's headed to his own execution. The moment we step inside, the aroma of roasted chicken and herbs greets us. Warm, savory, comforting. Wine bottles are already open on the table. His father chats quietly with Rowan, while his mom is laughing with Malachi and Noah. A gray-haired cook stirs at the stove. Every head turns when we walk in. A beat of silence. Then Moira sweeps forward with grace. She kisses my cheek, then pulls Kale in close. I don't know how you managed to drag him here, she whispers to me. But well done. Welcome to the family, Noah says warmly. You too, I answer with a smile. Malachi hands me a glass of wine. Still breathing? That's promising. Usually Kale's girlfriends don't last long. My eyes widen, horrified, until he grins. Relax. Kidding. Very funny, I mutter, sipping quickly. My gaze drifts toward Kyle speaking in low tones with his father. How's married life? Malachi asks, easy and curious. It's good. Adjusting to New York has been a challenge, but I'm settling in. Best city on earth, Noah chimes. Agree to disagree, I shoot back. Though I did ride the Staten Island ferry this week, and that was pretty great. See? We get some things right, Malachi laughs. Come out with me sometime. I'll show you the neighborhoods. She won't. Kale cuts in, suddenly at my side. His arm slips around me, protective. He glares at Malachi. Your idea of a fun tour usually involves bullets. Not with her in the car. Well, not the first time, Malachi says with a wicked grin. The tension eases as the night moves on. Kale even starts to relax. Noah keeps him talking. Malachi cracks jokes. Rowan stays closer to their father. The pair of them always half-whispering about business. Aiden greets me politely but keeps to himself. Moira, though, she hovers near me, curious, warm, welcoming. Stories about Kale spill out once the wine flows. Remember Billy Ray? Noah starts, elbowing Kale. That punk? He was a prick, Kale mutters. Kid broke my nose over some stupid fight. Trading cards, I think? I came home busted up. Kale lost it. Said nobody messes with his brothers except him. He chased Billy Ray around the block with a bat. I glance at Kale. To my shock, he's smiling. Caught him too, Noah says proudly. Snapped his knee, Kale adds almost fondly. Pretty sure he still limps. Served him right. Noah raises his glass. Malachi howls with laughter. Moira shakes her head like she's heard it all before. More stories follow, some rough, some funny. What strikes me most is how much his brothers love him. He thinks he's an outsider, but to them, he's woven into their lives. Dinner is roast chicken with seasoned rice. Perfect. The wine keeps coming. Even Rowan loosens up, chuckling at one of my comments. By dessert, the whole evening feels almost normal. Later, Moira pulls me aside into the front room. She pours us each another glass of wine and sits across from me. I'm glad you came tonight, she says softly. How's he doing? Good, I think. At least from what I see. No anger? No outbursts? That question catches me off guard. I shake my head. He's been steady. That's good. She looks away, thoughtful. He loves you, you know. I figured that much. He'd do anything for you. I just want to be sure you're settling in. If anything worries you? She lets the sentence trail. Can I be honest? Of course. Suddenly my throat feels tight. My palms sweat. But I push through. I haven't said this out loud yet. My voice shakes. But we're working. More than working. Her brows lift. I'm falling for him. She blinks, then laughs lightly, pouring us more wine. We clink glasses. He's already fallen for you, that's for sure. But her smile fades as she leans closer. Be careful, Liana. His love doesn't fade. He's all or nothing. With you, it's all, and then some. There's no turning back. The weight of that sinks into me. I glance toward the dining room, picture the years ahead. What happens if my passion softens, if routine sets in? But with Kale, routine will never exist. He'll always pull me under with him. It's terrifying, and it's exhilarating. I don't want to turn back, I whisper. Moira smiles, sliding beside me to wrap me in a hug. That's good to hear. Still, take care with him. I know he's complicated, but what we have, it's worth exploring, worth chasing. I do understand, she says warmly. Welcome to the family. Chapter 33. Liana. When you said you had a surprise for me. I squint through the car window as we cruise down a quiet Brooklyn street. I was picturing flowers, maybe dessert, possibly sex. Sex is still an option, Kale says, his lips twitching as he pulls the car to a stop outside a plain brick apartment building. On the corner, a few small businesses share space with apartments above. Families pass by, an older couple pushing a stroller, kids laughing as they skip ahead. What's going on here? I ask, narrowing my eyes. Something good. For you. He leans across the console, kisses me softly. Call it a reward for surviving dinner with my family. You don't need to thank me. Your mother's lovely. Your father, on the other hand. Kyle waves a hand dismissively. Ignore him. He's set in his ways. He'll come around. Honestly, your mom's the one to focus on. That's why you're smart. His smirk returns as he nods toward the entrance. Come on, upstairs. A knot tightens in my stomach. Still, I follow him out of the car. What's here? I rented a place. Landlord doesn't care who pays the bills as long as the cash is good. Didn't ask questions. He buzzes us in, leading me into a narrow lobby that smells faintly of old paint and fried food. Rusted mailboxes line one wall. We climb the creaking stairs past units filled with the scent of cooking and faint music. I wrinkle my nose at the scuffed doors. Why here? It's not exactly welcoming. Because it's perfect, he says with certainty. By the time we reach the 4th floor, I'm winded. He stops at 407, unlocks it, and pushes inside. The apartment is empty, completely bare. The kitchen, stripped. The bathroom, lifeless. The living room, no furniture, no warmth, no sign of anyone living here. I turn to him, frowning. What is this? Trying to convince me to move out already? His brows lift. Never. This is weird even for you. I thought we were going on a date. We are. He pulls me close, kisses me again, a low growl escaping. I'm not explaining myself well. Then explain. I touch his face, steadying him. I'll show you. He threads his fingers through mine, guiding me down the short hall. I raise a brow. So, this is about sex? Better, he murmurs, pushing open the door. Inside, a folding chair, a milk crate holding a laptop, and a sniper rifle propped against the window blinds. Nothing else. My stomach lurches. Kyle. He drops into the chair, eye pressed to the scope, grinning like a man seeing treasure. Come look. Are you about to scar me for life? You'll want to see this. He extends a hand, expression steady, almost tender. Against my better judgment, I go. He eases me onto his lap, tilting the scope toward me. I lean in, squinting until a window across the street snaps into view. A desk, a computer. A man steps inside the frame. What am I looking at? I whisper. You're still angry. Kyle breathes against my neck. His lips graze my skin as his hands begin to roam. Angry about Sophia. About what they stole from you. And then I realize. Mikhail Orlov, the Bratva prince, sitting in his own office, oblivious. You hold his life now. Kyle kisses me slowly as my pulse races. His hand slides lower, teasing me as I stare down the rifle sight. Touch the trigger, Dove. You can end him. My voice shakes. Didn't you say you needed him alive? I only need you. His hand closes over mine, guiding it toward the rifle. My finger slips inside the guard, cool steel under my skin. One twitch and he's gone. For Sophia. I shudder, eyes watering. Pleasure and fury twist together as Kale works me harder, whispering promises against my ear. Do it! No one will blame you. He's filth. I don't know, I choke out, closing my eyes. I just want you. This is my gift. He hurt you. He deserves to bleed. I wrench away from the scope, twist in his lap, and crash my mouth against his. Desperate, hungry, anything to stop myself from pulling that trigger. Clothes fall away, quick and clumsy. He's gasping, stroking himself until I slide down over him, taking him inside. A ragged sound tears from my throat. This, I pant, clutching his face. This is what I want. Just this. You're all I need, he growls, moving inside me with raw need. His hands grip, his teeth graze, his body demanding. The rifle sits behind me, pointed at Mikhail's head. I barely care. Darkness swallows me, and I welcome it. We move together hard, frantic, losing ourselves in the mess of sweat and whispers. He praises me, worships me, calls me his life, his death, his salvation, and I scream back that I love him too, love him in all his ruin. Release hits me sharp and blinding. He follows with a groan, clutching me as we collapse, tangled and breathless, in front of the silent gun. You're insane, I whisper, kissing his jaw, laughing through the wreckage of my nerves. And you're mine. He kisses me back, then nods toward the weapon. So what's the verdict? I slip off him, shaky as I dress. Then, drawn by something I can't name, I lean over the rifle again. Mikhail is still there, scribbling on paper, frowning at his screen. One shot. That's all it would take. Justice, or another body in the endless cycle. The thought makes me sick, and yet, the temptation is real. I step back, shaking my head. Fire a warning. That's enough. His brows rise. You're sure? Positive. If I take it, I might not stop. He cradles my face, pride and sorrow in his gaze. That's why you're better than me. You wouldn't say that if you knew how close I was. I press his hand. Just do it. Please. Kyle sets up smoothly, aiming with a predator's calm. Cover your ears. The shot cracks like thunder. Even with my palms pressed tight, it's deafening. My ears ring, my heart hammers. Look, he urges. I peer through the scope. Mikhail is frozen in his chair, sweat dripping, staring at the fresh bullet hole in the wall behind him. His face is pale, his chest heaving. A smile curls my lips, sharp and satisfied. That's good, I whisper. That's really, really good.
Chapter 34. Kale. I can count on one hand the number of times my father has called me into one of his strategy sessions. Normally, nobody wants the phantom hanging around. Too unsettling, too unpredictable. But tonight, it's just me and my brothers. The rest of the Donovan generals are either handling business or watching our corners. It feels strange, stepping out in front of the pub that serves as the heart of our Bronx stronghold, realizing all I want right now is Liana by my side. Leaving her behind tears at me. Most men would joke about being chained down, grateful for a little time away. That's not me. I can't get enough of her. Not her voice, not her presence, not the little life we're building together. Even if that life's been messy to start. From my side, it never was. She's been a saint since the beginning, and yesterday proved it all over again. She had every chance to put a bullet through Mikhail Orlov. Just one squeeze of her finger, and Sophia's death would have been avenged. I'm almost certain Mikhail gave the order, or at least blessed it. But Liana refused. A weaker soul would have fired, not her. I fell harder in that moment, watching her choose restraint over revenge. Each day I love her more, and each morning I wake with her beside me. The obsession only deepens. She's in my head now, woven into every thought. Inside the pub, laughter and shouting from the locals spill around me. A few men glance over, their smirks betraying they know exactly who I am. The bartender jerks his chin at the back. I walk into the private room. My father sits at the head, whiskey glass in hand. A bottle gleams in the center of the table. Rowan's on one side, Noah on the other, Malachi at the far end. They all look up, and the conversation cuts short. They meet here often. Rowan, my father's shadow. Malachi running the streets. Noah floating in his new Vitale arrangement. Each of them has a place. Me? I'm the blade they keep hidden until they need blood. Sit, Dad says, nodding toward an empty chair beside Noah. Malachi tips the bottle, pours amber liquid into a glass, and slides it over with a wink. First round's on me. Thanks. I sip, eyes locked on my father. His frown doesn't shift. Our bond has been brittle ever since I stepped into Noah's shoes, and Noah keeps skating by because he's too damn charming. Glad you could follow orders, Dad finally says, his tone dry as dust. I know how to listen. His brows rise. Do you? I grind my jaw but keep silent. Maybe you two should arm wrestle, Noah pipes up, or tear off your shirts and brawl in the alley until the tension's gone. You'd lose either way, Malachi fires back. Your right hook's pathetic. Don't need one when I jab your nose flat. Assuming you could even touch me. Enough, Rowan cuts in, exasperated. You're grown men, not kids. Sounds like you're nervous about how you measure up, Malachi teases. I sit through the back and forth, but Dad's eyes stay on me. I feel the weight of it. I've always been on the edge of this family, but tonight it feels like I'm outside the circle completely. And yet, I'd choose Liana all over again. 1,000 times. Taking Noah's place was the best move I ever made. Let's focus, Dad says, leaning forward. Rowan. The streets are buzzing, Rowan begins. The Orlovs are gearing up. Stockpiling. Looks like they're preparing for a direct clash. Smells like war, Malachi agrees. Rowan's scowl deepens. Full-scale family wars haven't happened here in years. Too messy, too much heat from the press, the cops, the politicians. It ruins profits. Everyone learned to stick with small hits, surgical, quiet. Not this time. Malachi raps his knuckles on the table. They're bringing out real firepower. Because they're afraid. Dad leans in, his stare cutting through me. And they should be. The attention shifts my way. I fold my arms. They targeted my wife. This is on them. Dad's voice dips, sharp as broken glass. You made it worse by botching that first job. That's not like you, Kale. I swallow hard. He's right. Liana distracted me. I rushed what should have been clean. I was careless. Our phantom has been flawless for years, Malachi interrupts, slamming his glass. We're not hanging him out to dry for one mistake. That floors me. I didn't expect Malachi to step up, but he knows better than anyone what my work requires. He's effective, Rowan adds grudgingly. We've all benefited. Noah shrugs. I'm with them. Dad studies me, his silence thick. Finally, he breathes out, pours more whiskey. You've been flawless, and I demanded too much. Maybe I judged you too harshly. I nearly laugh. My father admitting fault? I must finally be losing my grip. Rowan clears his throat. The Orlovs were always going to be a problem. Yuri's death accelerated it, but the tension was already there. True, Dad concedes, rocking his glass. Still, we prepare. The Russians want a war. We'll give them one. The room stills. Nobody likes the thought of open bloodshed, but if it comes, I'll tear through every Bratva soldier to keep Liana breathing. We can't expect Vitale backup, Rowan mutters. They'll help where they can, but this fight is ours, Dad says. If anyone objects to war footing, speak now. Rowan stays quiet. Noah looks ready. Malachi, the one who stands to lose the most, shrugs with a grin. Always wanted a war. Why not? I snap, pushing up from my chair. You're all insane. Dad frowns. Explain. This doesn't have to happen. I've been driving this fight, striking at them hard. You're pretending it's the clan's best interest, but it's been personal. To protect Liana. The silence that follows is crushing, but I won't dodge the truth. They tried to kill her. Malachi reminds me firm. She's family now. Nobody touches our own. Rowan nods. Noah lifts his glass. Even Dad looks convinced. I sink back into my seat, stunned. Didn't expect this. You're not alone, Noah says simply. The meeting rolls on. Talk of weapons, armor, soldiers, bribes, plans for war. And for the first time in years, I feel something shift. My brothers aren't leaving me to fight this alone. When it's over, Malachi walks with me toward my car. You've done fine so far, he says. The Orlovs have been spoiling for this. Yuri was just an excuse. He was the Pakhan's nephew. And an idiot. No one's crying for him. Malachi pauses, grin sharp. Got something for you. A present? Rumor says the Russians have a shipment coming in. Word is straight from the cartels. Big load. How solid? Leads are thin. But I thought you'd want in. You'll figure out how to twist it our way. Besides stealing it and selling it, if that's the move, I've got men ready. Customers won't complain. You know I'm not a team player. We'll work around that. He claps my shoulder. You've been drifting too long. Time to come back. I shake my head. Never left. He smirks. Sure you did. You stalkered your way into isolation. But marriage changed you. More grounded now. Feels like you're ready. Something flutters in my chest. I want back in. More than the family psycho. More than just the shadow. Send me the details. I call as he walks off. We'll take it down together. He waves without looking back. Good to have you, brother.
Chapter 35. Liana. I stand in the middle of the shrine room, forcing myself not to focus on any one item, but instead on the overwhelming whole. It's chaos frozen in time, bits and pieces from my life scattered across shelves, 7 years of me reduced to trinkets, stolen by an obsessive man who thought he knew what mattered. Everything here belongs to me, yet none of it feels mine anymore. Preserved, arranged, cataloged. I'm sure Kale could point to each item and tell me when he took it, what he was thinking, and who had to die that night. That's the part that makes my stomach knot. This place isn't just a shrine. It's a crime scene. every piece carries a story, and most of those stories ended in blood. Hundreds, maybe more. By any measure, Kyle has to be one of the most successful killers who's ever lived. And I'm falling in love with him. How do I even begin to reconcile that? All my life, I've tried to tip the scales in the opposite direction of my family's corruption. Everything I've done has been about giving back, making up for their sins. But Kale, he isn't just sinful. He's the abyss itself. How do you push back against something that vast? It feels like standing on the deck of a sinking ship with nothing but a teaspoon. My phone rings. I barely remember dialing, but Maria's voice comes through, warm and steady. About time. I was starting to wonder when you'd call. How's Grace House? I ask, relief flooding me at the sound of her. Oh, you know. Holding together with duct tape and prayers. The guests are hanging on. I'm one crisis away from losing my mind, but that's about par for the course. Business as usual, then. She laughs, and I almost smile. But my eyes keep roaming over these shelves, and I can't look away. This room anchors me to everything rotten in my life. I miss you, I say softly, after a little more small talk. I don't know how you keep Grace House running. Sometimes I think it would crush me. I just take it one day at a time. Head down, keep moving forward. And the big picture? Funny thing is, when I focus on the small stuff, the big picture usually works itself out. Thanks to the magical funding fairy? That gets another laugh. Hey, I've got my methods. Money's always somewhere. But don't you ever feel like you're not enough? Like you don't belong? The words slip out before I can stop them. Maria was more mentor than friend, and I don't usually let myself get this vulnerable. There's a pause, then a sigh. All the time. I'm not perfect, Liana. Nobody is. But I keep showing up and doing my best. That's all anyone can do. But what if your best still isn't enough? I start pacing, phone tight in my hand. You know my family. I never gave you details, but you know. And now, here I am in New York, fighting so hard to stay good, to keep my balance. And I feel it slipping. Oh, Liana. Her voice softens to that social worker tone that can calm anyone. You're harder on yourself than anyone else could be. And yes, I know who your family is. That doesn't erase the good you've done. People here love you for a reason. You've made lives better. Don't lose sight of that. I press my forehead against the wall, staring at Kyle's trophies. My mind flashes back to that rifle aimed at Mikhail Orlov. How badly I wanted to squeeze the trigger. I'd never felt that before, never wanted someone dead. And now, it doesn't feel impossible anymore. Maria, is there ever a moment when it's okay to bend your morals, when the situation is extreme? That's the whole point of morals, she replies firmly. They're not supposed to be easy. If they were, the world wouldn't be the mess it is. The real test is whether you can hold the line even when it's painful, especially then. I let out a breath, sinking against the wall. You're right. I know you are. You'll be okay, she says. And if you ever need us, Grace House is always open, for anyone. Thanks, Maria. Call me more. Seriously. You want to unload twisted moral dilemmas on me? Bring it on. I've heard everything. I smile faintly, though I doubt she's ever counseled someone who spent the night with a sniper rifle pointed at a mobster's head. Later, I'm back at the office. It's cold, quiet. Noah and Leo head into a meeting about the fake food delivery front. Do they realize it's really a drug ring? I ask. Leo just grins. Who cares? Apparently, I'm the only one left who does. Maria's words echo in my head, but so does the weight of that rifle in my hands. Who am I becoming? How can I love a man like Kale and still believe I'm good? A knock interrupts my spiral. Kale steps in, smiling, and I gesture for him to come closer. He bends for a kiss, then sprawls in a chair. You called, I came, he says with a stretch. It's almost like you were lurking outside. I'm always lurking. Your best quality. He feigns innocence. Not my most obvious one, though. Don't start, I warn, laughing. Not everything's about sex. You wound me. I'm practically a saint. No, that's me. Remember? He chuckles, and suddenly the conversation I've been dreading doesn't feel so impossible. That's the thing about him. When he's near, everything feels simple. What's so urgent? He asks. I steady myself. I've been thinking about the other night. About your gift. Interested in another? His brow arches. Actually, no. I take a breath. I need you to stop killing Russians. At least, stop killing them because of me. He studies me, but instead of anger, a smile tugs at his lips. You only get more perfect. I'm serious. So am I. Do you know why I call you my dove? Because I'm your lightness. He rises, comes around to the desk, and pulls me into his arms. My heart races as he holds me close. That's right. You fight to be better in a world that isn't. That's why I love you. Sometimes it feels impossible. And still you try. That's everything to me. Let me carry the darkness. You carry the light. Tears sting my eyes. It's twisted, maybe even wrong, but his promise makes me feel lighter. I love you, I whisper, kissing him. Even if it's all messed up, I love you. I live for you, he murmurs, kissing my tears away. And I believe him. I also know he'll never truly stop. Killing is part of him, but at least it won't be for me. He'll carry that weight, and I'll hold to what good I can.
Chapter 36. Kale. I lie flat on the rooftop, rifle pressed to my shoulder, sight fixed on the trucking yard below. It's late, too late for business, yet half a dozen men pace around like guard dogs. None of them belong here. How's your angle? Malachi's voice crackles through my earpiece. Perfect, I murmur. The shipment's about 5 minutes out. I'll be ready. You know, brother, we should have teamed up sooner. There's a grin in his tone. This is downright enjoyable. I don't reply, though he's not wrong. Nothing like a rifle and an ambush to brighten up a weekday night. The position was hard-earned. Took some climbing, but from up here I can see everything. My trigger finger tingles. I could drop the guards right now, scatter their little crew in seconds. But that's not the plan. Tonight, I'm not working solo. And strangely, I don't mind. Incoming, Malachi announces. Headlights swing into view. A truck rumbles up to the gate, men rushing to let it in. More climb out of the cab. Even more spill from the building. I do a quick count, 20 bodies. That's no small escort. They're unloading, I report, steady through the scope. Mostly handguns. No heavy armor. Music to my ears. What about the cargo? Boxes labeled like electronics. TVS. Malachi laughs. Right. Nobody's watching Netflix out of those crates. You tell me when. You'll know. I find the foreman, big, bald, barking orders. I recognize him, middle management in the Bratva machine. He's waving men into place when I squeeze the trigger. The rifle bucks. He drops instantly. Chaos doesn't come right away. The others freeze, stunned, staring at their fallen man. I chamber another round, pick another target, and he's gone before anyone can react. That's the cue, Malachi mutters. Our men storm the yard. Some climb the fence with rugs tossed over barbed wire. Others slip through gaps cut along the backside. Russians start shouting, fumbling for weapons. The smarter ones try to rally a defense. I put them down. Calm, precise. One shot, one collapse. From up here, it's clean, almost too easy, like erasing photographs off a screen. The fight doesn't last long. Malachi drives his crew forward, forcing the Russians back toward the warehouse. Meanwhile, his trusted men jump into the truck, slam the doors shut, and grind it into gear. It jerks through the gate, scraping metal and showering sparks. Desperate Russians try for a counterattack. I keep them pinned. A few more bodies drop before they get the message and stay down. And just like that, it's over. I disassemble the rifle, every motion quick and practiced. A minute later, I'm scaling back to the alley. No rush. The Russians will sweep the area, but they won't find me. Once my boots hit pavement, I adjust the strap of the gun bag and stroll away. All good? I ask. Better than good. Malachi sounds electric. This truck's packed with premium heroin. My guys say it's high grade. Jackpot, brother. We're talking millions. Tens of millions. Easy. The Russians will be desperate to recover it. Let them try. You see what happens when we work together? A smile tugs at my lips. Feels good to be back in the family fold. The line goes dead. I slip the earpiece into my pocket, grinning to myself. It's been years since I worked side by side with anyone. Usually, I stalk alone, up close, suffocating my targets, vanishing into shadows. But tonight, I was part of something bigger, a machine of firepower and precision, and I liked it, more than I want to admit. My car's parked 10 minutes south. I call as I walk, savoring the burn of adrenaline still in my veins. Kale answers, voice low. I hear clinking glasses and laughter behind him. What do you want? You're dining out, huh? My tone is flat. Strange choice when a shipment that important is in play. I've always found showing up personally is the safer bet. There's a pause. Then Russian curses, muffled noise fading as he steps away. What the hell did you do? He snarls. It's mine now. Wonder what your father will say about you losing this one. I'll cut your throat. No, I correct softly. You'll get down on your knees and beg. His fury crackles through the line. You've crossed a line. This means war. That's one option. The other? I let the silence hang. His breathing grows harsher. You arrange a meeting. Your father and mine. We make a deal. Why in God's name would I agree to that? Because your choices are simple. I kill you, or your father does it for failing him. And with the cash this shipment brings, we'll arm ourselves enough to bury your organization. Or, I let the word sink, you can be smart. This won't work. Your father didn't climb to the top by being an idiot. He knows when the scales are tipped. Then why not just crush us? I open the trunk of my car, nestle the rifle under a tarp, and smile. Because I'm married now. My wife doesn't want rivers of blood. I'd hate to disappoint her. He laughs bitterly. You're insane. Probably. Which means a madman has a blade pressed to your throat. Think carefully. Silence. Then a growl. I'll see what I can do. Good. Tell your father to send word in 2 days. If nothing comes, I'll take that as war. And you know exactly where I'll start. Even if we make peace, Kale hisses, I'll never forgive this. Hold a grudge then. See how far it gets you. I hang up, settle into the driver's seat, and lean back with a grin. A night well spent. Liana may not love the blood I carry, but she'll be glad when this is finished. Chapter 37. Kale. Liana wrings her hands, nerves written all over her face. Did it have to be here? she whispers, glancing at the big conference room down the hall. Your office is actually the best spot, I tell her. It'll play its part in the deal we're cutting. How so? She frowns, then quickly waves her hand. You know what? Don't tell me. I'm just here to sign papers, remember? That's my girl. I brush a kiss against her cheek. I love you, Liana. I'd crawl on the ground just to kiss the floor you walk on. She huffs a laugh, biting her lip. Freak. My feet don't even taste good. Every inch of you is perfect. My heart pounds as I look at her, my dove glowing like something sacred. She'll never understand the power she has over me. Without her, I'd be nothing but a hollow killer, a sinner with no conscience. She's what keeps me steady. She stops me from tearing the world apart. Just make it quick, okay? She rubs her arms like a chill just hit her. I'll be in my office, door locked. You'll be fine. I'm here, I kiss her lips softly and pat her hip. Go on. I'll find you when this is over. She mutters under her breath as she disappears into her office. I wait a beat, then head into the conference room, where the meeting is already underway. My father sits at the head, a glass of whiskey in hand. Aiden Donovan looks carved from stone, eyes sharp, jaw tight, mouth in its permanent scowl. Beside him on the left is Lorenzo Vitale, younger, broad-shouldered, sharp-eyed. At the far end sits Victor Orlov, leaning back with his hands over his belly. Mikhail is to his right, and when I offer a tight smile, the man flinches. I nearly wave, but decide not to push it. I take a seat between the two sides, utterly at ease. The details matter, Victor is saying, tone flat. But I see the merit. We've been refining this for weeks, Lorenzo answers smoothly, glancing at my father. The model we settled on is profitable for everyone. Agreed, my father replies. Lorenzo slides a folder across. Your cut should be straightforward. I pass it to Victor, who studies me for a beat, before lowering his gaze to the papers. The split looks fair, he mutters, lips pressed thin. He passes it along to Mikhail. Generous, all things considered. This is about long-term gain, Dad says in a tone that sounds almost convincing. I know he'd rather see Victor bleed, but Lorenzo pushed hard for this truce. Your supply paired with ours means 5 years of steady growth, enough to dominate the city. Victor closes the folder with a snap, assuming the others don't interfere. Still, better than expected. Lorenzo nods. This first step is a test. Aiden releases your product. We run it through our delivery network. If it succeeds, we scale. Apparently better than killing each other, Dad says with a shrug. Though I can't say why. Victor chuckles darkly. We do love a good killing. Killing bleeds money, Lorenzo cuts in, not amused. Everybody costs bribes, cleanup, witnesses silenced. It's wasteful. I don't leave witnesses, I remark, deadpan. And I make bodies disappear cheap. The table goes quiet. Eyes turn to me. Probably not my best timing. Lorenzo just shakes his head and pushes on. War drains resources. Even winners end up losing. I'd rather sit on gold than waste it on bloodshed. Victor chuckles. I do enjoy gold. His face hardens. But there's still the matter of my nephew. My accountant. Those losses don't vanish. I'll send flowers, I offer with a smile. Dad shoots me a glare. Not the time, Kyle. just trying to be polite. Lorenzo doesn't miss a beat. We can't replace the dead. But the deal will more than cover the loss. Victor taps a finger on the table. Perhaps, but I have a condition. His gaze fixes on me before shifting to my father. I have a daughter. Bright, beautiful, a little headstrong, but what can you do? Nobody's perfect. Dad's eyes narrow. And what do you want for her? A husband. Victor's grin is sharp as a blade. You Italians and Irish aren't the only ones who know how to bind families with marriage. One of your sons with my daughter. Now that would seal loyalty. My jaw clenches. The thought of any of my brothers shackled to a Russian princess makes my skin crawl. But I hold my tongue. We'll consider it, Dad says carefully. I'm not against the idea. Excellent. Victor claps his hands, smiling as if we're old friends. He mutters to Kale in Russian, who retrieves a bag from the wall. Everyone stiffens until he produces nothing but a bottle of vodka. Kale unscrews it and pours. To our partnership, Victor declares. The meeting ends with too many toasts and far too much vodka. The Russians stagger out first. Every instinct tells me to end them here and now, but Liana's face flashes in my mind. She'd see the fallout for what it is. More blood, more war. So I let them go. Out in the hall, I end up beside Lorenzo while my father escorts Victor to the elevator. That went smoother than I expected, Lorenzo mutters, still frowning. But I doubt this alliance stays simple. Good thing you pushed for it anyway. I heard that was your idea. Liana nudged me. He chuckles quietly. How is she? You're treating her right? As well as I can. She's in her office, actually, if you want to see her. I would, but I need to wrap things up with your father. He studies me, eyes sharp. She's a good soul. Better than my family deserves. I know. Then take care of her. The world's rotten enough. To me, it's simple. I stretch, turning toward Liana's office. I just do what she asks. Everything else falls away. I leave him waiting and knock softly at her door. She opens, cheeks flushed. Everyone survived? All done. I wrap her in my arms and kiss her deep. You taste like vodka. Russians like to drink. Drinking's good. Means the war's off. For now. Why don't you look happy then? She nuzzles my chest. No more fighting? We're safe. I doubt it'll last. Nothing does. But we've got now. She tugs me into her office and shuts the door. And right now, you're tipsy. She kisses me hard, tongue pressing against mine. I melt into it, grinning against her lips. You taking advantage of me? Absolutely. You don't have to trick me, Dove. I'd give you anything I kiss her back harder, pulling her close. That's what I love about you. That and my other talents. Such as murder, mayhem, obsession. I tug her hair gently, whispering against her lips. And a very skilled tongue. Her eyes glaze, lips parting with a soft sound. Peace looks good on you. No. You look good on me. Always. I kiss her again, and for that moment, nothing else matters. Not the Russians, not my father, not her brother. Just Liana. She's all I've ever needed, and all I ever will.
Chapter 38. Liana, Elevator rides with strangers usually feel painfully awkward, especially right after an interview. But with Naomi Yang, the opposite happens. The air between us is easy. We chat about movies, swap thoughts on TV shows we're both into, and she even recommends a few podcasts I've never heard of. Okay, I'm not supposed to say this, I confess, as we step into the lobby together, but I really loved this interview. You understand the mission better than anyone I've spoken with. You're more than qualified. Her face brightens as she brushes a strand of sleek black hair behind her ear. Dressed in a cream blouse and tailored dark pants, she looks perfectly put together. That's wonderful to hear. Honestly, I wasn't sure what to expect today, but you completely won me over. I technically still have 2 more interviews lined up, but at this point, they're just for show. I already know I want to hire you. Her smile is radiant, and seeing it reassures me I'm making the right choice. That's incredible, she says warmly. I'm thrilled. I really believe we'll do great work for this city. I love your vision. And I love your enthusiasm. I extend my hand. So, what do you say? I'd be honored. She shakes my hand firmly. Send me an offer letter and let's make it official. I laugh, realizing I completely forgot about things like offer letters. Guess I should have hired an HR person first. She grins. Don't worry. Once I'm on board, I'll take care of that. Which is exactly why I want you on my team. We step outside together. The day is bright and warm, sunlight reflecting off the glass of nearby buildings. A sleek Uber Black waits at the curb, booked and paid for on the company card, to take her home. I reach the car door first and pause, glancing around instinctively, half expecting Russians to come charging at us with weapons, half expecting something to explode. But nothing happens. No bombs, no screaming, no Sophia disappearing in a flash of fire and blood. Just silence, and a car idling patiently. Naomi thanks me once more, her excitement still shining, then slips into the back seat. The car pulls away, leaving me with hands trembling slightly. You okay? I jump at the sound and clutch my chest. My heart skips as I spin around. Kyle is right there, already pulling me into his arms. I'm fine, I insist, trying to steady my breathing. It's okay if you're not. Really, it's nothing. I lean into him with a sigh, the tension slowly easing. It just still gets to me. After what happened. That'll fade in time, he murmurs, stroking my back, but it never completely disappears. I guess that's a good thing. I'd worry more if I ever stopped thinking about it. Scars mean something. There's no shame in carrying them. I reach up and trace the rough edge of his jaw with my fingers. He dips down to kiss me, and for a brief second, the world is quiet again. I think she's the one, I admit as we walk hand in hand back toward my office. I offered Naomi the job. Seriously? That's amazing. Congratulations. She's perfect for it. The background, the skills, the way we clicked. I can see myself working with her and not dreading it. That's huge. Exactly. And also terrifying. Why terrifying? Because it's real now. I pause outside the building doors, taking a deep breath. The shelter isn't just a plan anymore. It's happening. You should be proud. I am, but I'm also scared. I know how much these places mean to the people who need them. I can't afford to screw this up. You won't. He pulls me into another hug and kisses the top of my head. You care enough to worry, and that's the difference. You'll hire good people and you'll make it work, and I'll make sure you've got whatever resources you need. Thank you, I whisper, relief mixing with joy. Then I glance up at him. By the way, how's your food delivery thing going? His brows lift. Aren't you technically the CEO of that on paper? On paper, sure. It's going well enough. The Russians are behaving, for now. Who knows how long it'll last? Honestly, I didn't expect we'd get this far without bloodshed, so maybe I'm wrong. Let's hope you are. I squeeze his hand tighter. Since the truce, life has been calmer than I ever imagined possible. For 2 months now, I've had real peace. Long enough to focus on the shelter, long enough to believe in something again. And these past 2 months, they've been the best of my life. Come on, he says softly. Let's head back up. I'll grab us some lunch. You don't have to. Dove, we both know I'm going to. He leans close, inhaling me like I'm air itself. My dove. My phantom. I smile, warmth rushing through me. Well, if you're buying, I'm eating. And hey, treat yourself to something too. He smirks. How generous. I'm the best, I know.
Chapter 39. Kale, 2 months later, I drift through the old room that used to mean everything to me, brushing my fingers over objects one by one. Each item brings back a flash of memory, blurred faces, screams, blood, silence. Dust has settled over it all. Back before I married my saint, this shrine was my refuge. Being surrounded by these scraps of her life calmed the storm inside me. It was the closest I thought I'd ever get to her. I never imagined I'd have more. Now, I barely come in here. What once felt priceless looks small and meaningless. Just things. Pieces of her, maybe. But compared to the real woman in my arms each night, it's nothing but junk. What are you doing up here? Liana's voice carries from the doorway. She looks comfortable in sweats, her hair twisted into a messy bun. Just looking. Find anything worthwhile? She leans against the frame, eyeing the room. The first time she discovered this place, it terrified her. Now, it's just another part of our story. Yes and no. I hold up a tiny hex screw. I stole this from your couch. She groans. So that's why it kept creaking. Probably. You really are a menace. I know. I lift a matchbook, a travel-sized shampoo bottle, a stick of gum. See? Just scraps now. They don't mean what they used to. I was thinking maybe it's time we gave this room a different purpose. Like what? Her brows arch in curiosity. It would make a good nursery. She freezes, blinking in surprise, tugging lightly at her shirt. Do you actually mean that? I never pictured myself with kids. I gesture around us. I've never thought I'd be father material. When did that change? The moment you wore my ring. She lets out a soft laugh and shakes her head. That's so cheesy. It's the truth. You'll be an incredible mother. And if I can manage to be even half as good a father, our children might stand a chance. You'd want to raise them here? In the middle of all this. She motions vaguely toward the world beyond the room. Her family, mine, the chaos. I know what they do bothers you. I step closer, eyes locked on hers. But what they do isn't the point. What they are, that's what matters. Family. She smirks faintly. Pretty deep talk for a self-proclaimed psychopath. Maybe I'm learning something about myself. I like having brothers. I like having parents. I want to be part of that. And I want them to be part of our children's lives too. Is that why you've been spending more time working with Maliki? I nod and slide my arms around her. She tilts her face up to me, and just like always, my chest tightens. She's still so beautiful it hurts. We could teach them better than we were taught, I murmur. At least you could. And no matter what, they'd still have family behind them. She rests her cheek against me with a soft sigh. I hear you, and I'm not against it. I just need some time. Take all the time you need. I hold her close, surrounded by the remnants of a shrine that suddenly feels hollow compared to the living woman in my arms. You don't have to get rid of it, you know. She looks around the room. We've got space. Keep it if you want. I'm not sure I should. Keep it anyway. She rises on her toes and kisses me gently. On impulse, I pluck a single strand of hair from her bun. She yelps and rubs her head. Since you insist, I'll add this to the collection. I lay it beside an old ChapStick tube. You're impossible. Where's the fun in warning you first? You're completely insane, you know that? I'm reminded daily. Good. She laces her fingers through mine and tugs me toward the hall. Now let's actually talk about this baby thing. What's there to discuss? We try until it happens. Simple enough. She shoots me a look. I was thinking more about names, clothes, books, planning. Oh. I grin, shrugging. I was just thinking about the fun part. As usual.
Epilogue. Liana. Naomi turns toward me, her smile wide and bright. So? What do you think? I scan the empty building, trying to picture it alive and filled with people. On one side, I imagine small rooms for mothers and children. On another, rows of bunks for single women who only need a place to stay for a little while. I see offices tucked into the corner, a kitchen, a space for counseling, an area where women can laugh, cry, and heal. I walk slowly, letting the weight of it all sink in. I can almost hear it already, voices carrying through the halls, some heavy with pain, others light with hope. And that's the point of this place. Without hope, nothing works. It feels right, I say finally, smiling faintly. What did it used to be? Some kind of office space. Naomi flips through her notes. Price is exactly where we need it. The neighborhood isn't perfect, but it's got good transportation. And I don't think the locals will cause trouble. There's a park nearby. Her brows lift. Really? I didn't notice. Grace house was near a park. Women used to sit out there, sometimes alone, sometimes with their kids. It helped. I never thought about that. Parks matter. So does food. There's a diner down the block and a bodega on the corner. She lowers her clipboard, giving me a look. You sound like you don't even need me. I laugh. I know a little. But the rest? I nod at her pages. That's why you're here. We keep walking as Naomi rattles off the list of updates we'll need. Plumbing, wiring, permits. The paperwork alone could take years, she warns. Don't worry about that, I say with a small smile. You sure? These things can drag on forever. Trust me, it'll move quickly. I've got connections I don't mention that those connections include an Italian Don, an Irish patriarch, and a Russian Pakhan. Together, they've made sure doors open where they're supposed to. In that case, we're in better shape than I thought. She laughs, brushing her hair back. When you first hired me, I figured it would take years before we even had a building. And here we are. I know. Honestly, we can't open soon enough. She glances at me. Have you decided on a name yet? You mentioned second chances. I trail my fingers over a support beam, imagining all the women who might lean here in the years to come. I want to call it Sophia's second chances. It's a little long, but it matters to me. Sophia's it is. Naomi writes it down without hesitation. She knows the story. Officially, the news said Sophia's car malfunctioned and exploded. I don't think anyone really believes that, but Naomi's never asked. We step outside, where the realtor is scrolling through her phone. She perks up when she sees us. Well, how do we feel? Put in an offer, I say. 2% under asking. But don't let it slip away. She laughs and nods, already typing. I'll call you soon. Naomi and I watch her head toward her sleek car. Naomi checks her notes one more time. I should get going. You headed back to the office? Across the street, I spot a black BMW with tinted windows. I smile. No, I'll take a walk. Get a feel for the area. You want company? No, take the rest of the day. You've earned it. Her eyes soften before she hugs me quickly. This is going to be good. I'm excited. I watch her go, then cross to the BMW. I lean against the door as the window slides down. Fancy meeting you here, I tease. Kyle's grin is easy, casual. You saw me right away. You're not exactly subtle anymore. Maybe I wanted to be noticed. How about a walk? He pushes the door open and climbs out. Sounds good. I thread my arm through his and we stroll slowly down the block. He asks about the building, about the work ahead, but mostly we just move in silence, enjoying the air. Nobody bothers us. They wouldn't. Some shopkeepers nod when they see Kyle, respectful but wary. Most people have no idea the most dangerous man in the city is walking the street with his wife on his arm. As the sun dips lower, I squeeze his arm. I've got a deadline for you. He chuckles. Didn't know we gave each other deadlines? Now we do. I glance up at him. You've been wanting children. He tilts his head, pretending to play it cool. Who's to say? You're not subtle either. You're busy, he says. We both know the timing isn't perfect. I'm saying it will be soon. His eyes sharpen, the kind of excitement that always makes my heart turn over. God, I love him. When? He asks, his voice low. After Sophia's opens, that's when we start. How many? One at a time. He smirks. I mean total. 2, maybe 3. Definitely not more. No chance I can convince you higher? Not a chance. Then perfect. He pulls me tight. The idea used to horrify me. Now, it sounds good. It sounds right. Funny how life changes. We'll need practice, though. His brows lift suggestively. I roll my eyes, fighting a smile. Of course you'd say that. Better to be prepared. I laugh softly. Maybe you'll get to prove your theory tonight. He leans down, kisses me deep. Oh, I will. I kiss him back, smiling against his mouth. We'll see. Always, he murmurs. And with that, we head back together, hand in hand, the future closer than it's ever been.